So yesterday, in week number 4, day number 1, we saw 2 matches by our all Malaysian teams. First match of week number 4 starts with 2 teams that are striving to climb up the standings as Team Bosco versus Team SMG. Team Bosco tried their best to dominate the early game in game number 1. However, Zaim Senpoi with Farsa really gave a big impact and troubled Bosco, causing them to win every team fight and taking game number 1. In game 2, Bosco was dominating the early game, but one mistake happened when Fakers lost a 1v1 against Smooth, and this miscommunication had caused their team to lose against Team SMG. However, on the other side, Team SMG, Smooth and Rin had finally swapped their roles, and these changes had finally led them to win their first win in the league.
Second match, we have Orange Lorv Esports versus Red Reborn. Red Reborn rise again after their defeat by Todak last week. Although the first game they didn't perform too well, but their teamwork and strong mentality allowed them to come back in 2 games. This resulted in a 2-1 victory against Orange Lorv Esports. And today, we will be seeing the old foes meet again. Team SMG versus Red Reborn, followed up by another old foe, EVOS SG versus Todak. But not at least, our previous champions Resurgence versus the brand new team Forsaken.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. Now, we're going to be having a really fantastic game because we have a lot of big games and big teams coming all into the mix here. And all of this is thanks to our amazing sponsor, Yuru, the official digital telco here in Malaysia. And of course, our official media partner, IGN. And of course, not at least, all these amazing graphics and us is all currently brought to you by Muntun.
And as you can see here at the caster's table with YOLO Lee, with me getting Q once again here at the caster's desk to bring you all the action for today's games. But more importantly, the commitment we have on this table is unbelievable. If you guys haven't watched last week's, you'll know why. Leonard has come in today with straight up pink hair.
Oh yeah, I'm Flash. I'm nailing this.
Hopefully, kids out there, you learned something from this mistake. Don't make dumb bets.
Hey, I mean, don't make dumb bets, and of course, gambling is very bad, boys.
Absolutely.
Very bad. Don't do it. Don't do it.
If you don't want to do 100 push-ups or have pink hair, might want to think twice about that. But let's talk about some of the things that are going to be happening here today. Our first couple of matches are going to be really, really spicy here today. And like we heard in the trailers itself, a lot of old foes are facing off against each other.
A lot of old foes, and definitely for sure, as we will be talking a little bit more on who's going to be competing later on during the 2-day schedule. But I'm so excited. Not just old foes, but also at the same time, this is week number 4. This is like, we're literally like 2 weeks away before the end of this regular season. All teams, all cards are on the table. No more secrets, no more nothing. Everyone is throwing out their best to secure or solidify their spot in that standing for top 8.
Yeah, this is crunch time for a lot of these teams, especially those who are towards the bottom section. They need to start getting their points now to move up in the standings. But let's look at today's schedule. On our first matchup, it's going to be SMG versus Red Reborn, followed up by Todak versus EVOS SG, followed up by Resurgence versus Forsaken. So we've got a lot of interesting matchups here, especially that second one, Todak versus EVOS, a replay of a very good finals.
Oh man, that is going to be really great as well, because a lot of expectation and anticipation as well, because seeing the amount of commitment and changes coming from majority of this team, but most importantly from Team Todak as well. Like, we both can agree, after witnessing E1's aggressiveness in this Season 6, we're still questioning, where was this man back in Season 5? And now coming back again to versus against EVOS SG, things will be different. Things will be spicier.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be ramping up, but we got to talk about today's first game as well. SMG versus Red Reborn. SMG walking off with a lot of momentum from yesterday, so hopefully they can keep up that performance and actually take down Red Reborn and bring down that win rate just a little bit.
I honestly, I want to talk, there was something I really want to talk about, but I need to see it after witnessing the audience prediction because it has something to do with Lafelle. But anyway.
He's already giving the side eye, just like the corner. He's just like, what'd you say, Leonard? What'd you say? I heard my name.
It all comes down, yeah, seriously, it all comes down to what Lafelle says later on. But anyway, team, now first game, Team SMG versus Team Red Reborn. Without a doubt, Team Red Reborn, their performance is always scaling and still scaling, by the way. And time again, even though we have already such a huge expectation from them, they're constantly breaching it over and over. An interesting fact as well, like yesterday, we saw a couple of roster changes as well. Like some of the players bringing some of their previous players from the subs. Really interesting to see them, and still can notice the synergy is still there.
And you know, despite the synergies being still there overall, let's look at the standings to see how these teams have been performing throughout the league. In first place, we have Todak with their 5 wins, followed up by Red Reborn with their own 5 wins themselves and 1 loss. EVOS SG is closely behind in 3rd place, followed by Resurgence and GeekFam in 4th and 5th. And as the following goes, Divinity Esports, Team SMG, Orange Lord Esports, Team Boskur, and Forsaken.
You know, interesting enough, like especially after we compare from last week and this week as well, like now the previous bottom 2, which was Team Bosco and Team SMG, instantly elevated themselves all the way to the top. Although yes, unfortunately, Team Bosco will have to take 1 step down from that top 8, but I can guarantee you guys for sure, they are not going to be hanging out at that 9th position for long. They're still going to be competing with the rest of the team here. But most importantly, today is Todak versus SMG. It's a very big game because the team Todak really wins it. This pretty much like gives us such a huge lead. They're already in the lead, and now they're going to try to solidify it even more.
Yeah, and you know, a good point is that in week 4, you're looking to not only beat your opponent, but beating them in a clean sweep fashion.
Right.
That 2-0 and that extra point is really going to make a difference for these teams. Like, look at EVOS SG. Right off the bat, you can see that their aggregate points is already higher than Resurgence, despite the fact that Resurgence actually has more wins than them.
And like, if we also take into a few things into account as well, right? Like, some people, I know some people, and we pretty much like clear this like confusion as well. Like some people were like wondering yesterday, like how come Resurgence who had like 4 points initially higher and everything, or like EVOS is higher in this case, because more games were being played here. They won a lot more. And now same goes for the rest of the team here who really want to try to solidify. Interesting enough, I'm surprised that Divinity is still maintaining that middle part of the standings. Although yes, we have not seen them playing any for the past few days, but it's going to be a really tough one.
I mean, look at the game wins and losses overall. 5-7. That gives you a 42% win rate with a -2 aggregate points overall. So I definitely think that given the amount of time and the number of teams that they've fought so far, just give them a little bit more time to see how they shape up, especially in week 5, because that's going to be a very pivotal moment for that team.
And like, not just pivotal as well, like, we had expectations, we had assumption as well, and then we sort of assume like, okay, this is how the player plays. This is their usual lineup. This is their usual picks. But after witnessing after week 3, and even yesterday or even last week as well, for this side, big surprise for everyone. That's pretty much why I have this pink hat too as well. Big surprise. I'm just telling you, picks which we normally thought like and assume like, okay, even though if it's still in the open in the pool for a pickup for themselves, they didn't take it, and we assume like, okay, maybe they just don't want to take it because there's certain things that doesn't really work with their certain composition.
True. But I definitely think that some of these other prominent picks are starting to really start showing themselves, especially for for teams that are looking for stats. I mean, you're seeing the 2 major ones. These support majors are really rising up in terms of that damage to help move through the mid game. But enough about that. Let's see who we're playing against today and who they are and what they have to say. Take a look.
Sememangnya mereka adalah kawan bila di dunia luar, tapi bila dalam game macam biasalah kita akan jadikan sebagai lawan sebab no mercy bila dalam game.
Tim SMG ni kalau dekat luar game saya rasa sebagai kawan lah sebab diorang ada setengah yang ex-teammate kan. Tapi kalau dalam game ni memang lawan lah, memang tak kasih muka lah.
Pada dulu kami menang 2-1. Tapi perlawanan yang kami main tu agak sukar lah sebab kami mengambil masa yang lama untuk memenangi game. Dan saya pun pernah satu tim dengan Silo, Aaron. So, saya tahu macam mana gameplay dia. Benda tu membantulah ketika dalam game kami menentang dengan dia.
Sejarah saya dengan tim salah satu ahli member SMG iaitu Raishad dulu ex-teammate saya. Diorang dah banyak dah compete kat tournament selain MPL, tournament lain kita pernah compete juga.
Kalau kita lawan Red Reborn, untuk KTA yang paling baik, aku rasa Koten. Sebab Koten, secret weapon kami.
Saya rasa yang akan mencapai KDA yang terbaik dalam game tu mungkin Mal, mungkin Cak Bu. Sejarah kita orang dengan SMG ni, Mal dengan Cak Bu ni tak pernah tak perform.
Untuk tim SMG, ini MPL tau, bukan MCL.
Saya yakin 99% boleh menang. 1% tu sebab kita orang lapar.
Untuk pasukan Red Reborn, korang ingat korang kekalkan player yang sama daripada season lepas. Korang ingat korang boleh kalahkan kita orang. Tapi korang silap sebab kita orang ni semua dah tahu meta korang. Korang tunggu nanti bila kita lawan, kita akan bantai kau.
Smacking them up. Oh boy, Team SMG. I mean, looking at the stats so far, I mean, a lot of things are not going into their favor, so I'm excited to see what they have against Red Reborn. Let's look at both player lineups, and on our left and right team, SMG and Red Reborn. If you don't know these familiar faces just yet, don't worry, let's have a look.
Starting off from the right side, we have Team SMG here with your players Smooth, Saya Jin, Zaim Senpoi, Goten, Long, and Rin. Now we have seen yesterday as well, they pretty much like swap roles. They were still are willing to try things out, but that just shows that Team SMG, despite being the week number 4 here, they are willing to try things to make things happen.
Well, talking about trying something new, it's going to be Silo, Aaron, Mao, Chaku, Mom, and Rengo from Red Reborn. I guess these guys overall have been playing a very neutral game, and I think Silo has been a very prominent figure in the team, especially looking to go playing into the side lanes, getting that pressure, allowing Mao to really have that space with the help of Chakbu and Mom at his side.
But I think the right word to use for the side here of Team Red Reborn entire lineup and gameplay is consistent. They have been very consistent, although there are sometimes we notice a little bit of overcommitment, a little bit of overconfidence and overaggression, but they know how to take a step back and still push into the mix here. By the way, here are your player stats for Team SMG. These are your lineups and even their most big hero and total KDA with that hero.
So far, the Farsa has been absolutely destroying the meta overall. A lot of teams are either picking or banning it, one or the other. They don't want to let it through. And you can definitely tell with the KDA of 13-5 and 24, it's not just about the assist. He's getting some kills as well.
It's a really big yikes as well. And not just banning and picking him out as well. There's also some competition where players or all these teams, they'll try to play around it by picking hero that's really great at closing the gap and catching up towards this Farsa. That's pretty much why we see Galokacha being a very favorable pick most of the time when Farsa is being locked down.
The same goes for Chang'e, and the same goes for Chang'e as well as Selena as well. Both of them being some of the highest win rate heroes in the league itself, and they have pretty much 100% pick or ban rate when it comes to Selena. So I don't know. A lot of these teams are really trying to kind of push out and figure out ways to deal with the current meta of people, you know, naturally revolving to, oh, I'm going to get a Farsa, I'm going to get 2 strong side laners, a hyper carry, and somebody who can create space. Then we're just going to play it from that blueprint.
I'm actually really curious whether Long will try to pull off that Natalia play for himself again, because make no mistake, he plays a really mean Natalia for sure. But anyway, now we're going to bring up the next set of our players here. This is Red Reborn with their lineup and most big hero and total KDA.
And what's really worrying about Red Reborn is because of their dedication to how they want to get Mal ahead in the game that are willing to sacrifice pretty much everything when it comes to first wave, whether it be first wave, whether it be first invade. At least they know how to play the early game super well.
Correct.
But that does show that the team might lack diversity in terms of the strategies that they play. So far, they're super dedicated in making sure that Mal gets that resources.
Correct.
What happens if Mal is taken out of that equation? Can the team survive?
It's the same case where you can actually try to picture, like especially like all you viewers as well, when you hear us talking about it, you'll be thinking, that's very similar to LY Force kind of plays, the entire team composition where the entire members are just so committed to LY Force farming. But the only difference that between Resurgence and Team Red Reborn, although yes, they are dedicated towards Mal, but Mal is sort of very accustomed to the fact where like he doesn't necessarily have to farm all the way. If a fight needs to be forced, he will commit and he is able to really step it up, especially when he plays the 1-1. Not necessarily it has to be a 1-3-1.
Yep.
He's totally fine being the side laner.
I also think he's really good at looking for big opportunities to go into these fights. Like we saw yesterday on his Roger alone, he could basically get 3-4 kills, leaving the 2 isolated ones who can't kill him to basically just run away. And I think Mal is really good at that overall. However, is that going to be enough to win the entirety of the tournament? Because that's how we're going to have to look at it. But let's look at the team head-to-heads as we compare both of these teams and their statistics. Red Reborn, their stats are looking phenomenal here with an average lore time completely overtaking Team SMG.
The thing is this, right? Like I said, they are still coming from a look at the stats of Team Red Reborn. They are still prioritizing all of this objective, but most of this objective is still revolving around Mal, like making sure he's getting all this farm, making sure they're also getting key objectives as they are looking for kills. If you saw, can compare their kill participation to the most of the team, it's pretty much like very standard because they know themselves like, you know what, if we can't get a kill, it's fine. Just get the tower, get the boss, get the turtles, get the lord. We need something to amplify our team and our objective plays. And that for the same can't be said for Team SNG because they are very. I feel their playstyle has always been very reactive. They are proactive, but still more leaning towards this reactive play where they see, okay, this team is doing this. Let's do a vertical play. Let's do a mirror matching. If they invade us, we invade you. If you want to fight us, we try to counter initiate you. That kind of thing.
I think Team SMG has some strong fundamentals, you know, in their back pocket every single time. They know how to kind of respond. But Red Reborn, the most notable thing is their first blood rate here, because again, they are a team who's very based around their early game, and if they have a good early game composition, they really take control of the game from there. That 44%, even though it's like, oh, it doesn't look that big of a deal, it's just first blood. No, it kind of tells us a story a little bit more about the early game and how they kind of control that area. And most of the time, especially in this meta, I feel like the early game for a lot of these teams is a very big weak point.
Yes, because like the thing is this, right? Especially seeing all these heroes all coming back into the draft pick, especially like the Hill are very popular nowadays because her early game is just absolutely ridiculous because her passive just makes her so tanky. But that's the thing, right? Everyone wants to try to dominate this early game to set a tempo, to set up a place for themselves where, okay, if we dominate this early, we can assert more control and more pressure when it gets towards this mid game, because the mid game is literally where it decides whether we're ending the game or we have such an advantage, we can slowly drag it towards the late.
Yeah, but it's still super worrisome because so far we haven't seen anything else to diversify Red Reborn. They're falling back to the same strategies, they're falling back to the same ideas. So what happens if they don't have that? What happens if they're playing from behind? Can they still do that? And we saw yesterday, yes, it is possible. Is it the most clean of game? Not really. But let's look at the player head-to-heads. We are comparing Saiyajin to Mom.
Oh my god, by the way, yes, Saiyajin and Mom, as you guys can definitely clearly see as well, this is their total KDA, average goal, average kill participation, and their roles. But what I really want to point out between the biggest similarity between these two, not because of their role or anything, is that they're both great playmaker players. Seriously. Saiyajin, if you guys saw his show from last week, although yesterday he was not playing the show, it was smooth. But Saiyajin's show last week, I don't know what he was smoking. But I want some of that. If he could make himself fly throughout the entire map and constantly get towards that backline course, and Mom with his Archive, I got nothing to say about that.
Yeah, I think he overall is the playmaker for the team. He is a really good playmaker for the team, and the same can be said about Smooth as well. I think both of them kind of fall into that position. Mom, however, I don't think he is as much of a playmaker. I think what he's really good at is really peeling off people and really playing a strong synergy game with your hybrid carry at that point, because Mom is basically stuck neck and neck with Mal pretty
Yes.
much 50% of it. Actually, no, more than that. 75% of the game, and the last 25% is when he decides to roam.
And the scary thing about it is that majority of the tanks he's always been playing is an Akai. And let's be honest, sure, Akai is very simple with the Hurricane Dead to disengage and counter initiate. But most of the time, you see him always jumping in, following up, catching that backline, pinning them towards the wall. And I'm like, yo, how are you doing that? Akai, and the worst part, if you saw it from yesterday's game as well, he didn't use Flicker in that last moment. No Flicker, just 1,000 pounder. But anyway, this is your map prediction for both of these teams, and I'm pretty sure, and I can agree with it as well.
Yeah, and it looks like who is going to be playing today. It's going to be CeeLo, Mal, Mom, Aaron, as well as Gringo. Looks like Chapu has been benched this time round to allow Aaron to shine, followed up by Lung, Zain Senpai, Rin, Saiyajin, as well as Goten.
I sort of really agree with this as well, because like I said, 6 players in each of these teams is very important. That sometimes, even though sure it may not be your best lineup, but it's always great to just swap in between to just allow that little bit of that flexibility and a little bit more experience. But what I'm curious is this, right? What if it's not an Aaron in the middle? What if it's CeeLo? Because we have seen CeeLo playing the support role before.
Again, this is a prediction, so we're not entirely sure until we get into the game. And I think that is a really good point. I feel, especially for Red Reborn, they kind of found their footing a lot better. SMG, on the other hand, they came off of last week pretty hot, but that doesn't change the fact that they consistently haven't been performing until that point. So right now, it's kind of like, oh, do they have the consistency? Have they figured out something to really cope with their mistakes? Or was the last game a fluke?
Here is your, ladies and gentlemen, this is your audience prediction here, and Team Red Reborn taking a whopping lead here with 88% and 12%. Now the thing is this, I'm really curious on what LaFell is thinking here.
It's like, am I part of the 88 or am I part of the 12? Like, what's going on?
Exactly.
Somebody PayPal him to be like, no, the other one. Please, don't put the caster's curse on. Don't put the caster's curse on.
By the way, LaFell, we love you so much, man. But either way, like I told Terrence and everyone for the last 2 weeks, predictions are made to be broken. Teams are not really guaranteed that if they play this bad in this week, that doesn't mean it's going to be the same for the next week. So, SMG, they popped up a little bit off yesterday. Can they maintain it? Will they be consistent as they go up against Red Reborn, who also has been super consistent?
Yeah, I don't know. This is a really tough game, and I think a large majority of the audience also agrees that just based off of history and paper and stats, I mean, right off the bat, Red Reborn is just looking so much better in comparison to the inconsistencies, instead of the inconsistencies of Team SMG. They really have been struggling. However, that 12% has made a very good point, because, I mean, Team SMG, after yesterday's game, they're coming off pretty hot. And, I mean, they had pretty much the exact same audience prediction as well, of like 12% to 80, like 10 to 80%. And that's like crazy numbers, yet they still won.
Yes, and like, just want to point out as well, like, dude, even though the expectation is all set in stone, now coming into this drafting. First game here, first BO3 of the drafting of the day here between Team SMG and Team Red Reborn. Team SMG definitely going to be taking the blue side, so they're going to be having first ban and first pick, and Red Reborn is going to follow up with that.
Yep. Now, let's see how they want to draft here. I'm excited to see how they kind of plan this one out, because, I mean, Red Reborn, many people have tried to bog down Mal, and that was the game that they actually lost. So, is Mal going to be that big of an issue for Team SMG, or are they going to look to start prioritizing getting rid of the supports? Looks like the 1-1, they have that respect for Mal.
Instantly picking on Mal 1-1, but I always like to say the first game is always about testing the water. Sure, you can try to prioritize a certain player, but you cannot prioritize too much, because you really want to try and fit with a certain composition you want to go for. Team SNG, we've been seeing them going for like all kinds of lineups. Early game potential, mid game, late game, sometimes a little bit of a hybrid, a little bit of a mix up here. Now, what is Team SNG really want to go for here compared to Team Red Reborn, who always like to apply early game aggression, and if things doesn't work out, they're still prepared for this late game.
Well, that's where I think Red Reborn kind of edges out against Team SMG, because when they do decide to play a certain style, they have a team composition in mind right off the bat. In comparison to Team SMG, I'm not entirely sure, but based on the drafts that I've seen so far, they look to play like how they did before. Look to counterpick. Look to, you know, kind of get a good read on your opponent before starting anything. Next ban is going to be Popol and Kupal here. Again, nobody has been getting access to Popol and Kupal.
I mean, hands down as well, there's a lot of things to explain for Popol and Kupal as well, why he's constantly being banned out, the lane harassment potential, and the fact that he's also able to root, and the vision game he's able to bring towards this game, such a big impact. And when you're coming down to MLBB, where you don't really have many visions, and information is power, as you guys know that.
Yeah.
But anyway, coming out from here, the two bans here, the second ban coming from Red Reborn is going to be the Selena. Remember, Yuzong is still in the pool, same goes for Khalid and Uranus here.
Yeah, the big ticket items for a lot of them. Do they want to get rid of the brick wall? Are they looking to get rid of other types of supports? I mean, they still have Chang'e up. Still Chang'e is up for grabs. Everybody is kind of just deciding on what they want. Flex picks like Cho still up on the table. Knowing Team SMG, my guess is that they're not going to ban any of those. They're more likely to ban out maybe even a Claude just to bog down Mal, considering what their first ban was.
But like I said, it's still, when it comes down to banning marksman, it always comes down to what kind of composition you want to go for here. But ooh, Team SNJ is going to assist Red Reborn with this. They're going to be banning out the Yuzong. But that just tells me that SNJ, even if Yuzong were in the pool, I don't think SNJ is confident enough to lock down that first pick Yuzong for themselves since they went for this first ban. Because normally we always see Yuzong being banned out by the red side team because they do not want to allow that team to get that first pick.
See, I feel like Yuzong is in a much more tight position than Khalid, where a lot of teams are like, no, I cannot let Yuzong go through. But Khalid does have that kind of leeway. It's strong in lane, but when it comes to those team fights, he only does so much in comparison to Yuzong, who is basically a full-on team fight hero. Finally, the last ban coming in from Red Reborn is going to be Atlas, followed up by Goten immediately locking in that Uranus.
Literally, I saw it coming as well. Like, it was either going to be the Khalid or the Uranus here, but it's the Red Reborn. They want to secure the side list. Yes, I agree. Khalid laning phase is absolutely amazing, but when it comes to team fight or when it comes to the roaming, it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to really connect that rating Sandstorm, because the amount of heroes in the pool right now that's constantly being picked and favored is very agile, very mobile. Most of the time can even get out of the most stickiest of situation. Now Team SSG hovering over that show. And the thing is, we saw Smooth, we saw Saiyajin on his show. Absolutely insane. And with the Uranus in hand, they have a really strong follow-up and primary initiator.
Totally.
This Cho is going to be a really great follow-up.
Yeah, I think Cho is going to be pretty good. I would suggest that they get Kufra for themselves, because there's a lot of common picks that Kufra can actually go for. And the last pick coming in from Red Reborn, they'd like to wait until the second phase, or maybe they usually like waiting until the second phase so they know that Mao, they know exactly what they can give Mao. Locking in the link early. I thought about that, but Kufra is still up on the table. And I know Mom for a fact will be able to start peeling off the rest of the team and going to wait for a stronger initiation coming in from Grengo or whoever is going to be playing, or CeeLo, depending on who's playing the Khalid.
So now, that's the thing. This is the mind games right now, Gideon. Locking in the link here, and Kufra is in the pool. Red Reborn has to make a choice here between a Kufra or a Roger to really go toe-to-toe with this link. Whoever they pick, they have to lock it down, because they know if they don't pick it out, it's going to be banned out in this second ban phase.
Yeah, and Mal can't afford that. Not right now. And he can't go into the second phase without a hyper carry. So he locks in the Roger, makes all the sense in the world as we move on into the second ban phase of this game.
Okay, now let's just look at it. Red Reborn, noticing on the side here, Team SJ, they are still lacking a mate support or a nuker that can really amplify the rest of the team. Because remember, Team SJ, this is pretty much all meat bags at this point. The Uranus is really frontline. There's also a control and possibly even more damage once Cho build up that items. But that's the thing, it is building items. He needs a lot. He's pretty much very similar to the Claw, where he needs items to really amplify that damage. Other than that, they still need that mate support, so they really need a strong nuker here.
Yeah, but they're just going to get rid of them. I mean, Red Reborn, they're going to be starting off with the Kagura. Totally understand. I wouldn't be too surprised if they get rid of either... I wouldn't want to say Veil, but more likely to Valir.
Oh, yes. Actually, no, Valir is still a decision, because it's not really much amazing engagers coming from the side of Team Reborn. Sure, I agree. There is Khalid raging with Sandstorm and the Roger, but I don't think Mal is going to be dedicated to just face body jumping to the mix, especially with the existence of both Cho and Ling.
It's going to be the big two prominent picks here. Strong mage supports getting called off, especially the scaling ones as well. So totally understandable coming in from Red Reborn, getting rid of the Sicilian as well as the Kagura. But Team SMG, what are you going to decide? Because again, your laning phase seems pretty weak. Overall.
It's going to be really hard to tell whether they want to try to ban out any heroes that's going to be really like a counter pick towards it. If they want to go for a counter pick, they could try to ban out the Bucks here, because Team Red Reborn is still lacking a primary initiator here for the entire lineup. But I still I don't really have a good feel of Baxia here.
Yeah, not yet. I mean, Red Reborn have a number of options, and I think Team SMG have definitely thought about it. Jawhead is a really good ban here because now this kind of forces Red Reborn to kind of compromise a little bit on their team composition. It's like, yes, do you want to send, oh, we've got a brick wall in Uranus. Do you want to lock in the Baxia, or do you want to get the Kufra to actually deal with the Ling? Because if you get both, you're going to be significantly lacking in damage.
I think this really works for Red Reborn as well. Like, cause I literally thought the Kufra is gonna be either banned out here or it literally be the final pick as well. Because like not only is he really great at controlling assassins, but there's a lot of engages and fighters coming for the side of Team SMG. Joy ban totally understandable because he's going to be a really great control on this Ling.
Yep, totally agree here. But Team SMG, they look prepared to actually pull this out. No, don't actually. I mean, Valir is pretty good, but I mean, if they want to try something new, I'm not so sure whether now is the time.
No, Valir, like you said, Valir is great because now we're talking about Kufra, who has terrible disengagement. He's fully committed to dive in, but he can't really back out. The Loi is also just as amazing. Now it just literally comes down to which one they want to go for. Ooh.
It's preference.
Oh!
Okay, I guess they really... Oh, wow! Also the Natalia as well.
Oh, man. We were talking about it as well. Like,
yeah, you called it. You called it.
I mean, I didn't really call it. I just thought, like, will we potentially see a Natalia today? But I guess this works as well because now we have two assassins, not only really great at diving towards this backline as assassinating mages, but they're really great at cutting all these creep wave and split pushing.
I mean, I would agree, but again, Lung has to do so much work on that Natalia to actually make it profitable, and it's going to be tough because, I mean, looking at the composition of Red Reborn right now, the only targets that he's going to have painted on their back is definitely going to be the Chang'e and also the Roger as well. But even then, Roger is going to be significantly healthy throughout like most of these fights anyway. So I don't know how Lung is going to do it, but if he can, that's what Team SMG needs right now.
Oh man, now I'm trying to figure out what kind of play style is Team SMG really trying to go for here now, because looking at the entire line composition of Team Red Reborn, they are ready to just be dived on. So many fighters, so many burst potential as well, and most importantly, so tanky. Each one of them are prepared to fight against assassin and also any potential burst coming from the side of Team SMG, and their primary main damage is still going to be both this Ling and Natalia.
I don't know, it's really scary here because we're also looking at the fact that, you know, no matter how hard Roger tries to go in, that prism coming in from that Cyclops is really, really deadly. Yes, you can go, you can transform and go and try to dodge the ability. Yes, that is one way. However, it really forces you to use it early on. You know, the moment you see that ball just flying, and you see and you literally see the eye above your head, you know it's like, okay, I got to time this perfectly.
Now this is where presence inside the rest of the team members is going to be super crucial, because if they're able to set a presence where they're like, I'm so big, Cyclops definitely have to aim it. He has to control me. He has to lock me down. But I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the land of the dawn of the first game of this BO3 between Red Reborn and Team SMG.
Let's get this game on the road here as both teams are setting up. Red Reborn, you got to keep your eyes on them because they are playing for the early game here. They like to play it very much so, and they want to take full control. And Team SMG, they were prepared for an initial invade, and they sacrificed priority in the mid lane, which is fine because Team Red Reborn are going to get first movement on the map.
Now slowly trying to look at the fact, right? We can already see Mom constantly positioning himself around the second Little Wanderer because they know they didn't want to actually give them away at all. But Team SG realizing this, they're going to be trying to commit towards this blue buff. But here comes a small skirmish between some of the members.
Yep, Seijin, he's already there to try and help. Oh, Zion Senpai was able to actually get it. Ooh, that was close. That was close.
A little bit too close for comfort as well. But look at the bottom lane. Like, they notice, like, you know what, you want to take the Little Wanderer, it's fine. We'll take the bottom jungle. We'll go for a little bit of slight invasion. And our Team SG, like I said, very reactive plays. They noticed, they got the information, and now they're doing their own invasion.
Yeah, good response coming in from Team SMG as Red Reborn take the first proactive movement of the game to actually take away the buff. What initially could have been a 3-buff start, had they speeded up and not gotten too greedy to take the beetle as well, I think they would have been able to protect both of their buffs.
Zion Senpai just constantly rotating back and forth. Even in the middle lane, Saiyajin and Mom. And this time, Smooth is not going to be playing the Cho, by the way. It's going to be Saiyajin. So I'm expecting and also anticipating and also excited to see how well Saiyajin will be able to play his Cho and whether it could be the same from last week.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday, Smooth did a really, really good job at kind of communicating with the rest of the team. I really hope Saiyajin has that same synergy with every other member in Team SMG. Oh, Aaron, he's going to get locked down immediately. Balmon can't get out of that Steel Tempest. First blood, of course. Goten with the Ionic Edge just have to jack it away from Rin.
This is really great as well, like, because every time we see a Cyclops being played inside the game, by the way, before I explain that, look at it towards this bottom lane. They're going for the dive by ooh, Marcelli, beautiful snipe coming in from Silo, and that's going to be the end for Long.
Yep, and especially when you have Khalid. Khalid's great at diving, especially just absorbing that damage with the Quicksand Guardian.
Yes.
Such a great ability there. But now Red Reborn need to continue to create that space, create that lead that they always play for.
Yep. And now, okay, now I can slowly bring back to what I was talking about, right? So, Cyclops always being picked. We always see Cyclops, the playstyle has always been just counter-reacting, counter-initiating, or just catching. Now we're finally seeing exactly how I thought Cyclops should be being played, which is just constantly being very aggressive. When you have your ultimate, just lock down anyone, just catch it, because early game, they're not very that tanky. Same goes for Aaron. He's not able to tank for as long as possible. He's trying to run, but Terrence Play is going to be dropped down, and instantly, there goes Aaron, as he was going to be the first person to fall inside this small sliver. But there's the Way of the Dragon, locking down Mal. Mal a little bit out of position. He has to try to make a run for it, but Joe, Saiyajin with the Jeet Kune Do just constantly controlling it. But on the other side, beautiful picked up and start coming in from Zion Senpai.
Goten, he should be able to pick up with that last hit of the Ionic, and Goten comes on top, untouched and unstoppable. He is going to be dead soon enough, but he doesn't make it in time. Franco still trying to catch him up. He's going to get locked down. Long finally joining in on the fight, saving his teammate as Mom still trying to pick off Goten. Nobody can kill this fool as everybody else is forced to flicker on out of there. That's literally 4 battle spells, 8 battle spells being used immediately.
Dude, Goten played Grango like a fish in a barrel, constantly juking back and forth. And remember, this is Uranus. This is why you and I and everyone else hate the Uranus. He's so tanky. He's got so much healing. And even though despite this is the early game, he is still by far one of the most tankiest one as well.
And especially so early into the game. I mean, Goten was only level 4. He walked out of there with 4 kills under his belt. That is a huge feat and a huge lead for this offlaner. I don't think Balmon can keep up at this point.
Definitely, for sure. And remember, Balmon, he's not a very mobile hero as well. His only gap closer is going to be that soul lock, but once he uses it, that's his only engagement and also disengagement skill.
Yep, I think what the scary part is now what can they do? Mom is going to get locked down almost immediately here, but luckily he's quite near to his turn, so he doesn't have to worry too much. 100 more seconds until the next, until the turtle comes back up. And this point in time, Saiyajin doing a really good job at keeping Mal away from Rin.
Ooh, beautiful catch coming in with the Tyrant Revenge. But then again, this is Uranus. Even probably the Consecration, he's definitely going to be able to heal back and even run away. And now look at this. Aaron, beautiful rotation coming from the side here, Team SMG. They know they have this early game tempo. Now they have to maintain it. Now they have to constantly assert that dominance. And Long trying to go for the run. But Mal is currently finding for him. This is the Wolf King, but he should be able to escape from this.
Yeah, Long playing his cards right. He just has to juke around, use his invisibility to his advantage. The rest of his team looks for an opportunity. Way of the Dragon. Mom is caught in the middle, but that doesn't mean that Chunga is going to be saved. The priority was put on her, and now everybody is going absolutely haywire instead of being peeled off with Goten in the back with the Ionic Edge, securing their fate. That's going to be 3 kills to nothing for Team SMG.
Look at absolutely amazing win. The best part about it is they know as well, early game, no items, no ultimates, no spells, literally not tanky enough to maintain it. We are willing to dive all the way in for it. And now Grango trying to cut this way by dishing a lot of damage and going to be locked up by the star power lockdown. Beautiful timing with the Raging Sandstorm, but then again, he still is not able to sustain the amount of damage coming from the side here of Team SMG lineup.
I like what Team SMG did. Earlier, they did a quick lane swap using Goten, knowing that he's got such a fat lead that he can kind of hold the mid lane by himself while the rest of the team members went up to the top side and broke Tier 1. Now, here's the problem. How do you break mid Tier 1 with so much priority? Mom coming in with the Tyrant's Rage pretty heavily here just to kind of tell Team SMG, hey, there's no way you are pushing further than this river line.
Now this is gonna be a little bit more important as well, right? Because Team SMG has such a presence right now. They're totally fine in trying to take this Todak and instantly will be able to take it. But beautiful engagement coming from Saiyajin. But with the star power lockdown and the tempers are played instantly, Mom is gonna go back to see his maker. But Mal, thankfully, Red Reborn, they are so good at ensuring that if one member is going to fall, we're going to be making sure we're going to have good trades.
Yeah, that Tempest of Blade is just really, really hard to get away from. Oh boy, especially when he goes invulnerable, you can't really even kill him to try and peel you off. Goten doing a really good job brick walling this mid lane here. Red Reborn struggling to try and get the to try and break this mid tower overall.
Now we can see our dear friend Rin just constantly jumping from one cliff to another to try to give a little bit more information towards his team, or maybe see a potential pickup. Long this time, interesting fact that now Long is not going to go for the split, but dives in just to do a little bit more damage to go for the side, just try to force him out of that bush.
Yep, Seijin going for a big kick. They find their kick onto Mom. They are taking away this support. They are abusing him and using the fact that he creates space. He is being target number 1. But looking down onto the bot side, finally Goten is going to match Mal in his split push.
Dude, that is so dirty, but that is the right play that Team SG should be playing. Well, they know like, alright, Cyclo's got ultimate, let's go find. Catches anyone, don't care. They are not, we are in such a lead, they don't have enough item, and they're doing it again. This is what I'm saying. Star power lockdown, instantly locks him down. That's going to be a beautiful follow-up coming from both Long and Rin.
With Long using that smoke screen to help secure that kill, there's no way Balmung could even get out. Rin, he's going to be able to take this tower with no issues whatsoever. Check out Khalid though, he wants to get into the back line.
Still looking for towards his backline as well, although sadly he gets called out instead. He's trying to hold on with the Desert Tornado, but it's not going to be enough. Wait, the Dragon follows it back, locks it up, while Long comes in with the core dash and the smoke screen. But here comes Star Power Lockdown, but thankfully, quick decision coming from Mal to back off.
Mom coming in hard. We were allowing CeeLo to kind of have that space, have somebody in between, but Long finds that catch onto Mal. This is huge. As the steel, as the blades comes down from Rin, he goes into the jungle. He's going to be able to take that buff away, and now Red Reborn slowly losing control over the map.
Now we get Zion Senpai. At this point, he's so confident. He's just throwing ultimates after ultimates. It's like, you know, it doesn't connect, never mind. Just throw it anyway, right? That kind of thing.
I mean, they've got a kill score of 13-2. I can't even blame the guy. Whenever it's off cooldown, you're already looking for the pick. Their composition, Cyclops just does not scale well into this game. Mom taking a good amount of damage here, but CeeLo is there to protect him.
But you see, this is the point, right? Mom was willing to jump into that last fight, not just to clear the waves, but he also knows that Zion Senpai doesn't really have his ultimate. So this is pretty much where it's like Red Reborn, the entire initiators are sitting ducks in the existence of Zion Senpai's ultimate, and they cannot just simply jump in because they know that disengagement is absolutely terrible.
Exactly, and I think that's where Team SMG is doing a good job. They've identified, okay, Mom is the problem here. If he goes, Red Reborn don't have any engagement options to get into the fights. So once he is picked off, it makes it so much easier for Team SMG to clean up the rest of the house.
Mao once again gets caught up with the Jeet Kune Do, follow up with the way the Dragon gets locked down, even more securing it. 3 lockdown committed for Mao. No way he's going to be able to escape from that. Grango on the other hand, he tried to sustain, but sadly not going to be enough in the face of both assassins. Mom trying to run for his life, but sadly Goten is going to be cutting his pace. But then again, Mom is quite tanky, and I think he should be able to escape from this alive.
Team SMG is just absolutely farming here. Goten can walk under tower and not be afraid. Seijin gets right out of the way with the Shunpo as Goten, the star power lockdown coming in from Mom. They're looking for an opportunity. Seijin, he doesn't have a lot of time. He needs to kill them off now. As Goten, he's going in pretty hard, but Rin cleans up the rest of the house, even with the counter strike. It barely feels like it happened as Long gets a great split push up at top and breaks the inhibitor.
Dude, I love it. Now Long is finally telling himself, you know what, my team is in such a lead, I can split push, I can lead them alone. And look at that, instantly Seijin tries to look for it, but suddenly he runs into the face of the meteor shower and gets bursted down. But same cannot be said for Grango as he needs to get nuked down by our dear friend Zion Senpai.
Oh, it's not looking good for Red Reborn right now. Team SMG, that momentum coming in from yesterday. What happened? It looks like it wasn't a fluke at all. They are looking really, really good in this game one against Red Reborn.
Now also with their entire lineup and composition as well, with this tempo, they are constantly going to be looking for. He's even committing ultimate just to secure the blue.
Hey man, that's how much cooldown reduction he has. He's already going for the Holy Crystal as well. I mean, Cyclops right now, he is at his strongest that he's ever going to be. Any other items after this is just going to be a bonus.
Oh man, this is a really tough one. Like, I can't even imagine how they're gonna be, how Red Reborn is winning any single more engagement. They possibly could try to, if they were able to get a hold of Rin, but then again, there is Long as well. We're talking about like 3 players here who have significant amount of damage and items.
Yep, and Red Reborn, they just can't catch up to a 12k, 13k goal lead. Any fight that they take, they have to be very careful or hope that they at least go 50-50 on the fight.
Oh man, this is really rough, especially since the Law is going to be pushing towards his top lane. Now Team Red Reborn is forced to make a big choice here. Do they want to commit a majority of their men to clear out this Lord, or or do they just want to just let it go and just dedicate one person only? Because Team SG is so big at this point that Red Reborn needs to throw every single member at it.
I don't think Red Reborn can really do anything about it. Like, the most that they have in terms of playmaking is Mom, and even then, he can't really push them out of position like an Akai and kind of isolate targets. He only goes for these bigger team fights, and the fact that they are 14k down in terms of net worth, that just makes it even harder. Right now, it's whether Team SMG wants to win this game cleanly or not.
Ooh, anyway, Lord's going to be start hitting the pushes. They're going to be diving straight into the mix itself, but here comes the star power Lord now, but it's going to be committed for Aaron. He's still alive. Saiyajin dashing in, dashing forward, but look at Goten popping the consecration and trying to zone them out with the Iron Edge, doing quite an amount of damage, but it doesn't matter. Aaron gets a little bit down low and instantly gets claw dash by Long. They're going to look for even more. Unstoppable on Science Endpoint, and they're still looking for even more. Jikudu, Saiyajin catching it down, but even with the star power Lord now, it's going to be guaranteed Miles' death as he slowly pushed towards his crystal and hit it and take game number 1.
Whoa, what a game number 1 coming out of Team SMG right out of the gate with a 14k goal lead against Red Reborn in seconds.
Ooh.
SMG have really stepped things up.
This is what I'm saying, right? Game number 1, always about testing the water, right? They come in, each of this team will come in with a competition with a certain idea on how they're going to be playing for this entire game. Right? Although yes, there will still be counter picking and counter banning coming from both of the side of the team here, but they still want to stick with a certain lineup which they have an idea. And the fact that they went for this Cyclops and be very super aggressive once he hits level 4 is absolutely amazing.
And honestly, the Cyclops pick initially worried me because, again, I was hoping to look for a scaling type mage, and it's like, oh yeah, at the end of the game, once Cyclops hits level 15 and everybody's level 15, his damage is purely based on how long that fight goes. So again, I wasn't too on board, but the way that they played that mid game was absolutely great. That 14k, that 12k gold lead by the 11th minute really secured them the win.
A lot of money, but like I can also agree that I was super worried too. I'm like Cyclops, and also I mentioned in game that every time we see a Cyclops being played inside the season, it's always to be counter-initiated. It's never being played this aggressive and this objective as well. This is the first time, like we all assume this is how Cyclops could be playing, right? But then after seeing the passive ways, they're like, all right, this Cyclops is very passive.
I mean,
very weird.
I mean, we all knew that his ultimate, the Star Power Lockdown, is like the greatest counter to any kind of hyper carry, because you just lock them down and you let the team do the rest. But the versatility that Team SMG did show in terms of how they mix things up, using different initiation methods to always keep Mal on his toes, I think that's what really set them apart in this game.
But anyway, here is your highlights brought to you by YouTube, powered by Cellcom, as we both, Gideon and I, will be talking about exactly what went down towards this game. But you see what I mean? Zion's Endpoint is not even hesitant on trying to pick his targets. He's just like, you know what, early game, everyone is tank, everyone is very squishy, everyone has no items. I'm just going to throw in one and then we're just going to commit and see. But look at Goten, he's positioning. He knows Mal is low, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't die for it. He's still positioning himself towards his back line because he is literally believing that Mal will be able to get out of that position into a position where Goten will be in reach of his skills.
Yeah, but look at the struggles there, because Mal initially was gunning out to kill Rin, and you can see on the left side that Rin's HP is basically only at 23% of his HP. It's really, really difficult to get through. And Mal only has one ability which allows him to dodge a lot of these high CC abilities coming in from Team SMG. Everybody had their ultimate at that point in time. They totally ignored Goten, who was in that backline, because again, he was not the priority. And because this play went down so bad for Red Reborn, the entire early and mid game was given over to Goten, and he did a great job just being an absolute iron wall for the rest of the game.
And also really great fact as well, like the fact that that Team SMG, they noticed the hero spell, especially on Mal, which is going to be the most important that I hear. No flicker, so his only disengagement is pretty much his own set of skill, and once they use that, they will be able to get on top of him. And this early game, the amount of CC and also power spikes is literally absolutely insane coming from the side of Team SMG.
Yeah, I mean, ending up with 4 kills was already looking pretty good here. They get again, Saiyajin comes in with an amazing wave of the dragon to allow the team to really set themselves apart. And overall, Goten has been so on point with these roams. He's always proactive, making sure that not only is he pushing the lane, but he's also keeping a track of who the laner is.
Oh my lord, seriously, every time I see their engagement just being very aggressive, I'm just very happy about this, because I'm like, you know what, this is exactly how they're supposed to be playing. Now, from just watching this game, I can definitely tell myself that Team SG finally realized it. Okay, this is the composition we're comfortable with. This is the composition we are willing to go through with it. And look at this, even Saiyajin, even though he knows he's going to be controlled by this Kufra, but he's still willing to go in.
Yeah, It's really tough. I mean, at that point in time, they had such a big lead, and closing out the game was really, really easy for Team SMG because they were so clearly stronger than Red Reborn. I mean, look at that goal lead, 42-27 at 12 minutes into the game. That is an insane lead.
Absolutely insane, and also just Team SG just making full use of their advantages, their mobility, and also realizing that Team Red Reborn doesn't really have a majority of disengagement either, besides the flicker. They're totally fine just totally being very aggressive and just constantly diving and diving and diving again. By the way, this is your score with the itemization coming from both sides of the team here. Anything in particular you want to point out here?
Well, I think Lung just got super greedy, super greedy with his build. He's already going for the Blade of Hepatitis, as well as the Endless Battle. You know, I mean, at that point, you knew for a fact that he was supposed to be the cleanup squad or whatever Rin just left for him. He would just pick them off, and I think that was just overall pretty good. However, I will say that I'm not too on board with stacking double Divine Justices. You know?
I mean, it's definitely very fun to see. I mean, sure, some of us maybe just don't like it, but
No, because everybody's gonna make the argument is like, oh yeah, you're gonna get 2 unique Divine Justice triggers. It's like, no, it still stacks as 1.
yeah, it still stacks as 1. But you know, maybe they just have this thought like, okay, maybe what if you're not there? I can still do the stack, right? That kind of thing.
No, stop.
They're taking turns.
Just read the item. It makes perfect sense once you see what the unique passive is going to be. It all makes sense. But I have to talk about Grengo's performance this time round. I don't think he did the absolute worst. However, I do think he needed to be a little bit more proactive on the map, especially since Goten continued to maintain 2 lanes at a certain point in the game. And that's when Grengo really needed to step it up. He needed to land the Raging Sandstorm on some key targets.
This is where I'm going to bring up the point again where presence is really important in the game, where literally Grengo, yes, like you say, we know he has been a really great player, but in this game he was a little bit, I wouldn't say shaky or anything. It's just more like he just is feared of this presence where there's Zion Standpoint, there's the Star Power Lockdown, there's the Way of the Dragon. Every time he dives in, he's literally like asking to die. He's literally going to be falling back because he has no great disengagement at all. By the way, here is the post-game strat here. So your rich guy is going to be Goten, who's going to be had the most gold, followed by the carry is going to be Zion Standpoint with so much damage. Sandbag is going to be Mom, who tanked the most, and the forgotten one is also going to be Zion Standpoint.
Don't you hate it when you add the hyper carry with your offlaner's damage that it still doesn't add up to Uranus' damage?
Yeah, exactly. That's what,
Tell me that doesn't frustrate you, because it certainly infuriates me.
it infuriates me as well, because I'm just like, you know what, that's just not fair, because this is Uranus and he got buffed, and so he got nerfed so many times in the past, and I'm just like, yo, he's still such a threat. They need to do something about it. You know?
I don't know. I just think that he's just too good when he goes into the offlane. Just no offlaner has the raw damage to beat him except Khalid at level 1. And like even then, like if you play your cards right, Uranus just plays defensively. There's no way he loses the lane most of the time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, I forgot to point out as well, like during the itemization as well, like I know this coming from the build coming from Zion Standpoint, and I just realized that, right, this just shows the Team SMG are really dedicated to this, towards this early game aggression, because instantly Zion Standpoint was going for pure damage, Divine Claims, cooldown reduction. He just wanted to keep throwing his ultimate, dishing out a lot of nuking potential, because he knows in this early game, or in particular, their entire lineup needs items.
Yeah.
They need levels. They are more stronger towards mid and later stage of the game, and not the early.
Yeah, and I think it's really about that mid game here. But let's look at today's MVP for this game. It has to go to the man himself, Seiya Jin, on his show, absolutely crushing it throughout this league itself. Whenever he's on stage, he makes the play. 17% of the team, the total team gold earned, as well as 1.5k worth of damage per minute.
Dude, I love it. After witnessing Saiyajin from last week, I was hoping he gets the MVP, but sadly their team didn't really make the cut. But finally today, he's finally on top at the position where he really deserved to stand and deserved to be, because not only is he such a great show, in that game also, mechanical-wise, always going for calls, always making sure he's getting the right targets, really great follow-ups, but most importantly, his itemization is very disciplined. I just love it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He knew he needed to protect himself from magic damage, and that's exactly what he did. I mean, Mal was shredding him, but he didn't really care, because if Mal is on top of him, ooh, you know that he's going to get behind him and kick him right back into to his team. So, woof, tough games ahead.
Yeah.
However, I will say it is a little bit disappointing to see Red Reborn lose this badly in this kind of fashion.
Correct. It's really unfortunate as well, because just seeing like, after seeing such a consistent play coming from Team Red Reborn and their struggles against even stronger teams, we all sort of had this assumption. Same goes for the honest prediction. Everyone just made the assumption, okay, Red Reborn is so solid, they should be taking it easy 2-0, right? But then Team SMG, they're not falling behind. They're not pushovers. They're still able to farm up for themselves. They're still able to come back for themselves. They're still even able to make the play, especially this is week number 4. So kudos to Team SMG for taking game number 1. I still think, even though yes, it's sad to see Team Reborn losing so one-sidedly, but Team SMG, they really outplayed themselves this time.
Yeah, they really did, and I think that was good work from Team SMG. Whether they can keep it up is going to be a different story here. I mean, game number 2, Red Reborn, they are very good at adapting to what needs to be done.
Yes.
And I think the biggest question when it came down to the draft was, whether or not Team SMG orchestrated this. I think from the first beginning of the draft, Team SMG was playing with what they could have.
Yep.
When it came to the second phase, however, they had a very clear idea of what they needed to get rid of and really pinch them on. That ban of that Jawhead, genius, because that forces the enemy team, hey, now you're going to be lacking in damage if you lock in that Boxia. So they go for the Kufra, and now you can't have the Boxia, so then you would completely have a compromised team composition. So well played to Team SMG.
Yeah, the drafting was absolutely insane. Like, especially locking down the link and just just telling them like, hey, make a choice, Kufra or Roger.
Yep.
Pick one, and then we're still gonna punish you for it. Thankfully, I thought maybe Team Red Reborn might play another mind game. Like, all right, we'll pick a Freya instead. Do you think this is a hyper carry Freya? All fighters in or not? But then again, even if Freya did get picked, I think it would be even more disastrous.
It would, because she has no way to dodge that star power lockdown. Like, there's no going around it, you know?
No way to escape at all, man.
Exactly. So, I mean, you can say all you want about the draft. Everybody can say all they want. It's like, oh, they could be picking these things. But however, that game was just super, super rough for Red Reborn. And I hope they come back into this, because they're most likely going to be on blue side coming into game 2. Because I doubt they want to stick on red.
Yeah, but still, very smooth plays coming for the drafting. But now, second drafting. Now this is the part where it's no longer testing the water. It's literally coming down to counter picking, counter banning. It's literally where people decide that, all right, we're going to target this person. We know this person likes this. Let's remove it. I don't think they will prioritize the side clock. I think they probably will prioritize this troll for themselves here.
Maybe. I don't think it's first pick worthy, though. I think a big thing for Red Reborn is making sure that Uranus doesn't have access for Team SMG, because I think Goten overall, he has a good idea of how to play Uranus. He knows how to maintain those waves and keep himself alive in lane. Again, Team SMG still respecting Mal, bans out that Wan.
I mean, it's not just respects as well, like, because you also must realize the only 2 heroes that can actually literally lock down a 1-1 is literally suppress skills, and the only 2 heroes who has that is the Divine Judgment on Kaja and Franco. That's pretty much the only 2, and those 2 will never come in towards this drafting pick.
Yep, never will it come out. But, I mean, looking so far, it's pretty standard. They're getting rid of the big ticket items. The question is, Team SMG, do you want to ban out Chang'e?
Ooh, that's a really big question, but I don't think they want to ban on Chang'e.
Oh, Farsa's still on the
Yes,
table
exactly.
as well. All the tanks are on the table as well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it could be Alice, could be Farsa, could be the Khalid, but I don't think they're too fear of the Khalid, because, like, we all agree, Khalid is only strong in the laning phase. When it comes out of the team fight, it's very dependent on position. It's very situational when it comes out to Khalid.
I feel like it's either Farsa or Cho here.
Actually, no, this is coming from the side of Team SMG. I expected a Team Red Reborn to be locking down to be banning out the Cho instead of the Selena.
I think they're okay letting Cho go or picking up for themselves. I think Farsa is the very big question here for everybody. Oh yeah, Popo and Koopa has been taken out by Team SMG. Looks like they don't like it, but Red Reborn, now they have options.
First picking and locking down the Cho.
Okay.
And, like, I was talking about the ban, you thought I was talking about the picks, but instantly coming here, Red Reborn is just like, you know what? We're all locking it down. We don't care. We want the Cho too. We understand how mobile, how dangerous, and how much of a playmaker this Cho can be playing this. Oh yes.
Khalid Farsa or Khalid Chang'e, one or the other. I think at this point in time, like, they did put oh, Farsa, and who's it gonna be? Because if I remember correctly, they put Aaron.
They're still
Oh, no, they put CeeLo on Chang'e the last time
yes.
instead of Aaron, which I found kind of interesting here. But coming in from Team SMG, it's anybody's game.
But Alice is still in the pool.
Nah, there's no reason to pick Atlas just yet here. I feel like going for... Oh, they're even going to give up. They're going to give away the Khalid just to get the Hilda. Huh.
But then again, this is sort of like a good example to where Team SG, they're just like, you know what, first game, early game potential, we dominated, let's try it again. You know what they say? If it ain't broken, don't fix it. So now coming with the Hilda and Farsa here, now Team Red Reborn need to try to figure out how they're going to get their hands on top of this Farsa. They know Cho can be doing it, but it's always better and feels more safer to have more followers and instantly coming in, Khalid, and even the Claude.
Looks like Mal has lost a little bit of confidence playing into that Roger. So now he's going to go for something a little bit more mobile, a little bit more safe overall, a lot higher skill cap. But we're talking about Mal here, so expect to see 100% from him.
Oh, I just love this last pick coming from the side of Team SG with this Kufra. This just literally tells them, like, you know what, I can initiate, at the same time I can control this Claude, or any of you, or counter initiate if any of you engage on top of my Farsa for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they even predetermined that, okay, we're gonna get Kufra for ourselves here. We're gonna be able to dodge, we're gonna be able to knock out 3 abilities right off the bat.
Yes.
The passive from Khalid, literally almost every single ability from Chill, the Battle Mirror Image coming in from Claude. So it's gonna be a pretty tough game coming in from Red Reborn, especially if Team SMG can find a secondary way to engage their opponents.
Now I'm trying to see a Team Red Reborn, right? Because both sides, or no, in this case, Team SG still wants to try to ban out as many maces as possible. I wouldn't be surprised if they want to try to ban out the Sicilian, because Sicilian is really not only great as a controller, and also does a lot of damage, but also really great at holding out and really controlling this Farsa too.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea for Team SMG to be banning out the Sicilian as well. Red Reborn, on the other hand, I mean, they're going to be looking for hyper carries at this point in time. It's anybody's game, but I think they do need to consider getting rid of that Ling, just because they don't really have much counterplay to it, except for Jawhead. So unless they are very confident that Jawhead is going to be able to use his unstoppable force on the Ling at the right time, then fair enough. Sorry, not Ling, Lancelot.
Yeah, I was thinking, Ling is already banned out here, so I'm assuming you're talking about Lancelot here. But okay, interesting now. Now they're banning out, they're more prioritizing initiators here because they still don't believe that Red Reborn will not confirm that or not decide that this Cho is going to be their primary initiator here. They're still going to be banning out, getting rid of this Gato Kacha, but Cecilia is still in the pool. But I'm not sure whether the Red Reborn will be taking the Cecilia or the Valir here.
I think the question is, why not? Why not go for the Sicilian or the Valir? Both of which are very, you know, I mean, at this point in time, Chang'e would have been like really good for Red Reborn because at least she can give herself movement speed to run from, or at least even out with the Hilda and kind of dodge around and kite around the damage coming in from the Feather Airstrike, as well as looking out and completely just sidestepping the Tyrant's Rage into Tyrant's Revenge combo.
Team SG, first pick here. Definitely, I don't think they're going to be locking down this hyper carry. They're going to be trying to look for another fighter from themselves. Ooh, but actually not. Okay. Interesting. I mean, Lancelot, not to say a really bad thing. He has his own kit that allows him to mitigate and also mitigate a lot of damage, a lot of skills, but also does a lot of damage at the same time.
Yeah, he does do a lot of damage. I don't know whether it's necessarily the best option. I mean, Hayabusa also looks pretty good, especially in this game, but it's tough. It's really tough.
Yeah, but in the end, they're not going to lock down the hyper carry. They're just going to go for the fighter, because I literally thought they're just going to leave the hyper carry for last and just try to secure this final lane for themselves here. And Jawhead is going to be really great to get a hold of this Cho on this Claude, sorry.
No, it also just completely denies Red Reborn from looking for a counter pick, because at this point in time, there's nothing that really can get on top of their hyper carry if they go for that Lancelot, except for the CC coming in from Cho and potentially Raging Sandstorm, but that's not going to be the primary target.
Oh, man. Harit. Okay, let me think of this. Harit jumping into the mix, but I don't think Harit is going to be able to sustain from this fight.
Not with the Jawhead in play. Not with the Jawhead in play, and not with a bouncing ball. Kagura is still on the table, but I personally like Sicilian, but Kagura is good because at least she can get in and out of the fights. And also the AoE from the Yin Yang Overturn is a great way to slow down the engage.
Yeah, that's going to allow a lot of space for the rest of the team. Since the majority, I believe that Red Reborn is going to be diving towards this backline, and with the Kagura Yin Yang Overturn, it's really going to open up a little bit more of a breathing space for them to sort of reset and try to look for even more fights. But ooh, Yin Sun Shin, we completely forgotten about this hero.
I mean, I personally would think that Yi Shin would be the option here, but considering who the matchup is against, the Claude, it's really tough. It really is. A 10 stacked Claude is going to put Yi Shin even at max items to shame when it comes down to the wire. So again, I think Lancelot is a better option. They've got a stronger mid game, but so much pressure is going to be put onto Farsa, onto Hilda, onto Jawhead to make something happen.
Man, finally locking down what they're going to be the last pick with this Lancelot here. Now, I'm trying to see is, will Red Reborn take the initiative here? Will they be the one that's going to be super aggressive about this, or will they be super passive?
No, they're gonna be they're gonna have to be passive here. The most they can play through the lane is through Gringo's Khalid, and I think that's about it. I don't think anybody else can really get that significant of a lead besides Balmon, and even then, him getting lane pressure against the Jawhead, it's not gonna be looking good.
It's going to be really tough, especially since as we know as Claude as well. Yes, Claude, he did get a slight bout that sort of slowly brought him back towards the drafting phase as well.
Yep.
But he still needs a lot of items, a lot, and I mean like super a lot to really have a huge impact inside the game here.
Yeah, I don't know. This one's pretty stressful because I think if Red Reborn, if they are smart, they'll probably put Show into the side lane and then put Balmon as one of the supports just so they can clear the lane faster and have dive potential on the side lane. But it is time for the second game. Could this be it for Red Reborn? Hopefully it isn't, as they might be able to bring in the game 3, as game 2 shall begin between Team SMG versus Red Reborn.
Woo, now let's get the fight underway as well, because now slowly coming to the mix here. Still, Red Reborn still going to be sticking with this 1-3-1. And then Team SG just slowly roaming around trying to clear out all these jungle camps for themselves, because they really want to amplify and allow this Lancelot to get as much EXP and this double boss as they slowly rotate around.
Yeah, and you can already see the opening coming in from Team SMG. They're ensuring they get the buffs. They're ensuring that they get the buffs first. They did sacrifice their first mid wave, which kinda is weird overall, but still Lancelot will hit his level 2 on time.
Still going to be looking to the mix as well. Zion Senpai getting ready to do a little bit more harassment. He's only hitting level 2, so I'm pretty sure after clearing this one crease or this one whole wave, he's pretty much ready to go. But then again, towards this bot lane, Grango making full use of that early game harassment with that Desert Tornado will be able to force and bully Goten out of the lane.
Yeah, I think at this point it's the best possible situation from Team SMG, only because it's like, oh wait, hold on, can Grango actually go in? Rin trying to make it on out of there, dodging all 3 abilities and even getting the ejector from Goten for the perfect escape from Red Reborn's clutches.
Dude, absolutely ridiculous.
He had that planned. He had that planned from the beginning.
My lord. But anyway, here comes the jungle invasion, try to mirror back, but then again, Mal, he's trying to secure. He gets it for himself with the battle mirror image. He still has to run. He has to run, but gets locked down, and there is gonna be first blood for the side here of Team SMG.
Long already coming off with 1 stack already. 1 minute into the game, moving on to the second. As long as he keeps this up, he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with towards the second half of the mid game.
Oh my god, although the mirror matchup was happening, the only difference was that this Lancelot Rin was able to get the better half here with double buffs, EXP, and also did not die compared to Mal here.
Yep. I do want to see how bot lane is doing right now. Goten is going to struggle against Gringo. However, Goten is currently at level 4. I thought he was at an EXP deficit here, but it looks like he was able to catch up.
But then again, there was also that one small rotation, so I believe that one small rotation towards that red buff to try to secure it back for the team here. That's all to just keep a little bit of breathing space for Goten. But anyway, Goten, a couple of skirmishes, we can definitely tell a little bit that Goten is slowly getting a slight advantage. But how long he's going to be maintaining? Because remember, Khalid still has his quicksand guard.
Yep, Zion's Empire comes in hard. Aaron forced to flicker on out of there. He's going to get chunked down to 50% of his HP before the rest of the team of Red Reborn is able to respond. Mom still not at level 4 just yet. He cannot force the play. But Sayajin, he's caught him off guard. Lung is cutting him off down on the bottom side. He quickly flickers over to try and secure the kill. Lives with 1 HP, but that's not going to be enough. Team SMG walk away with a strong punish.
Oh, dude, that was absolutely insane. The rotation this time is coming up from Team SMG. It's very clean and very smooth as well. Like, seriously, not even joking, man. But now, coming for this first turtle, they know that this turtle, the rest of the team is a little bit too far behind. They can try to contest for this turtle, but gotta be careful because Grango slowly rotating around for the bottom part of this turtle pit. He's getting ready to engage, but with quick, swift, and coming for the rest of the team, they will be able to secure the first turtle for the side here of Team SMG.
Zion Senpai, he's going to be careful of his positioning. He can't walk too close because CeeLo will be able to harass him with the range of his umbrella. They got to be super careful about that because Zion Senpai is the only thing that holds this team together if their front line starts to crumble.
Now CeeLo trying to get some solo EXP and farm for himself towards this side in the middle lane. But look at the top side, right? Team SG, they want to try to get as many objectives as possible. If there is a fight, then they're going to be very aggressive about it because, as you guys know, in the jungle, Hilda is going to be shining because she lives in the bush.
Yeah, and This game is going to be tough because both team compositions are rather similar. They look to skirmish, they look to dive, and now Goten has to make the best of this situation here. He walks backwards, getting hit by the Yin Yang overturn, flickers away from the raging sands of Saiyajin, pushes up the wrong way under the turret. He could have stunned him, but didn't decide when he survived still with his passive. Grenko out of position, goes down, and a great dive defense coming out of Team SMG.
Oh my god, that was absolutely insane. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like that, let's be honest. Saiyajin, no disengagement, no Tyrant's Revenge. He was supposed to die there.
He really was supposed to die. I mean, he made sure that his regenerate was there. He made sure that his passive was triggered after using his full combo. I do think that it was kind of weird that he pushed them the opposite towards the tower instead of towards the wall. But I guess I know the structure of the wall is kind of weird. So in terms of the hitboxes, he might not been able to get all 3 members, maybe just 2 at most.
Yeah, or maybe at this case he could just toss them towards the tower because he just worried they might just flicker over the cliff.
It's the safer option.
Yeah, it is the safer option. But either way, what transpired there was such over-aggression and over-committing to try to kill somebody, and they didn't get to kill someone. They lost someone instead. And Grango, like, I get it. The minute his priorities started changing, diverted because he's so confident that his team could kill Saiyajin after trying to connect that Raging Sandstorm. He noticed the rotation coming from the mage support, coming from the Saiyajin team SMG. He tried to engage, but then realizing that his team started falling back, he was left alone. No quicksand guard because he got this interrupted, then he had to fell there.
That purely comes down to lack of communication. I think the team just doesn't seem to be on form this time, but Team SMG currently on absolute fire here. They are getting away with basically everything.
Now coming to the mix here, CeeLo, getting ready to engage. But this is exactly what I'm saying, right? We have seen CeeLo has been playing a majority, but beautiful engagement coming from the side of Rin. But then again, this is Aaron. He is the Balmon, and with the Curse Element, he's going to be able to sustain quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, let's compare hyper carries right now because it is Rin to Mal, and Rin currently, he doesn't have as much, he probably has more gold than him, looking at the fact that he already hit level 8 before Mal.
And then again, also he's farming because he's always so prioritized and not just farming. Like if there's a potential kill, he's going to be diving with the rest of the team to try to get that slight advantage for himself. There was some situation he was with the team, but then he sort of fall back and just relax because he knows if there's no guarantee, then he's just got to make sure he stays alive.
Ooh, Zymes and Poise damage. He decided to go for the magic worship this time around. He just wants the one tap.
Ooh, Mal!
Oh, Mal, there's no way. He made a mistake. Why are you there? Why in the world are you there? You can't be making mistakes like that.
I just love it at the same time that Saiyajin just constantly babysitting Mom. Like he knows, like, you know what, as long as I have a bouncing ball, Mom will not be able to escape from me except running away back towards the direction of the base.
Honestly, if Mal decided to battle mirror image more towards the right or the left away from the minion wave, he might have been able to survive. But even then, I mean, the retribution as well, not looking too good. Once again, Mom getting caught out in their own jungle. They can't seem to defend this at all. Aaron has to run away as CeeLo as well. He's calling it off, but at least they didn't use any of their battle spells.
Right now, Team SG, 4K in the lead with 2 towers on their belt as well, and even the second turtle. They're getting and dominating every objective they can get. Ooh, beautiful combination with the Feather Airstrike and even Energy Impact. Going to be forcing Grant to go out of the lane. But then again, he has Quicksand Guard, so he's going to be able to heal back and jump back into this fight. But remember, Quicksand Guard, the cooldown is quite long. Raging Sands are connected, but not going to be able to connect on the majority of the members. Here comes the Jinkudo, followed by the way to dragon into the tower. That's going to be the end for a long. See you later, my friend.
He is gone. He is gone. And now Goten here has an opportunity to try and turn this around on Aaron's head. He doesn't use any of his abilities. He could have easily looked for a potential pick there with the ejector, but they decide not to, considering that they still have a full top jungle to clear.
This is
My jungle.
What do you mean, my jungle? Our jungle. Oh my god, by the way, yeah, if you guys got the joke, comment down in the comment section below. By the way, Mal, see you later, my friend, because you're gonna be easily popped off by that ejector and unstoppable force. But same goes for our dear friend Aaron, because he instantly falls down, and Mal getting controlled by Saiyajin with that bouncing ball.
Yeah, today is Mal's off day here. He wouldn't be making mistakes like that. He knows for a fact that this is a Jawhead. He knows for a fact that Jawhead is known to be taking out hyper carries because of that unstoppable force. He has to be more aware of the surroundings.
Oh man, but like initially I thought it was going a little bit great for Red Reborn because they started being a little bit more aggressive, trying to catch players. But ooh, here comes the Feather Red Strike. CeeLo has a force back and instantly beautiful timing with the way the Dragon, but sadly instantly get nuked down. But finally, Reggie Sancho catches on towards the tree. Grango doing a significant amount of damage, but there's a flicker. Fall out with the Tyrant Ray, gonna be locking him down. Cyanogen getting solo, and he's still alive. He's trying to get out, barely out of the range of the Blazing Duet. Even Zyme said, but sadly he has no disengagement. But I believe he was willing to stick around to allow one of his teammates to at least get out.
Honestly, well played to Mom there. People are going to be thinking, oh, Mom just inted, he ran and he died. No, he actually dodged so many abilities with a single Shunpo, got a decent kick, not the best kick in the world, but more importantly, he wasted the key ability coming in from Goten's Unstoppable Force, dodging it and dodging the ejector midway with the Shunpo, allowing Mal to walk in safely.
Dude, that's absolutely insane. Like, I was also just talking about again, it's like towards that bottom lane when that first engagement coming out from Mom engaging towards Long. This is exactly what Red Reborn is supposed to go on. They don't need to win a major team fight. They just need to pick up members one by one, slowly gain the initiative. Like, check out right now the kill score just on previously it was just like 1 to 5, now it's 3 to 8, and the goal lead difference is not too far behind either.
Yeah, 5K is definitely something that Red Reborn can catch up here, but Mal, he needs the farm. He really needs his items, and he needs to get that, and he needs to get it as soon as possible. Ooh, Blazing Duet just to clear the wave, comes back into safety, but now it just means that another member is going to be going down instead, and this time, Mom, he was not careful.
Oh man, good Mom again. By the way, Goten once again is our jungle, gonna be securing his second crap here.
Oh my goodness, how much damage does he have?
A lot,
Holy,
dude.
You see the
Yeah, I want to see the items.
How he was doing like 1,000 off of a punch. I'm pretty sure he has like an endless battle at the minimum.
Dude, either endless battle or maybe a blade of heptasis as well, because that thing hurts so much, dude. By the way, CeeLo will be trying to zone him out. Ooh, beautiful timing with the engine and Financial, but he disengaged right into Cyanogen's bouncing ball. He couldn't escape at all. Cyanogen was waiting for him, but he ejected on Mal. They catches Mal. Reggie Sancho will disconnect on Rin. Rin will be able to disengage, but then again, here comes the counter initiation of Team Red Reborn as they try to turn things around.
Team SMG, they're not adapting to this. Red Reborn have kind of figured out if they waste their big ticket items, they basically have nothing. Team SMG are very dependent on their ultimates to make the play. So if it's wasted on someone like CeeLo, now the rest of the team can actually go in hard and not have to worry about these key abilities.
Dude, it was so amazing as well. Like, Grango, I'm pretty sure he was like by far the most patient Cully in this game by far, because he waited until the point where he knew there was no possible disengagement coming from the rest of Team SMG. Then only he collected a beautiful Raging Sandstorm.
And right now, I don't know, a lot of argument about the Raging Sandstorm. Is it a really difficult ability to land? I just think it's so slow.
Yes, it is insanely slow, and the worst part about it is that you can see it coming. It's not that you can't.
They'll show you the hitbox as well. It's like, here's the circle to walk out of. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's really annoying. And like, and the thing is, maybe if they remove the hitbox, maybe it just might make things a little bit more difficult as well. And let's be honest, it's more competitive. With the hitbox, everyone knows where it's going to be coming from, where it's going to be landing. And to successfully connect it as well, you need to have amazing position. But I mean, beautiful timing from Cyanogen with a beautiful initiation again.
They got to stop doing these solo pushes here. You can only push 2 lanes at once. You can't push all 3 lanes because you don't have anything to kind of walk back to. So if one person gets isolated, they're going to die. They have to run down the entire lane with the safety of 0 turrets.
Ooh, anyway, Mom coming with the Jikundo, trying to hold down Cyanogen for as long as possible, but beautiful Juke as well, going to be able to Shumpo out of there. But Rin, just main priority is just getting the little one, getting objective. But same goes for Mal. He knows how far he is behind and trying to farm out and catch up towards his game.
Yep. And I mean, so far they're doing a really good job here. Goten is absolutely huge. He's got the high and dry as one of his emblems, so him split pushing is going to be great. CeeLo has been zoned out completely. Mom, he's getting the information on the lore, and I think Team SMG at this point in time are just baiting out this fight. They rotated early, they got the ejector onto Mom, and they trying to secure the kill, but instead that flicker and way of the dragon. Oh my god! Mom completely outplays Team SMG!
Mom, get the camera, because Mom just did the impossible. He survived. He made a play, and now they're diving back into the mix as well. Rin, he has a fallback, but CeeLo jumps to the mix as well. Gets clocked down and locked down by Cyanogen. Although that is a mega kill going to be picked up from Rin, but they're looking for more. Aaron going with the Cyclone Sweep, but then again, this is long. This is a hill in the bush. He's going to be able to sustain it, and Mom just constantly going back and forth.
Tough game. This game is going a lot more even than I thought it was.
Dude, I'm feeling the heat, man. Oh.
It's a tough game. Red Reborn are not backing down. They haven't given up just yet. And Team SMG, they're hitting hard. However, not all the notes are hitting when Red Reborn are this invigorated to win.
Oh my god, but then again, you must also take into account as well, by the time Hilda slowly gets towards his late game, she's slowly gonna fall behind as a tank because she can't really tank that much. But anyway, oh, beautiful catch coming from Mom. Mom was still a little bit alive. He was almost able to catch on Siam Sandboy, but sadly he was gonna be able to disengage and fall back. But Rin, he's still low, and instantly, beautiful shutdown coming up from Mao. And it's gonna be slowly healing up from the sidekicks as they slowly get ready to re-engage inside this fight.
The stun coming in from Siam Sandboy was half a second late. He was waiting for that cooldown to come right off so he could protect his hyper carry. And now, because of this play, Red Reborn come out with only one casualty to Team SMG's 2, but more importantly, they're going to try and secure this Lord, unless Lord can make something happen right here. Oh, it was way too close, but Lord has been slain, and now all hell breaks loose as Team SMG are absolutely on the run. They've lost all their members in this desperate attempt to take Lord.
No, I think SMG, they started panicking, Gideon. They started panicking because not only were they down by 2 men, they saw the Lord, they saw the potential, especially since Mao was in such line of sight towards Goten. He told himself, you know what, let's just try to not only kill Mao, but steal this Lord. But then again, they also didn't take into account that they forgot about the battle mirror image.
Yep, I mean, going in and out of the fights, that's why you need Goten to hold his ult and save it for Mao. Their win condition is Mao. Nobody else has as much damage as him. So if they take him out, the game is over.
No, Rin!
And Rin gets caught up in the weight of the dragon, and the follow-up coming in hard with Grango, and Aaron just running in through. Mom finds another opportunity to show off his skills.
Oh no, now they had to hold on the line. Sadly, Tom inhibitor will fall towards the side here, Red Reaper, but look at this. Luminous Lord slowly breaking and preparing to knock down that bottom inhibitor door here. Team SG, will they have to buy enough time? But the Zion Senpai also realized as well, the minute he commits his ultimate to try to clear the ways, there is Mom.
Yep, I mean, this game
is
tougher. Mom continues to put pressure on Time Senpai as the inhibitor is now in trouble. Aaron gets ejected right on over, but now that just means that Mao has been caught out by Seiya Jin, and this fight is going to turn around as Long is about to engage, and it looks like they're going to back away. They can't take any more damage than this.
Dude, oh my god, dude, like, not only were they able to pick off Mao, but the great discipline coming from the side of Team SG member, they know that, alright, even though Team Red Reborn, they don't have their main damage dealer, but neither do they. They have to back off, and instantly same goes for Team Red Reborn as well.
Oh, this game. I mean, it is going back and forth here, but after that Lord power play, Red Reborn come up on top with 2k of a goalie, but now Cilo's in trouble. He gets one shot by Long. Where did that damage come from? I wasn't expecting that, as now Grango is on the chopping block. That perfect execution clips him at the end, and Red Reborn are on the run. No red buff for you. This is my jungle.
Dude, this is amazing, dude. Now they're realizing that, okay, we cannot defend a base against 2, since we lost 2 of our inhibitors. We need to take the fight to Red Reborn. That's why they're so aggressive and beautiful, by the way. Beautiful catch coming from the side here alone. Literally one-shotting with that full stack as well.
Oh, I mean, this game is not looking good for either side here. They're
anyone
completely even.
Oh,
no, they caught him out. There's nothing Mom can do to get out of this one. He's going to be run down. Long comes in to secure that kill. Even that third hit of the G Kundo, even though it was a really good idea, Long has 3 abilities.
Oh, here comes Saiyajin, but anyway, he's going to be cancelling out. Leader counter going to be coming in to clear out the way. But Goten flickers in to try to catch out CeeLo with the ejector. He does, but sadly CeeLo will be able to umbrella over the way. But same can be said for Aaron, but he has immortality, so he should still be fine.
Ooh, this game, it is not going anywhere for either one of these teams. They are just holding him back and forth. Nobody has backed down just yet, but this game has already moved into the later stages, and this just means that Mao is going to be reaching that max cap of his items, and he's going to completely outscale the rest of Team SMG here. Rin, he needs to be able to depend on his team and secure those kills. He can't afford to miss an ability.
So Sega, beautiful timing with the Goten with the ejector, but then again, this is a Balmon, so you're not going to be able to one-shot it, but you will be able to do a couple of trades. Saiyajin bouncing ball going to be able to fall back. Now this next lot will dictate which team will take the advantage or which team will just win the game.
Yep. 10 more seconds until a big fight is going to occur. Red Reborn, I mean, Khalid has to clear out that bot side as they move on forward to try and defend this objective.
Dude, that literally, that goal graph is like a roller coaster. 1 minute is high, 1 minute is low, then it goes back to anyone's favor. That's how intense the game is. Despite Team SMB losing to an inhibitor, that doesn't mean that Team Red Reborn is having the upper hand here.
Yeah, it really doesn't. Rin, he's trying to solo this by himself. The rest of Red Reborn take the left side to try and catch Jin. He finds the target. There's nothing they can do. They take out Maul. Zion Senpai, he gets out of it. He quickly uses the Winter Treasure to protect himself. He flickers down backwards, and he's running away. But unfortunately, Grego is going to be on top of him. The rest of the team, the supports are on the run. They don't have the damage, and now that's going to be Lord going over to Team SMG. CeeLo trying to buy some time in the meanwhile. Hops over the wall, keeps up the jukes. Perfect execution, but that crit at the end is going to seal the deal.
Dude, Jin, the big man, the big daddy himself, seriously catching Maul. But anyway, here comes Mom. He tried to make a play, tried to delay. I just love the aggression coming from both Jin and Long. They realize it, but locks him down with the Tyrant Rage. Even with Combat Rage, they try to slow him down. But Mom, he does all he can to escape. He's buying so much time and so much space. And look at it. He's trying to buy a little more time, but anyway, he will eventually fall. But he has immortality. He's still pushing forward. He's going to shimple away, but sadly, eventually he'll fall to Rin.
Finally. Are they not going to clear that out? By the way, it's taking damage. Hello. Okay, there we go. Rin comes in, and finally Lord does spawn. This did buy a lot of time. CeeLo should be able to get out. It's a 4v5 for now, but Mom, he's going to be coming back. By the time Lord reaches their inhibitor, he should be at least 5 to 7 seconds coming back up to life.
Dude, like, just look at this right now, right? We got Luminous Lord pushing down towards his bot lane. Jin is literally like a jack in a box, constantly surprising us all, and even Maul. How many times has he already got on top of Maul and just instantly just controlling for the rest of this team here? This is very punishing, especially coming from the side here of Maul. Like, Maul is just constantly realizing is, I can't go forward even if I have Battle Mirror Image. There's still Jin. There is still this Kufra.
Jin has been really stepping it up this game. Like, catching a Claude is already difficult enough. They're going to be looking to control the area as the artillery strikes does come down. They need to break that mid inhibitor to finally secure this game for themselves. But Red Reborn, they ain't going on with the fight. Maul, he doesn't have that Battle Mirror Image. That's something to note. Jin, he goes in pretty hard here. He can't even go into the bouncing ball, but he does get the initial knockdown. Grego coming in hard to the side flank of Zion Senpai in hopes to stop him from that feathered airstrike. CeeLo going in pretty hard with the Yin Yang overturn, but finally they back away. Good defense coming in from Red Reborn.
Dude, the aggression coming from the side of Jin, like, he knew, like, okay, I need to make a play. I need to try to set up things up for that. Although sadly Jin did fail, but that allowed him, the rest of the team, to really knock down that top inhibitor as well. Now we're talking about Team Red Reborn having base naked. They're playing naked right now.
Oh boy, I mean, both sides, they've got some really strong pushing waves at this point with the super minions coming in as well. The only difference is that Team SMG never have to worry about the mid lane. They clear it up super quick. They pushes it, it will naturally push by itself. However, when it comes down to skirmishing here, I think either team can't afford to get hit by picks.
Yeah, they cannot hit by anyone at all. And then most importantly, I believe Team SG is being super aggressive. Ooh, here comes Mom with the Whale Dragon, followed by with the Raging Sandstorm. Even though Goten has his immortality, but I think he can try. No, actually,
Nope,
yeah, he's
dead.
dead. He's so
Wait,
dead.
hold on. Hilda's coming into the backline in hopes to make something happen here. They could pull the trigger.
CeeLo!
Yeah, one shot.
Oh, no.
Come on.
That Farsa messed it up for him. That Farsa present literally forces CeeLo to go chase him down. But Maul, no Battle Mirror Image, although he can still try to bounce it back. Here comes the Blazing Duet. Try to hold on the line as long as possible. Lung, now he's suddenly timing, going to be walking towards his bush to get a little bit more shield, a little bit more regen. He's so tanky to the mix, but here comes the Whale Dragon, and I believe Long is long gone.
What? Wow. That has to be the fastest time I've seen somebody click on their Winds of Nature before it landed. My goodness, I saw no damage come out of Lung in that fight. 0, even though he is a fully stacked Hilda.
Oh, dude, that is absolutely insane. And like, we were always concerned where like Hilda's late game is not going to be able to tank enough at all. We have witnessed many times, but even here comes the surprise, and CeeLo was going to be able to get a beautiful kill on Zion Senpai. There goes their wave clear. There goes their defense here. Although, sure, they still have this mid inhibitor, but the rest of the wave is coming in. win. They need Zion Senpai, but he's dead for 40 seconds, Gideon.
Yeah, this just means that Red Reborn are going to have one less problem to deal with when they sit on top of Lord. 8 more seconds. That was a very poor time for Zion Senpai to actually die here. As you can see, Red Reborn are completely fortifying this top side jungle.
Oh man, Luminous Lord is just going to be spawning out here. Mal did he get the blue? Oh no, he gave it the CeeLo. Okay, I understand. I thought Mal was going to be taking the blue for himself here. But anyway, now Mal is sort of fully stacked. Same goes for the majority of the members of the team. Same goes to Team SG. All buying potions, all maxed out. Now this literally comes out to who's going to be able to split push each of this lane here. But he got Sayajin, gets spotted up by Mom. Mom is trying his best to zone him out as much as possible. Sayajin just going to be walking right towards Lord. But he's going to win the trade. But sadly, thankfully, Lord will be taken away by the leader counter coming from the side of this Aaron. But then Mal gets sniped, gets breaked off. They have no damage dealer. But Gold 10 collects the unstoppable force on CeeLo, but sadly he was not able to fall out with even more damage, but Rin assassinating him away from the fight.
A huge fight coming in from Team SMG. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take down Lord, even though Rin did use his retribution, but the fight does continue, and Rin, he's in trouble. He finally gets the space here. Gringo gets pushed on backwards. Bouncing ball coming in from Sayajin is going to be locking down both Mom as well as Aaron. They can't really do too much about this as they buy time. Aaron now under the chopping block here as he gets ejected backwards. Lord can't do anything. Zion Senpai's in trouble. He drops down the feather airstrike to buy some time and buy some space for his team, but the defense coming in from Red Reborn is immaculate.
Dude, they're holding on for so long. By the way, they're going to be catching on Sayajin, but most importantly, time being bought. And the best part about it, Team SG is also pressured at the fact that this Lord is still pushing towards this top lane. And that's pretty much why inside some of the fights here, they weren't really fully committed to it. Some of them, even Rin, had to disengage. Long also disengaged, started clear out and started clearing all these minion waves because they had to quickly fall back. They fight against this Lord. And of course, Mom was also going to be spawning very soon.
Yep, now that both teams have fully reset, they need to go back to base, heal up, push out all their wave, especially coming in from Lung. He needs to get that wave pushing, go back to base, and deal with this Lord.
Oh my god, Lord is slowly pushing to the base as well. Goten getting ready to be the first to greet him alongside the rest of the team. But all comes down to Mom. He needs to find Zion Senpai. He spots him out. Shunpo flickers. He wants to get towards his backline. He catches on the rim, but sadly, thankfully, with the rest of the team, he was able to control and sustain. Immortality pops out the wall, but Mal gets caught again by Sayajin. Sayajin is making the plays and is still zoning out the rest of the team.
Sayajin has really been playing out of this mind. Mal had no opportunity. He's going to be ending this game real soon at 3-7 and 10, and that is not a good KDA to be ending with. Gringo using his movement speed, holding on pretty strong, but they are just chasing each one of these members. But he goes down in the process. What just happened?
Overcommitment and over-aggression, Gideon. That's exactly what happened. Now the only difference, although yes, picking off Mal was big, but look at the death climate. Mal is going to be out literally 50% more faster compared to Rin, and Rin still needs more time, but he got the better extra energy. Impact will seal CeeLo's fate. Now the rest of the team, they lost 2 members. Mal's going to be coming out shortly as well. They need these minions. They need to hit it now, or most importantly, they have to try to fall back.
Can they secure Mal though? I mean, Golden, he still doesn't have the unstoppable force. It should be coming up really, really soon. However, if Mal can't defend this with the help of Aaron, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Mom, he's looking for an opportunity here. You can see Zion Senpai, he stops for a second. He's coming for me. Long tries, but Sayajin locks him in place, stopping him as he goes. Long trying to end the game, but the minions have been respawned once again, clearing it out. Mal holding on. They just need 20 more seconds to make this happen. Long trying his best. Way the dragon comes through. Goten in trouble now. He's got no abilities. And finally, the smart missile's giving him some time, but Mal is going to secure that kill. And Team SMG are on the run as Rin trying to collide back with the team.
Honestly, well played to both of the team. The defense was strong coming from the side of Team Red Reborn, but also well played coming from the side of Team SG. Without their main damage dealer, they're still able to hold down the line. There's a couple of trades, and now they have to fall back and reset. How many lords is this by now? 4th or 5th?
It's 4th lord.
We're talking about so many lords. This is I think it's just our first time experiencing like a team where we're constantly going back and forth. And literally this is really unfortunate that Rin had to overcommit just to try to kill CeeLo and fell instead, man.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say, no! That's a huge loss for Red Reborn. CeeLo, a large majority of their damage has been taken out here, and now it's a 4v5 situation, but Goten is going to be coming back up in about 6 more seconds.
Oh, Aaron trying to hold down the line, trying to dish out a lot of damage, but remember, this is a Hilda in a bush. You do not want to do that. And Aaron trying to sustain by clearing out all these minion waves with that cycle switch. But Red doing quite a amount of damage, trying to hold down the line. But look at Sajin, just keeping 3 members in check, and Aaron will eventually fall. That immortality gonna be up, but Maul pops in with the blazing duet, but gets controlled by Saiyajin once again. Here goes, Maul is gone, then so is CeeLo. Aaron, he's still trying to do a little bit more damage, but Sally Ren will be saved by long as he locks down this Balmond Aaron.
Oh my god, if Saiyajin doesn't get MVP, I'm gonna be so upset.
I'm also gonna be so upset.
So upset, but Mom taking full damage coming in from the Feather Airstrike. He does have the immortality onto play. Grengo should be able to sustain this with the Raging Sandstorm to bail out of there. Mom, little bit of life left, and Saiyajin is on the run. He wants to pick off Mom as the rest of the team goes onto the Luminous Lord for the 4th time to make this game end.
Dude, look at Mom, right? He's just constantly buying time, even though, yeah, sure, he's literally like saying, hey guys, let's play a little bit of ring around the hosey, right? But anyway, he should be able to get out and TP back towards his base here. And Mal back out in 10 seconds here. This is going to be the most crucial fight of their life. But I think in this case, Team SG is going to be planning to end this game, especially since now they send a lot towards this middle lane. They are going to be fully committed. They might try to go for a kill, but I think the Long will still target this crystal.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to hold up their abilities here. Saiyajin has been doing a phenomenal job the entirety of this game. He dropped the ball once or twice due to outplay, but because of the way he is, Mal has been having a tough game. Those 8 deaths, 6 of them, Saiyajin was the one who set it up.
Oh my god, by the way, Saiyajin frontlining this. He knows he's so tanky, he can do it as well. He's just trying to clear out a little bit more of the ways. Better Ash are going to be committed towards his Aaron as well. Remember, Aaron has no immortality. It should be absolute, but Rin gets caught up, but then again, he has immortality. He's going to be able to sustain. Maul jump to the mix here with the blazing duet. He's trying to dish out a lot more damage, but there goes the Thor Road. But they're going to hit the crystal. They don't care. They don't want any more kills, and they will end this game as Team SMG takes game number 2, securing 2-0 against Team Red Reborn.
SMG stepping up today. These boys are hardened. They are ready, and they can taste that victory.
Oh my god, there's Arthur as well. This Diamond just high-fiving. Just like, boys, you did it. You made the play. You made it happen. And the thing is, the amazing thing about it is as well, like, there were so many times we see them picking the Hilda, and it's always like, in the hands of Team SG, it's always more like a on-off kind of thing. It's either we make it or break it, that kind of thing. But today, popped off.
Really did.
Really did. Oh my god, but Sajid, I mentioned it from last week, I mentioned it from yesterday, and now, today.
I think it was just a great example of how you should be using the Kufra and saving your abilities for the right targets. You could already see that they were mixing it up mid-game after that initial mistake of, oh, he was able to dodge the unstoppable force. I used it too early. What can I do?
Oh my god, man, seriously, like, I'm so shocked about it. Ikuto on the brilliant stream followed by Adil, and Lafell is absolutely going crazy on how amazing that game was. It wasn't like a one-sided game, right? You know what? One side is winning, the other side is just trying to fight back. No, both teams are on equal ground.
Yeah.
They are fighting back.
Yeah, and looking at the drafts on both sides, you can definitely see that there were definitely disparities there. The Kufra ended up being a super big part of that. And I think, you know, in the draft itself, besides the Kufra, it was pretty 50-50.
And the best part about it is that we also noticed Long, when Long started going to this late game, he started despairing as well because he realized that late game he's not able to tank that much. That's pretty much why he's only prioritized towards CeeLo. But anyway, this is your highlights currently brought to you by Yudu, powered by Cellcom.
I do have to make a comment on Mal's early game performance. I think he really kind of dropped the ball. He got very sloppy with a lot of the moves. He got very ambitious, and then it just did not work out. But let's look at this particular fight here. Saiyajin doing some really good moves. It's a 2v4 situation. Both of them are getting dived. Nobody has anybody to make things happen. The question is, why didn't they die here?
Now that's the thing, right? Because like everyone is, I think this is just mainly a miscommunication. This is a very clear example of miscommunication because we just see everyone just walking back out together without doing anything or even trying things out. Only at the very last minute, they only realize that, okay, no one is trying to go for a kill here. No one's trying to be greedy here. I'm going to try to take this kill. But in the end, when they started going back in, the tower did significant amount of damage. And look at the rotation coming out from Fasa. And remember, Zion Senpai, he has significant amount of damage. He's a mage nuclear for a reason. And that's going to be able to melt this ground. Grango.
I mean, just look at this. I think Grengo made a bad decision going into the back line over there and then flickering out to just dive to Long. I think he should have committed to the dive with the rest of his team and then saved that flicker for when Hilda is chasing you down. Because again, what else could they do? They could have disengaged. They could have potentially get ejected up, but we did see the ejector come in from the drawhead much earlier. So there was no reason for them to do that play like that. So it's unfortunate, but here is also a great example of why you should be holding up your abilities for your the enemy hyper carry.
Dude, I don't know how many times I see Saij's positioning, right? Just anticipating where he might be able to fall back and just canceling and denying them. By the way, this is a beautiful Raging Sands of connection, by the way. Really great initiative coming from the side here. Grango very patient about it as well. But once again, all this engagement, right? This is where Ma's prime moment. He got caught. He got nuked, but he still survived and even was able to follow up with a beautiful engagement as well.
I mean, overall, these fights look very similarly. Like, everybody is looking to hold their abilities until they absolutely need to use it.
Yes.
And well, I mean, you know, despite the Farsa and the Kagura at this point in time, they'll just use Yin Yang Overturn and Feathered Airstrike as soon as they have the opportunity to. But overall, it's just a peeling game, and they have to be super careful. Now, in this particular fight here, Rin, and I mean, you can clearly see Zion Senpai, he has to wait for his ability.
Yeah.
He needs to make it connect onto Mal, and Rin is literally at 1 HP.
This is just pretty much a very Titanic moment, you know? Pretty much like...
Just a penny whistle.
Yeah.
Penny whistle from the Titanic.
It's just like whistling, like Rin's just whistling. It's like, help me, help me. It's like, I'm waiting. I can't do anything about it. I'm just waiting. And then Amal is just like slowly, it's like he's deaf. He's just slowly encroaching to ready to catch on Rin. But just look at Long, right? He's just realizing like, okay, he just needs to buy time. He knows he doesn't have enough mobility to really lock down or even try to control Mal. He just has to pray that Zion Senpai is really there to assist him. And this is a very clear example where communication was very active on the side here for Team SMG.
Look at this. Goten, he basically nearly one-shots Mal here, and it doesn't help the fact that Lung was able to get on top of him as well. Look, he nearly died there. They're just lacking a couple of items, but Red Reborn,
Yes.
the moment they failed taking out Mal, the game suddenly becomes so much harder to play. That's how much of an impact and importance Mal's role is.
And also just want to point out one thing I also noticed at the pit, right? We noticed that Farsa or Zion Senpai wasn't really committed towards on Mal when Goten was engaging on him. He actually nuked the Lord instead. So maybe if he had engaged on Mal, it could be a little bit more different. But anyway, this was the part where Saiji was able to catch Mal and just really set things up for the rest of the team as he kind of looked for more. And just look at Saiji once again, constantly just waiting just for Mal. He's like, he walks in front of the enemy's face. He's not going to engage them with Tyrant's Revenge or Tyrant's Rage. He's just so patient. He knows he can tank it. He knows that Team Red Reborn is going to be playing very mechanical and very methodical about this. He knows that they will not engage him. They are saving skills to save for towards this back line.
Yep, and I mean, it's just well played to Saiyajin there. He really positioned extremely well. He made sure that Mal is just consistently destroyed every single time he gets on top of him. And look at those death timers. They are extremely long. They are a minute plus 27 minutes into this game, and that could easily make it or break it for a team.
No, do you know how many times, like, I can't even imagine how Mal is feeling. Like, just constantly, like, before a major fight even starts, right? Or even a potentially where he could try to turn things around. There's Saiyajin in his fate. He's gonna have nightmares tonight for sure.
I mean, I have to say Saiyajin played it well, but I think that Mal was definitely... I have to say his performance overall, especially in that early game, I can't stop thinking about it. It was a really poor performance in the early stages of the game. It took him 15 minutes into the game to start becoming relevant, and when he did, that's when it's like, all right, I'm finally back up to form. I can do something about it.
Yes. But I mean, this is a very beautiful decision coming from the rest of the team, right?
Yeah.
Like, I did mention to you as well, like, it was either they're going to try to look for fights, but I believe Long and the rest of the team will just hit this crystal because they just want to end it because this fight is getting a little bit too dangerous and close to the rest of the team. But anyway,
I mean, as you were mentioning, they want to end the crystal, right? Look at the items. 2 Malefic Roars coming out of both Rin and Long. They both had the same idea. We need to break this crystal right here, right now.
And if I'm not mistaken, they also sold one of their items just to get this Malefic Roar too.
Yeah.
But anyway, a double Blood Wings and even double Blades of Despair.
That's so much.
No, but
I would have switched out one of the Blood Wings for a Holy Crystal just for the raw stats, but like, it's preference. It really is
preference. But you can't really doubt Long at all, like, because he also realized like there is no point for him to try to build tank because he also realized that Hilda started losing out that tankiness towards his late game. He might as well just start building damage, and he also had quite the tempo for the time. Not the best of tempo compared to game number 1, but he still had the tempo, and he was willing to commit all these items matters for the team.
Yeah, I definitely think Mal should have switched out those Queen Wings and instead either sell the jungle item to get the Twilight armor, because he was getting bursted way too often by Goten and Long, and I think by then I don't even think he was thinking about Long or Goten. He was just worried about Seiya Jin. No matter what item he has, Seiya Jin locks him down, he is going to die.
No, this is exactly where we can also talk about why this is just preference, you know. Would you want to be able to sustain? Would you want to be able to survive a little bit more? Or would you want to be able to get out? So getting Queen's Way just for a little bit more cooldown reduction as well. It's pretty much just, he just really wants to get out.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, you have to also take into consideration that the game had many different phases of it, considering it's so freakishly long. I mean, the game time alone is just like, what, nearly hitting the 30-minute mark.
Yes. Oh, man, that was absolutely insane. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is your post-game strats here. Rich guy is going to be Rin, who's having the most VPM. The carry is going to be Zyme Senpai with 150,000. And Sandbag, the one who tanked the most, is your boy Aaron. 256. Yo! 256,000, bro.
We're breaking records here.
Oh my god, dude. And like I was telling Terrence the other week, like how much damage the Uranus was, you know, that Khalid was tanking the last time. It was 199,000. This one just tops it off.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. And if I'm not mistaken, Aaron was the Belmont, right? Yes, he was the Belmont.
I mean, he wanted to take damage so he can make that counter attack really good. He definitely did.
Oh my god, but this is also a good prime example to tell us that how tanky Balmont can also be towards his late game.
I mean, I guess, but I just don't like him because he doesn't really scale. He acts like a Uranus, but worse.
True, yes. And worse mobility, just want to remind you guys as well.
To be fair, he doesn't necessarily have, at least he has a mobility skill.
Yes,
you know,
a lot.
it covers quite an amount of distance compared to everybody else.
True,
it's almost the same, it's a little bit shorter than a perfect execution, but you know.
I think it's preference, right, at this point, right?
It really is. Like, I mean, they didn't have access to Uranus. They didn't have access to Uranus.
Yep.
Sure, go for the Balmon. Do I like Balmon? Not the greatest, but it's time to show off who the MVP is. We all know it. We all love it. It has to go 2 games in a row. It is Resurgence.
Woo! Man, just loving this big man himself. Seriously, last week, Cho was crazy. Yesterday, he was also crazy. Today, first one, not just game number 1, but game number 2. Saijin, please tell me, I want some of that stuff you are having for yourself, and that just makes you fly. Like seriously, he is flying all over the place. Although sure, he is not doing a lot of damage, but then again, he is a tank, he's an initiator, and he's been doing such an amazing job with it.
I think Saiyajin is just the perfect example of a game where if you have two pretty much 50-50 even even draft, that you know having that slight advantage of being able to knock out multiple people's abilities, just maximizing min-maxing. I say min-maxing, but just to simplify it, just using your ability at maximum efficiency, being able to not only stop Mal, but also stop Mom from going with the Shunpo, the Ji-Kundos as well. He is a huge area denial.
Dude, it's not just that as well. Like most people will notice it, they'll be like, "Oh, he's just very aggressive. He catches Mal." I say, no, I don't think he is very aggressive. I think
precise.
Very precise, very deadly as well. Like I wouldn't be surprised if everyone started calling him the assassin, asking to join the Assassin's Creed or something, because he was very patient. Like sure, he knows when to be aggressive, but he's not the typical Kufra where this always just face chat just jumps into or initiate with Tire's Revenge. No, he walks into the fight. He walks right into the face. He doesn't care if he gets nuked or harassed. He just wants to save that skill because in his mind it's just Mal. But then again, if you think about
it's just Mal.
But if you think about it as well, like Kufra is a very committed hero. But anyway, Gideon, anything else you want to say before we pass to LaFell?
Nothing much, but it looks like it's time for the interview. Let's get the man himself talking to the winning team, LaFell, right on screen. Let's throw it over to him.
Hello, Goten.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah. LaFell, bukan Iman, LaFell.
Okay, LaFell.
Okay, anyways, first of all, okay, SMG belum menang beberapa kali minggu-minggu lepas. Tapi minggu ni, nampak SMG terlampau berbeza. Apa yang jadi? Arta bagi makan apa?
Kita orang buat yang terbaik. Lepas tu kita orang memperbaikikan kesilapan kita orang. Kita orang fixkan gameplay yang lepas-lepas dan yang sekarang ni. Okay.
Ya, terus terang nampak perbezaan dia langit dengan bumi, terlampau jauh. Dan game kedua tadi nampak sangat dekat. Nampak macam Red boleh menang dan nampak macam SMG boleh menang. Jadi macam mana situasi tim dekat situ? Ramai orang jerit ke apa ke? Apa yang korang rasa time game kedua tadi?
Oh, situasi memang mencabar. Memang 50-50. So kita orang kuatkan mental kita orang semua. So kita orang berjaya mengalahkan dia orang. Okay.
Berbual macam sangat dramatik. Gila lah. Okay, anyways. Soalan ketiga. SMG baru kalahkan antara tim paling kuat dalam season ni, Red Reborn. Jadi macam mana confidence korang untuk minggu-minggu yang ke depan berbanding dengan minggu-minggu yang lepas?
Minggu depan kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Dan kita orang cuba buat yang akan lebih terbaik.
Dia punya berbual macam dah praktis ni banyak kali. But okay, good job for you. So, sebelum saya lepaskan Goten untuk pergi celebrate, ada apa-apa tak Goten yang nak cakap kepada semua peminat-peminat SMG?
Okay, pada peminat-peminat tim SMG yang di luar sana yang support kita orang, sokong kita orang sampai sekarang, kita orang ucapkan terima kasih. And
Thank you buat short and simple kepada semua peminat kita. Terima kasih. Kita memang power. So, I suka Goten hari ni dia betul-betul jawab macam TV anchors like, yes, kami buat yang terbaik dan kita memang kuat. Kalau kita tak kuat, kita tak menang tadi. So, pada semua orang yang cakap kita tak kuat, macam mana pun terima kasih Goten atas interview yang menarik dekat sini. Tim SMG sekarang nampak sangat-sangat kuat dan nampak lebih cerah untuk menang MPL kali ini. Dia baru saja kalahkan Red Reborn. So, sekarang ni Red Reborn kalah 2-0. SMG menang 2-0. Untuk elaborate lebih banyak, kita akan pass balik kepada English casters, kita akan pass balik kepada Malay casters. So guys, apa pendapat korang tentang game-game yang baru saja kita tengok tadi?
Thank you so much, Lafayette.
Thanks, Lafayette. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that was a pretty good interview with the man himself, Goten, from the side of Team SMG. Very big win for them.
Very big. It is definitely not an everyday win that anyone can really brag about, for sure. Definitely a lot of surprises as well, because a lot of people are just like, whoa, Red Reborn lost.
12% of people are like, yeah! 88% of people are just like, what just happened?
I'm expecting a lot of people are going to be messaging Lafel after this, but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up the current standing to see where does Team SMG currently stand here. So now they're currently in 7th place. It's going to be really great for them. Of course, match. I just love the fact that the match win rate is slowly increasing for them as well. But now the big question is this is week number 4. We're already day number 2 in this week as well. There is still a total of 2 more weeks. How long can they maintain? Because the main goal for the lower part of these teams right now is how long can they maintain in that top 8?
That's going to be a tough question here because, I mean, Team SMG, they're really crawling down, initially starting off at 9th place at the beginning of the week. Now pushing themselves up to 7th, even almost tying themselves with Divinity when it comes to aggregation points. So it's going to be tough, but I do think this is a very good week for them. Coming after the second day looking strong. If they can keep this up, especially in week 5, I can almost guarantee that Team SMG might be able to start gunning for the 4th and 5th spots.
This is going to be really great as well. But now this also just gives a big idea for the rest of the team as well, who's going to be watching and researching Team SMG as well. Because they're going to realize, okay, they like aggressive plays. They like this early game potential. And even if it gets towards this late game, they're still able to fight back. There's not many teams where we actually watch or even casted where teams are great in the early game, but they're not able to close it out towards this mid or late game.
I think one of the things that Team SMG does really, really well, which I think that Red Reborn was kind of lacking, was just preparation for the draft here. I think Team SMG, I don't know whether it's on the fly or they just knew beforehand, but they were really, really prepared coming into this draft. Game 1, their draft was very obviously in Team SMG's favor. Second draft, both sides did do their adaptations, but they really edged it out with the Kufra pick at the very end. They really forced it. They really forced it and set that up perfectly.
And it's not just like in the second game as well. It's not just like based on the drafting, whether who has the better one or who has even a greater thing. It literally just comes down to pure skills and mechanics and the patience of these players. Every decision made by each of these 5 players in each of these teams are literally so crucial and came down to the wire. And when it did, it paid off as Resurgence was the one that's constantly topping things off. And I don't know how many times by the minute he picks off Mal or even catches Mal, the rest of the team is just like, we're going! We're going all the way! Home run, boys! We're gonna send them back home or send them back to Balik Kampong, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I totally get you. But that puts a big question on both of these teams' heads where Red Reborn, do they have what it takes to win MPL? And Team SMG right now, even though they are looking good, I'm going to be looking for consistency and their consistency and their style of play as they play throughout the weeks. Because again, if they don't show that consistency, that's going to bump them down to like second or even third place, even if they are at their best.
Yes, it's also really disappointing to see that Team Red Reborn or just Mal, like you said, we both can agree because we cannot have two casters at the same time just like talking about one person's negativity, but it's just really disappointed to see how Mal is actually playing today. Not sure was it because of the picks wasn't just really in his favor. Maybe he's just not on his best game for today.
I definitely think that game 1 he was very confident. Game 2, that early game, he was having a rough time. He really was underperforming there. But once he had one, I think when he got his Demon Hunter sword, that's when he started pumping up the gas.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is your today's schedule. For any viewers who just joined us right now, thank you guys so much for joining. But I just want a quick update for you guys. So we had our first game of the day. That's between Team SMG and Team Red Reborn. And Team SMG taking a beautiful win 2-0 against Team Red Reborn. Our second game is going to be Team Todak versus EVOS SG. Malaysia versus Singapore, by the way. And our last game is going to be a classic Singapore versus Singapore. Resurgence, the defending champions, and Team Forsaken.
Yeah, but honestly, I can't wait for this Todak versus EVOS game. It's just going to be a replay of Season 4 finals. That was an absolute banger to watch, but this time, it's going to be a best of 3 instead of a best of 5.
Everyone's going to be super hard for that game as well as all the bangers are going to be coming down. But either way, I'm just excited. I'm just really want to see how aggressive E1's going to be playing in this game here.
Yeah, I mean, Todak has even more motivation to actually go and try and take out EVOS SG at this point in time. EVOS SG have been 2-0ing so many teams so far, and that's what shot them up so far up into the standings. If they can 2-0 Todak here, EVOS is looking to be capturing those top spots.
2-0. It's going to be a really tough one to say 2-0. I'm even not confident to say that which team is going to be taking the 2-0 here. Even if you ask me, I will say probably maybe a 2-1. But if you ask me which team, I'm not going to answer because it's just so hard to call.
I don't know. I think the big question is whether E1 is going to be able to really step up. Like, has he stepped up enough from the previous season till now at his current state? Will he be able to support his team to take down EVOS? Because that was one of the big factors previously in Season 4. E1 was playing almost at his best. Season 5, not so much, and now he's trying to get back into form.
Yeah, but either way, whether he's on form or not, the most important thing, which we both would like to agree, is about that consistency, whether he's going to be very consistent against EVOS SG later on. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break. Don't go away for too long. Don't forget to drink water, and I'll see you guys right after this.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oi! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Kagaki will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you made my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Alright boys, welcome back to once again another epic round of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. It's definitely your favorite duo, Jellybean. We're both Jellybeans. You're purple Jellybean, I'm pink Jellybean, you know? No?
No.
No?
No.
No?
No.
But okay, fine. I need to try to find out to cover up this. You want to hook up?
With our official digital telco partners, Udo, and as well as our official media partners as well, IGN. We'd like to thank everybody for making this happen, and all of this has been presented to you by Munson. So, now that we've gotten that out of the way, we're moving on to a super hot game coming off of absolutely banger best of 3 series previously. If you haven't catched that yet, go back. It is worth watching.
Go back, search it up. You can definitely find it anywhere on the stream. But most importantly, also at the same time, before we talk about how epic this game is going to be, this revenge match is going to be like for this game number 2 here, comment down in the comment section below if you want Gideon to color his hair purple.
Stop! What are you doing? Stop it!
We need to fit the Jellybean model, bro.
No, dude. Dye my hair purple.
No, I said color, not dyeing. Dyeing is mean.
Ooh, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. But here's today's schedule. If you missed it out, SMG versus Red Reborn had an absolutely banger of a game. Please go check that out. I cannot emphasize this anymore. It is worth watching. But coming up to this particular game, it's going to be Todak versus EVOS SG. And this is going to be a very exciting game because Todak has come a long way to go against EVOS, who currently is looking at pretty good form.
Yes, absolutely amazing form, and not too far behind. We see Todak as well slowly climbing up the standings with good reasons as well. Like, they didn't climb it because, oh, you know, it's beginner's luck. It was a fluke. Their play, their aggression is just all lucky. I can tell you this, it's all totally wrong. Each player performing phenomenally. E1, the most obvious one. Chiku, an amazing play. I don't know how many times we had to hype it out. Even MVPs he showed up. Even hyped out so. He's so amazing.
Yep, but more importantly, where do they stand in the standings? Todak currently at number 1 with EVOS at number 4. However, EVOS is 1 game short. If they get a 2-0 here, they're going to be tying in for first place. So, something to keep an eye out for.
Oh man, it's just like a battle between nations between both of these two, seriously. Because like right now, it's a little bit different compared to the rest of the team, like Team SNJ and the rest, and Team Bosco, who was just competing to try to get into the top 8. Now we're seeing between Team EVOS and Team Todak, or these top 4 teams will be contesting to not only solidify but also try to get even a higher and better ranking. This is the best time to really rack up a lot of points and most importantly, a lot of experience and knowledge, because players are just popping up and expectations is constantly being exploded.
Yeah, but just look at the divide alone. I mean, top 4 are already in the class of their own. GeekFam being a very good middle mark in Divinity and below. Everybody's just struggling to get back over into the into the positive this time.
But anyway, just look at this current standard. If you notice as well, top number 1 is a Malaysian team, and the top one on bottom is actually a Singapore team. And in between is all the mixtures of their recipes. So this looks a beautiful spaghetti bolognese, bro.
For now, but it could easily change. I mean, the SG team might be sitting on the top after the end of today. So I can't wait to see this game get underway. More importantly, it has to come down to the draft.
Yes, the drafting is always coming out. There are times and time again. I don't know how many times we have just witnessed drafting where we just see like, okay, they are outdrafted. But even with an outdraft, they still lost.
I think that's just one of the weaker points coming in from Todak here, where it's they need to find something that they are comfortable with and then kind of expand from there. The question is, how much expansion have they made in this short period of time? We know for a fact EVOS consistently, they know exactly what they're doing with their draft. They are exactly doing what they are designed to do, and it feels very structured, very purposeful.
And the thing is, I'm not going to be surprised, or actually I'm more like excited to see what kind of heroes that E1 is going to be playing now. I know I'm hyping him a little bit too much, but it's the truth, because from week number 3, he was the first player to actually play and brought in the Kufra. So we saw so many times in the first 2 weeks, Kufra being banned now, and at a time when Kufra wasn't banned, he still wasn't really up to be picked either. So now E1 slowly trying out a lot of new things. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be showing you an amazing intro video between both of this team. So don't go away and sit down and enjoy.
Saya anggap EVOS SG itu adalah lawan di dalam game dan juga lawan di luar game. Sebab dulu time season 4 dia pernah kalahkan kita orang, so kita orang nak kalahkan dia orang balik.
I would say that Todak, I think all of us see them as both also, because when we go over to Malaysia, like in the past few playoffs, we do hang out, chit chat. But when it comes to competition and when the game is on, then I think everybody is full.
So back in season 4 against Todak in the grand finals, I would say very heated because of a lot of pauses and the Malaysian crowd as well cheering on for them.
Regular season kita orang menang, but in the end dorang menang kan. So season ni kita orang bantai lah.
I would say they wouldn't get their revenge because they are weaker than they were before, and we are of course stronger than we were before, so not a chance.
I feel like against Todak, we have to focus on ourselves. Of course, we have to study them. We have to know their habits inside out, their draft. But at the same time, we mostly need to focus on what we do, how we play. Because on paper, I believe that we are the better team. So if we play to our best standard, I don't see them beating us.
Bagi saya, player yang akan dapat MVP top KDA untuk menentang lawan EVOS SG adalah Chiku sebab dia bermain role sebagai role carry, I2 carry.
For me, I would think the player in Todak that will get the worst KDA against us will be E1, since from past experiences, he will feed a lot in a losing game, and we are looking to take advantage of that. To Team Todak, normally roster changes are meant to make the team better, but however what I see is it's getting worse.
Gila lah.
Untuk saya rasa lawan EVOS SG dapat 2-1 lah.
Saya 2-1, 2-0. 2-0.
For me, us against Todak, flat 2-0 on our side.
Dude, man, Chico be humble, but E1 is like, kenapa? Why? 2-0, bro.
2-0. Oh my gosh, this game is going to be absolutely ridiculous.
Very
with nothing left to lose. Both teams, let's have a look. On our left, we have Todak, and on our right, we have EVOS SG. Let's look at both of these lineups here. Starting off with Todak, it's going to be E1, Chiku, Moon, X-Ray, Formezi, as well as Stu.
All these players really playing it off, especially Moon. Like, you can definitely tell from his expression from the video, he is very saddened from that loss, especially when he figures out that EVOS took that champion spot. But now he is full of vigor, full of strength as he goes toe-to-toe with EVOS SG in today. Although, sure, this is not a champion's position, this is not a big match or anything, but this is just a starting. This is the starting line for Todak as they take the win against EVOS SG.
Well, speaking of EVOS SG, let's look at their lineup here with Soul, JPL, Potato, Pokemon, Aeon, as well as Tox CEO.
Oh man, Tox CEO, man. Boy, do you just miss him, Gideon.
I want to see another Terizla gameplay, okay? There's not too many that happens in the MPL, so I'll take anything I can get.
I mean, technically, we already saw witness 2 Terizla gameplays.
True. I didn't cast one of them. That's my issue. And the one that I really wanted to cast was with Tox CEO in it. So unfortunately, won't get to see that. I don't know about today. Let's see what the lineup is going to be for both of these teams before we even get in. Because the moment you see Tox CEO, I'm expecting a Terizla ban.
just like an instant ban, right? It's
Just
like
instant, like
I can imagine like the team captain is like hovering over Terizla. The rest of the team's like, especially E1. He's like, oh no, it's just, I see Toxic CEO, it has to be Terizla, it doesn't matter. It's like Mal, you see Mal, you had to ban 1-1, you see Toxic CEO, you have to ban the Terizla. Get him out of the mix here.
Get him out of the mix. But let's have a look at some of the player stats coming in from Todak's side. Very versatile team composition overall. Everybody having their own, but most notably, take a look at Moon's stats here. Coming in with 27 and 41 assists. Even though he isn't able to hard carry games like he used to, he is following and adapting to this new style of play.
Yes, but don't forget about his Selena. He plays a mean Selena.
He doesn't miss.
Yeah, I don't know how many times, it's not like he's landing on certain heroes, he's landing it on cores, like big cores, hyper carries, main supports. Don't know how many times he's even solo kill hyper carries, although yes, he does sacrifice his life for it, but it's a big trade coming from the side for this
Huge trade indeed, yeah. And so far, Chico, I mean, he's been performing consistently overall. The bigger questions is with X-Ray, E1, as well as Formezi, their performances that make that team work. E1 definitely has stepped up from last season, but I'm more concerned for Formezi and X-Ray because these guys are going to be going up against some of the best in JPL and as well as Seoul.
Yes, but just like the amount of assists he has when he's out, sure, he may not get a lot of kills, but 43 assists is a lot. But I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is EVOS SG and their lineup with their most picked hero and total KDA with it. But I'm just gonna really want to point out, although sure, JPL, not just the Farson, whenever he plays even the Valir, he still got it, even with the Selena as well.
Yeah, and I think, you know, overall this team is definitely solid. Potato, he does his job absolutely well. Pokemon, he's also going to be contesting with Potato for these positions, but Pokemon is going to be the hyper carry of the team. Potato most likely has to go, also has to go on with Soul to cover one of those lanes in the off-lane section, and Aeon obviously being the support for the team.
Yes, and also not just about it, all of these members, they are very versatile and flexible. There are even times where we saw Pokemon, although yes, the dedicated hyper carry is belonging to Potato, he had the role of Potato, but we have seen Pokemon playing even the lane for himself. Soul is ready to step up for the challenge, but of course, sure, he's still going to be dedicated towards the side lane, but how many times we see Soul just constantly knowing how to make the enemy hit the enemy where it really hurts and benefit his team at the same time. He's an evil genius.
Yeah, I totally agree. The one thing that I'm worried about is how aggressive Aeon is going to be, because before this we saw him playing with the Hilda. He's going in between towers to really start going for, and that, I don't know, it might turn up to be a Kolia situation where they go too aggressive and give too many kills and you just can't come back from that.
Oh yes, man, that was an insane game coming from Aeon, seriously, for sure. But anyway, these are your team head-to-head here with all their stats. And we're going to be starting with Todak here on the left side here, as Todak already been playing 13 games, already 13 games here, but just look at the huge round. Not to say a huge haul, not covering a majority of the horizon, but you can definitely tell that teams are like highly prioritized objectives here. Look at the first tower rate, 69%, literally not to say super parallel, but it's sort of parallel with the first blood rate. They always ensure that if they want to get a tower, we will always get a kill out of it.
Yeah, and I mean overall damage, that's also something that's pretty contestable here because both EVOS and Todak have very similar average damages per minute. The only real difference when it comes down is kill participation. EVOS sticks together as a team, they make a play as a team. Solo kills don't usually happen often, but when they do, they take that advantage and really start running with it.
And the one thing I really love about EVOS SG, their constant lineup as well, is their lineup always has a solution. It's not like a dedicated lineup like, okay, we are only strong early game and we can only win early game.
It's not linear.
It's not linear. EVOS SG always has a solution like, okay, we have early game, we have mid game, and if we go towards this late game, we're also prepared for it, that kind of situation.
Well, I hope to see whether or not that draft is going to be coming out this game, but ooh, it is going to be tough. EVOS SG, despite only playing 7 games, right, their total, their average turtles as well as lords are considerably low.
I mean, then again, it's very situational coming from EVOS SG. Like I said, yes, they are very objective and also they always like to look for big kills. But when there's a situation where they just decide, like, you know what, even though we could have taken a lot, but I still think breaking out all in tier 2 towers is even more important. That's pretty much how EVOS SG, they're constantly playing out and calling out things, right?
Well, I hope that's the case because, I mean, looking at the first blood rate, it could be just due to just, you know, mismanagement of the early game, and that could be just a point of weakness that EVOS could be punished from Todak's side, considering that they have an 85% first blood rate as well as a 1.7 turtle per game. So, I don't know. It's kind of a 50-50 here.
It's going to be hard to tell. I think we both can only fully decide on how the game's really going to be going when we see the drafting, and then somehow we can have just like a rough estimation or an assumption on how aggressive or who's going to be taking the initiative or who's going to be playing very passive about it.
Yeah, but these are some of the best teams, and they are very consistent. Like EVO so far, 7 games, doing very consistently compared to Todak, who had some shaky moments, but that was much earlier in the league. Nowadays, we're seeing them a lot more solid.
But anyway, let's bring up the player head-to-head between both of our players from both of the team. It's gonna be X-Ray and Pokemon, both fighters from both of these teams here.
Yeah, it's going to be important to see how these players fare up against each other. Pokemon considerably more I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that he's the worst, but I do think that he is a lot more fresh compared to everybody else who are just considerable veterans in the scene. Pokemon only joining for 2 seasons ago. He has a bit of experience. However, can he take it all away for EVOS SG?
Oh my god, now that I think about it as well, right? So Pokemon has only played, if I'm not mistaken, Todak has played a total of 19 games, right?
13 games.
13 games. And Pokemon or Team EVOS SG played 7. And he's, look at the total KD, it's literally half of the thing, dude. That's absolutely ridiculous for me.
And still, Pokemon still has more average goal per minute, average kill participating.
Oh
He's
my
just
God.
winning out in many different areas. I do think that X-Ray, his style of play is more of being able to kind of hold on to his
Correct.
own, be able to kind of split push when necessary
Yes.
in comparison to Pokemon. And we saw in the previous stats, the average team kill participation, at least 60%. So it's a big tell on how the team kind of works coherently.
Yeah, that is true. And also, just want to remind you guys again, it's just average. It's not like total kill participation. There's no, it's just the average. So that's pretty much, there is possibly more, but it's just a comparison between the rest of the team here. But anyway, let's just quickly bring up the map prediction to quickly find out whether this position with the roster is sort of real or not. Remember, just to remind you guys again, this is just a prediction on how this will be playing.
Yes, but this is also definitely the lineups being brought into this game one. It's going to be Soul, JPL, Aeon, and Potato, as well as Pokemon for the side of EVOS SG. And from Todak, it's going to be X-Ray, Chiku, Moon, E1, and Mezzi.
Unfortunately, we will not be seeing Toxic CEO here. Gideon, I'm so sorry for that.
That's fine, don't worry. We're not going to see Stu as well. So,
yeah.
you know, it's a give and take. They've got their main lineups up against each other, ready to go head-to-head. Nobody's going to be backing down from the fight.
Now I'm really curious on which team or which kind of line composition do you want to go for in this first draft, because I always say,
yeah, that's true.
because like I always said, game number 1 is always testing the water, and they have a sort of a rough idea of what composition they want to try and want to use. And most importantly, these two teams very aggressive. They love going for this early game if they have the chance.
You know what? I really want to see Aeon go onto that Selena while Moon picks up the Chunga. Because that would be a great matchup. Aeon previously much earlier seasons was together with Resurgence at the time when Selena was a huge pick. That was his go-to on top of the Harley.
Yes.
Now that he switched over to EVOS SG, he's taken a step back for sure in terms of playing those major supports.
Yes.
He used to be playing D, now he's going for the Hildas, now he's going for the bigger guns. But coming down with the prominence of how many support mages are coming out, why not?
Yes, exactly. And although yes, this is not the seasons of mages anymore, but mages supports are still a crucial role. Same goes for the fighter.
Yeah.
Both mage support and fighters, they're slowly coming back as also a priority because they're so good at dealing a certain situation and still needed as a secondary damage dealer. But here is your honest prediction, and it's gonna be EVOS SG 73% against Team Todak with 27. I actually expected it to be at least a 60-40 or a 50-50.
That's what I thought too. 73 to 27%. A lot of people are going for EVOS this time around. Yeah. I mean, I guess their consistency and their history really adds up to this prediction as well. Hopefully Todak might be able to help out that 27%, prove them wrong.
Now, literally today in this game, whoever takes this win here, like whether EVOS takes a win or Todak takes a win, this defeat will either force the sword to be stronger or it will break it. So hopefully if Team Todak were to lose here, I hope it doesn't really hit them too hard at all.
Well, these guys are definitely professionals. I think whatever happens after this game, they need to show improvement in the following weeks because this is week 4. It's crunch time. It's your turn to really separate yourself from the rest of the pack. And I mean, the top 4 have done that, but now you need to separate that top 4 into the upper and lower echelon.
Now we're literally 30 seconds before we go into the first drafting of this game, and I'm just super stoked here. Any thoughts on what kind of picks they want to go for here?
My guess is that there's going to be a higher priority on trying to either ban out or select for themselves, depending on who's on blue and who's on red. I think Selena is definitely going to be notable here, as well as the Chang'e for both of these teams. If they don't have that, Farsa still on the chopping block, and I think that the draft will look kind of similar to our previous matchup of Red Reborn versus Team SMG.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, finally me and Gideon can finally put our doubts away because this is the first drafting between Todak and Team EVOS SG. Now, coming to the mix here, Team Todak is going to be starting on the blue side, so they're going to be having first pick and first ban, and EVOS SG is going to be following up with that. I wouldn't be surprised if either one of these teams want to either secure this healer or the Farsa for themselves. If they want to go for this early play, well, instantly Todak going in, say like, you know what, Aeon, forget about seeing your healer. We do not want to deal with that such nonsense.
I mean, that's absolutely fair, but they're going to be replying with the Yuzong as well, getting rid of the strong S-tier picks. I don't think the lead is going to be touched just yet for the side of EVOS SG. That's going to be a question that Todak has to answer.
Now coming down to the second pick as well, like realize Yuzong is definitely like we can agree as well, not just as an S tier pick, it's always like a typical ban, but I love it. They're prioritizing this, not just any marksman. This is Yi Sun Shin. The vision war and the team fight potential that's coming out with that mountain shocker is absolutely insane. And this just tells me that Team Todak just might want to be very aggressive in this early game and do not want EVOS SG to really cope up with them.
Yeah, and now they're banning out the Uranus as well, which means that EVOS SG is gunning out to lock in that Khalid for themselves. If Todak, you know, I don't think they're going to be banning out the mages. I think they're going to let Todak take whatever they want just so they can actually get that first pick of Khalid and then pair it up with another support mage.
I think the drafting, we'll definitely have a more rough idea of the drafting to see who is going to be picking Farsa or who's going to be banning. If Farsa gets banned now, then pretty much the drafting can be a little bit more flexible. But if Farsa gets picked on either side, the drafting is a little bit more solidified. We pretty much know what's going to be coming out, what's going to be picked, and what's going to be counter out.
I don't know, because the one big question is whether they, because E1, he has quite a limited pool. He is a pure tank, you know? He plays a lot of these tanks all the time. He's very, very proficient at it. Take those away, what else does he have?
Alright, so I still love that. Now Team Todak is slowly preparing the settings out for Chiku, because Chiku, they still want to play around this Chiku hyper carry assassin here. That's pretty much why we see Roger being banned now. And instantly now, like I said, they want to prioritize it. So we might be potentially seeing both Cho and Kufra pick going to be happening on the side of Team Todak.
Yeah, I mean, they've already started off with the Cho. EVOS most likely going to go for the Khalid and then give Khalid over to Soul, and then they have to look for something else. Do they pick up their tank here, or do they pick up a mage support? They've got some really tough options because there's so much on the table. Atlas is on the table, Kufra's on the table, Farsa's on the table, Valir's on the table, Veil's on the table as well.
Now, let's just start pointing out like which is really great to deal with Assassin, or in which case really great to deal with Chico at this point here, right? So we have Kufras, we have Rubies, we have... How many more do we have? Valir also really great disengagement, not or guaranteed, of course, not as a major controller compared to the Kufra, but EVOS SG could just try to pick it up. Ooh, but there it is. We were talking about it too. Chang, and the Selena also coming for Todak, but of course Selena gets banned now, you know?
Yep. Fair enough. I think I would expect Todak to actually go for a pure tank here, and then look to either pick up a hyper carry for themselves for Chiku right now, so it doesn't get banned later on.
Oh my god, hovering over their fighters as well. The thing is now they're trying to figure out who they want to put pin against this Khalid. I mean, there are some options we have been commonly seeing, like a Balmond or something. But now, Leomord, we only saw Leomord once ever inside this season. Not sure whether they want to play out now. Not to say they can't. It can go towards his backline. You have quite a short cooldown and dish out quite the amount of damage.
I mean, the moment Leomord comes out, I would expect this to be either, you know, most likely going to be a 1-2-2 rather than a 1-3-1. Leomord overall just can't clear waves as fast. He takes so long to scale into the game, but when he does, he still needs extra support. So his carry potential just isn't there as Todak locks in for Chiku, the hyper carry, and their pure tank, just as predicted.
Now this is going to be really interesting, right? So now Team Todak is just sort of like just declaring the message like, okay, you already noticed like, alright EVOS, you know that from our ban phase, you know that we're preparing and prepping for an assassin pick for Chiku, right? And now instantly locking down first pick Cho, Boxer, and Ling. They pretty much set in stone. Now what they're lacking is a mage support, and EVOS SG is going to prioritize banning out mage support that's going to be amplifying and even saving the rest of the team here.
I think what I really like what Todak has done here is that they actually went for a double flex pick here with both the Cho as well as with the Boxia, because they're expecting Thalmus to be coming up from the side of EVOS SG. And now EVOS SG are putting this position where it's like, I could go for Thalmus here, and it could be good, but the problem is that Boxia is on the table, and Thalmus might get banned out later on into the game.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to be seeing, right? EVOS SG is going to be start banning mage support, and Todak is going to be start banning offlaners here, and I'm going to be seeing both Thalmus and Jawhead here if they really want to go for it.
And I think the carry pick is really, really smart overall. Has a lot of abilities to kind of just dash around and kind of create that space when necessary.
Okay, now Akai, another playmaker to really lock that down, which is also great disengagement too.
Sicilian, alright, definitely understandable here. Todak is probably going to get rid of the Kufra alongside them as well.
Either Kufra or Jawhead, it's either one. It's very dependable.
Either or, yeah.
Ooh, now
this just means that EVOS SG get Jawhead.
Oh my god, that means am I gonna be seeing a soul Jawhead?
You might. they might just be like, you know what?
I'm sorry.
I like Atlas.
I'm sorry, I'm very excited for this. Ooh, but yeah, but like I said, like I mentioned before, Heroes is really great to deal with assassins, Kufra, Rubies, Jawheads, and instantly I believe they realized that okay, Jawhead is still a little bit more like a meh with Ruby. You're not only able to control this link, but the rest of the team here. That kind of thing.
Yeah. No, I definitely understand. Like, it makes perfect sense. They all kind of fit that same role. The only difference between the Ruby and the Jawhead is that Jawhead can only focus on one person, while Ruby can still be a pretty big playmaker, flickering and using the Arm Offender to kind of pull everybody in.
Yes, I forgot. That is like a very similar dirty combo, similar to the Flicker Divine Judge. Right?
Yeah, basically.
Oh man, that's so dirty. But anyway, yes, coming back to the mix here, Axborg. I mean, then okay, if it's not surprising as well because there are times when during this 1-3-1, E1 just goes in the mid with the box here before, and he even went with the Kufra mid as this 1-3-1 too. So I'm not surprised at all. But Veil, like I was going to bring it up, like all the main supports are currently banned now.
Yeah.
Bobble Koopa is in the pool, but their main goal is not to be catching. Their main goal is to be amplifying damage, just in case Chiku is not able to fall out with it, and Veil was just their next option.
I think EVOS SG, now that they see Veil, they have to be very careful where they select their fights. Todak, they've got so much mobility around their team composition. The only thing I don't agree with is with the Xborg. I think Jawhead might have been, will be a better pick in this matchup, only because it brings more to the team than it does to the lane.
I think in this case, like before they selected the Veil, right? When they Carmilla, yes. So that is going to be a silent Carmilla. But I think they went for this Axborg because it was a first pick before the Veil. I think they just realized like, okay, we just had this really lack of wave clears just in case we did not lose this. We couldn't close this out in the mid game. We have no defenses at all. But anyway, I think when they locked down the Axborg, they just like, oh wait, we could have went Veil, but now it's too late. We really locked down the Axborg, so we just had to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, they have small synergies and wombo combos coming out of Todak, so I definitely think that it's on EVOS to be very careful with where they select their fights. If they don't select their fights in the right places and it's too congested, they could easily just lose the fight right off the bat to one combo.
That's true, very true. But now I'm just worried about this Khalid, because even though sure, he has sustained, but there is a lot of interrupting skills on the side here of Team Todak, and most importantly, with the Boxing Ultimate, you're never going to be able to heal up properly.
Yeah,
never.
you really won't, and that I mean that does suck, and you can't really do much about it.
Yeah.
But again, I think the mid to early game, that's going to be a really big question for both of these teams because they're going to be struggling to try and get that lead.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, first game of the second BO3 of the day between Team Todak and EVOS SG. Who's gonna take the win? We will just have to see, because both of this drafting is so hard to tell who's gonna be coming on top here.
Yeah, it really is going to be tough here. But EVOS is taking a little bit of damage. E1 already getting some good chunk onto Aeon. He's going to keep up the harass for now until the Little Wanderer does come up, as both teams looking to try and clean up this wave.
Still holding down the line as well as both of this team just trying to engage and just trying to see if they want to try to secure any of this boss for themselves. Like, look at the bottom lane. It's going to be a little bit difficult. Sure, the early stage is going to be very hard for this Axe for 4-man as he goes against Soul here with the Khalid, because as we guys know, Khalid early game with the Desert Tornado just does so much damage.
Yeah, it really does. It deals so much in the early game, and that's just, just the general habits of a lot of these, mage type supports. Aeon taking quite a lot more damage than he should be taking there. He's got to be very, very careful. And it looks like Potato is going to be playing the hyper carry while Pokemon takes the side lane.
Now we're going to see both the team here trying to see, and look at the E1 trying to be very aggressive. You want to see if you can try to not only give a little bit of vision towards the team, but they want to see if they can try to steal this back. Ooh, very close as well too. That wind blade and that wind blow was almost able to connect on that red, but thankfully Potato, quick hand, even without retribution, was still able to secure that buff.
Yeah, I mean, both sides, you can see how much priority they're putting into this mid lane. It really controls the pacing of this game, especially for 1-3-1 compositions. You don't have mid priority, you're not going to be able to rotate fast. You're not going to be able to do all the basic things that you want to do in the early game.
I just love it. Look at this mirror aggression, right? Both is getting ready to engage, and I just love the fact that instantly that X-Ray just spotted like, okay, they're now in the middle lane. They might be trying to rotate towards us because the majority of my team is towards this bottom side, getting ready to get the jump on Soul here.
Yep. And whether or not they can get that, they can actually get that jump is going to be tough. I mean, mid lane control. E1 now caught out of position here. The rest of the team, they see them. They quickly flicker out of the way. Pokemon, he already drops down his ult to connect too, but that's still not going to be enough.
Oh man, definitely not enough at all, but Aiden gonna be a little bit careful. He's not level 4 just yet, while the rest of the team is ready to go into the fight here. Actually, most importantly, now with that information as well, they now know that X-Ray has that Widow of the Dragon. Soul giving a little bit more damage. Formage has no Ferrari armor and has to back off.
And this is how 1-3-1 compositions should be looking. They should be looking to push their side lanes. They should be looking to push that mid lane to keep control. Chiku is going to get some damage onto Aeon here, but this could be getting messy really quick. X-Ray quickly on top of Pokemon. Way of the Dragon. Aeon still in trouble. Chiku is going to get first blood off the game as Pokemon is the next to fall. That's going to be 2-0 in favor of Todak.
Oh my god, EVOS SG, they overstated as well. Like, the thing is, Aeon a little bit overconfident as he was going for this rotation. Also, I believe he just forgot, or maybe just forgot to take into the account that Chiku can just rotate at any time.
True, true. And I mean, that's kind of the beauty of Ling here. It has some great rotations, great mobility, and now they can look to punish Carmilla once again once X-Ray gets this. Yep, he gets right on top of Pokemon. There's nothing he can do. He just has to survive with the Crimson Lotuses, but the perfect chain CC coming in from both Chiku and as well as X-Ray. Well done.
Dude, forget it. You're never gonna get out of it. Way of the Dragon 2 times of blade. There is no way you're going to survive without any assistance. But it just gives a little bit more space for the rest of the team as they slowly try to get towards this bot lane. Formez not having the time of his life, but then again, he has quite the amount of stacks. Here comes the last alternative. Soul, even though he probably the quicksand guard, but quick rotation coming from Aeon here. But the Arm of Fender was not able to connect. He still had the fire state, pulls him back. That's true damage now, but E1 popping the ultimate and instantly will have to disengage with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and as you can see, Todak, I mean, the stats do not lie. Todak were able to get the first blood of this game, and EVOS SG, their early game isn't as strong. Even though they did have some good setups of information gathering, at the end, Todak just had the better response.
Definitely for sure. And now look at Chiku, just constantly still farming. Although there was some situation he could have joined the fight, but he's just going to be dedicated to the farm because he just knows deep in his heart, even if he was there, there is a chance I don't get a kill here. So easily falls back, just stick with farming. It always works.
It always works for these hyper carries. And honestly, I'm surprised that Todak isn't really putting as much emphasis on that top side here. I mean, that Carmilla, there's only so much that she can do. She is super diveable. She's basically super diveable to anybody as long as those two are together. Veil is clearing out the mid wave, and there's nothing that EVOS SG can do except play around bot.
Ooh, doing quite a amount of damage. He wants to be popping his ultimate, try to disengage, and the rest of the team will be able to get it all alive. Whereas top tier 2 is they falls down. There's a way to drag it towards Carmilla on this Pokemon. Temptably going to be jumping as well. Pokemon, he knows he cannot get out at all, and instantly, without any resistance, will just give in to his fate.
This is not looking good here for EVOS SG. Todak are just taking full advantage of Pokemon up on the top side of the map. And the way that they are setting up the map is absolutely phenomenal here. Well, you know, I'm giving them a lot of credit, but it's showing a lot of thought put into the way this draft has been made and how they should be playing. But talk about Caster's Curse. X-Ray immediately, as I'm praising Todak, X-Ray goes down.
I mean, it is a Caster's Curse indeed, but let's be honest, that is so dirty. You want to get away with simple, you're going to be literally in the face of I'm offended. And by the way, yes, I'm offended is Ruby's ultimate, by the way. Very unique name, very kind as well. By the way, coming back to this top bottom lane, Chiku double buffs, scoring toe-to-toe with Soul. And remember, he is level 9. Now they're applying even more pressure towards this tower. They don't even care about Soul, and Soul is trying their best to clear the way, but it doesn't matter. Soul popping the quicksand guard, but then again, there is a lot of members. He has to pop the ultimate just to disengage, and so with the rest of the team.
I'm pretty sure he could have just stayed there a little bit longer and then turned the moment Ruby got in and they started to make the run, but, you know, it could have been played slightly better there, but I think that's okay. At least Soul was able to defend him. It didn't die, but they do still lose an objective.
Oh man, we're talking about like 3 towers in the hand of Team Todak while EVOS has none, and like, although yes, Team Todak is in the lead by 2k, it's not a very big difference on margin, but it's still a lead. By the way, here comes going to be the first turn of fire as they engage. But Aeon initiate with Armor and the logs Chiku down. That's important, but he's going to be able to escape with the 10 minutes of play. And with Whale Windblow, he's going to be able to do so much damage and burn Soul into the oblivion. E1 still sustaining, but then again, this is Potato. This is Carry, the Tank Shredder, and he will shred E1 a new shirt.
Oh boy, Todak came out of that. They honestly, if E1 didn't drop that Revitalize any earlier, that would have been so bad, but they are just playing this map so well. A 4v5 situation when they still got both objectives, the turtle as well as bot tier 2. This is looking like a Todak game overall.
Okay, so now, like you said, Todak's game. Now how well are they able to close things out? Because they really need to break this mid-tier 1 tower to really open up the space. Despite it doesn't matter how many tier 2s and tier 1s they break on the other lanes, they need to break the tier 1 in the middle one. It's the one that opens up entire maps here.
Yeah, let's wait until the 10th minute before we talk about, you know, finishing power. Because I feel like a lot of these teams, they really struggle with finishing out these games, especially by the 10th to 11th minute. Oh, Todak might be in trouble. So, oh my goodness, the damage coming in for a full set combo with the windstorm as well, and Chiku is there just to clean it up. Oh my goodness, nobody saw that damage coming.
No one saw it at all, but anyway, Weird the Dragon going to be locking down Aeon. No more offensive maneuver going to be coming up from Aeon here. But either way, this is what we were talking about, right? Like, we were saying that Veil has so much damage, right? He's got buff inside this patch, but the only downside about Veil is that his cooldowns is significantly long. And the combo is also not to say necessarily very easy to hit. It's just only really great for Moon in this case because two men were stacking and walking towards him.
And with their considerable lead here, they are just going to get punished again and again. E1 now in trouble. He's going to be 1 HP away from dying, but he drops down that Revitalize to heal himself right until the very end, even with the Tortoise Poissons. Oh my goodness. EVOS failed to take him out, but a quick combo coming in with a setup from X-Ray. Moon is able to pick up the kill.
Dude, that is so dirty. Like, I was thinking, like, okay, maybe X-Ray is just going to be doing a little bit more damage, try to zone him out. But no, follow up with the Wind Blow and Wind Blade, dude, that's just insane. That's just insane amount of damage. And most of the time, Veil does so much damage when he gets to this late game where he doesn't even need to drop down the Windstorm or his ultimate at all.
I mean, you have to take note of what Veil's passive is. He does get significant bumps at level 4s, 8, and 12. So right now, he only hit the 8 mark. He needs to get to the 12 to 14, and that's when he's going to have some significant power.
But anyway, Formez with the Immortality, he's going to be able to be even more aggressive, and that's going to be really great in E1's favor. But anyway, jumping in with the last time, trying to pop them up, burn him down, and it's the JPL gets scorched and burned. Tempest Blade going to be dropped down as well. They're going to try to re-engage, but they're diving between both of these towers. The aggression and the confidence coming from the side of Team Todak.
Why did EVOS allow that to happen? They saw two of them walk right up to them, and they immediately split 2 to 2. They either dedicate their resources to make this happen, or they don't. But it looks like they just kind of let it happen, and Todak just walk away with 1 free kill, trading 1 for 1.
You know, very funny enough, right? This is actually a very similar. To me, I feel it's like a deja vu because this is exactly what EVOS did as well with the Hilda against the higher booster. By the way, beautiful catch and well, Ayo, beautiful timing with the flicker. He's going to be able to stay alive here. But Formez, he did the damage, he did the work. Now no hero spell and no potential initiation.
Oh my goodness, how did... Oh, he has Mystery Shop. Oh, that's how he has that. Oh my goodness, the Clock of Destinies as well as the Winter Truncheon. I was wondering, how does he have so much damage with only 5k worth of net worth?
Yeah, man, it's just Veil, you know.
It's just Veil.
It's just Veil. It's just Veil. But then again, you can't pick Veil because it's so hard to connect some of those skills sometimes. And such a long cooldown, you get punished really hard for it.
Yeah, I mean, he needs, not only does he need items, he needs EXP. And that's just very, very demanding in a game where you need everything. Oh, from Ezzy getting a really good attempt here, but Pokemon is now trapped in between all the members, and E1 is just face tanking JPL's Meteor Shower. He doesn't even care as he gets kicked into the back line, and JPL is the next to fall. This is a huge area of defense coming in from Todak as they are looking to go in hard. People gets too angry. He's trying to get on out of there, but his Blade Tempest allows him to survive with 1 HP of his life. Oh my goodness. 1E1 for 3 members of EVOS SG. Todak rejoice.
Oh my god, you know, for a second, I thought Chiku was gonna fall. I thought like, okay,
straight up.
Yeah, I thought it was like, oh, maybe over aggression and over commitment, but then again, still got out of it. I mean, sure, unfortunate E1 had to fall. But we're talking about 1 for 3, three core members as well.
I mean, I'm looking at Todak right now, and they are playing differently. These guys are hungry to win this game, and you can see it in the way that they are being proactive. Some of the questionable decisions, but still making it out. This only happens, especially since their past games, they don't play like this.
Yes, and now we can definitely tell the early aggression, the early commitment coming from the side of Team Todak is finally working towards their favor. They're playing around the drafting, they're playing around their timing as well. You notice that only Veil only joins the fight when he knows an opportunity is really hopping for it. But by the time he hits that level 8, he was fully committed. He was willing to go across and paired up with X-Ray, who really helps to set things up for him.
Yeah, I mean, they see the differential 10k gold worth of difference here between Todak and EVOS. And EVOS right now, they know for a fact they can't walk out of their base. They need to stick together, and they need to be able to take a 50-50 soon.
Oh man, this is so hard as well. Like, I can tell so many times that Aeon really wants to get a hold on Chico or even on Moon, but it's just so hard because they are so aggressive coming from both sides of E1. Chico jumps to the mid, he's going to be popping the Tempest Blade as well, going to be trying to mitigate and do a little bit more damage. Sadly, E1 will be shredded by Soul. Soul still sustaining, but then this is Moon we're talking about, who's doing so much damage with both Wind Blade and Wind Blow, picking up a double kill for himself. And not just that, both top and middle inhibitor and that bottom soon to fall. But actually, ooh my lord, that That quick Jikudo, man.
Yep, really good play coming in from Todak, from Messi coming in with the last Insanity on top of Aeon here. If Aeon can hook him backwards, they might have an opportunity, but he gets knocked up by Moon. He does not miss, and now they're looking to end this game with 4 members here. The Blade Temp is coming out. One more wave. JPL and Potato can't hold on, and that's gonna be game.
Oh, Team Todak, they are doing it. And the best part about it, they were so aggressive. Everyone is throwing wall. Look at Moon. From the video, he was despairing, he was depressed. Now look at him. He's fist bumping, he's high-fiving, he's smiling all the way because he said, we did it. We took game number 1. Now the most important thing is whether they can be consistent and maintain this momentum which they sort of set for themselves towards game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really, really good here. I mean, overall, Moon had an outstanding performance on that field. Some great setups from the rest of his teams, but more importantly, he was landing the right abilities at the right time. And that final fight, it was all Moon just doing the work.
Oh man, that was just absolutely insane. Like they had the early game aggression. Moon was just farming. Same goes for Chiku as well. Like we saw Chiku, he never joined at all unless there is an opportunity. Same goes for Moon as well. Moon was just always be like living true to the world, supporting, farming but still supporting. And finally when he hit level 8, he's just like, you know what, actually you and me, we roam, we jungle, we catch anyone we can. Just catch anyone. Wave the dragon, your combo with mine is just enough damage to melt. We saw Soul, quite tanky and instantly shredded.
And that's the thing. I mean, the draft with the Ruby, coming in from EVOS, with the Ruby, with the Carmilla, at a certain point, that Carmilla was getting hard punished, and I think Todak took the right steps. They took 2 turrets with no problems whatsoever. They dove Carmilla 2 times and immediately shifted their attention for another objective. A lot of textbook plays coming in from Todak, which I absolutely love. This is the form that I was expecting them to see since the beginning.
Definitely for sure, and we all love it as well. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is your highlight by Yudu, powered by Salcom. Now, anyway, I believe this is going to be the first turtle fight where they actually try to dive into the mix here. They almost got a hold on Chiku, but then again, not enough control at all as he was able to escape away with the Tensor Blade, able to disengage. Although sadly, E1 will have to fall here, but they get to the objective. But look at this. Moon already level 8. He was so committed to dive in. He even doesn't mind face checking it at all.
Yeah, he absolutely didn't mind. And I think at this point in time, Potato might consider actually going, instead of going for the carry, to actually play the Claude. Because again, that Phantom step isn't going to be enough to get him out of range from that Windstorm there. I mean, look at the size of it. There's nothing much you can really do once you get caught.
Oh man, this is also one that was actually really weird for us as well. Like they were diving towards this tier 2, they just had so much control, so much momentum. And the thing is this, right, we were mentioning like why EVOS actually wasn't really splitting out of force and try to split push towards this other lane. I think at this point EVOS was just a little bit confident that maybe if we stick, we can able to control here. But here was a beautiful engagement, but she's Moon.
All Moon, yeah.
Positioning, always behind, always out of range. And then Chico also being playing a little bit like a daredevil here, trying to get a kill for himself. But thankfully with a nice timing from Potato with the Phantom Step, he will be able to get out.
I think, you know, Formezi and E1 have some really good synergy here in terms of what their objectives was. They knew immediately our biggest problem is to deal with that Meteor Shower because Potato is not strong enough to actually kill everybody on the team just yet, except for E1. JPL, next biggest issue because everybody else just doesn't have the damage to really threaten them.
And the best part about it is, well, like we started seeing Foreman started popping things out. The minute he got that immortality, he started saying like, you know what, guys, I'll join every fight. I'll initiate. If I die, it's fine because my goal is just to do a little bit more damage, try to do a lot, zoning out or create a presence where at least E1 is able to follow up with it. And every time, it's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, there's nothing much we can really talk about the itemization here because, I mean, EVOS was really bogged down this entirety of the game. And Todak come clean with a lot of their plays. E1, he was sacrificing himself a lot, maybe a little too much towards the mid game here, but overall, they still got the results.
I think at this point, it's just like what Soul said in the video as well. Like, E1 just dies too much. But the thing is,
he only died 4 times. And he only died 4 times, which is considerably little compared to some of his other really bad games.
Yeah, that was really terrible. But then again, sometimes I believe that some of his death is just more like because he's just a little bit too committed towards the dying, because he's like literally when he dives in, he's just like, I will guarantee you a kill, but I will die for it, but it's totally fine, that kind of thing. This kind of mindset as he just constantly just dives in time and time again until the point where he gets so tanky. and with Dominus Ice and the rest of the items, he's just like, you know what, I can't die anymore.
Yeah, I think for me the biggest disappointment here has been that Carmilla pick. It
Yes.
really just wasn't able to match up against a lot of these fighters. I mean, look at the options that they had. They had the Xborg, they had the Cho. One of those two matchups aren't exactly too fun to play with. Ideally, Pokemon should have been matched up against Formezi, but that's just one of those things where you have to roll the dice.
No, that's the thing, right? I feel in this first game drafting, EVOS was just playing, okay, now we get to see all the lines from this post-game stress as well. This just allows us to talk a little bit more on this banning and picks. But anyway, Rich Guy is going to be Chico, who has earned the most gold. The carry is going to be Moon, who did the most amount of damage. Sandbag, the one who tanked the boss, is E1 with 84,000, but after experiencing 250,000, this is like a very meager number. But the Forgotten One is going to be E1 with 9 assists. But now let's just talk a little bit about the roster lineup, right?
Yeah,
Coming
yeah.
to this thing here, right? So what I think it was, EVOS was mainly prioritizing on not like picking a composition which they wanted. It's just more like countering. They see like, alright, a lot of tanks, there's a Link as well. Because the first 3 picks was Cho, Baxia, and Link. So they're just like, you know what, fine, let's go with carry. Let's go with Chang, let's go with Khalid. Very standard, very also counter pick. But in the second phase, when they started seeing like the rest of the thing, especially Xbox and Veil, right? So they're just like, alright, now we had to figure out how we can do this, how can we tank this. Their lineup is perfect if they were to stick and have a total dominance in this early game. But what happened was Team Todak they took the initiative. They had the advantage.
Yeah.
And at that point, EVOS just started falling out from this.
I don't know. I personally feel that it might just be Pokemon's hero pool that might have been affected here. I'm not entirely sure, but that's just out of pure speculation. But overall, if we're talking about damage here, like Todak overall has done so much more. I mean, look at that Veil damage. Look at that export damage. Surprisingly, I would have thought it was at least 20 to 30,000, but 41,000 is a very impressive number. Even competing against Veil's 42, he was one-shotting people with a single combo.
Ah, man, that's just Veil, man. Seriously, that's just Veil. But either way, like, this is really amazing what Team Todak has been doing. Like, I don't know how many times we have been watching this team, right? And they always bring new heroes into the mix here. Heroes which most people, like, we estimate, like, for example, even the Freya pickup, like, we really assume, like, okay, he could try to go for a fighter, but we never see Chico playing the fighter. Out of nowhere, Freya, and all kinds of things. Really amazing stuff. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is your MVP, and it's going to be E1 here, who constantly set things up and rolling towards it with the box here.
Yeah, he just did his job especially well. He understood what he needed to do towards the mid-game, saw the priority problem, fixed it almost instantaneously with the help of X-Ray. So congratulations to E1 with 15% of the total team gold earned and 1,244 damage per minute.
So I just love the fact, like, in that game is more like all his engagement, all his, not to say super aggressiveness, but he's just willing to just dive in. This sort of just helps the team to set things up because remember, Team Todak had a slight advantage in the early stage of the game, right? And then when it slowly dragged towards his mid-game, E1 stepped up, and then EVOS SG has just, it's not because they didn't want to, they had no choice. They were a little bit far behind, they needed more time to farm, and E1 is just such a nuisance, they decided, let's just commit on this guy, and just see how we can make this work. But when that happens, Todak is going to be diving in with all sorts of follow-ups, and this is absolutely amazing.
Overall, strategically, Todak was looking real sound in that game alone. Every phase of the game was attacked. The problems that they tackled was taken care of very, very well done. So good on Todak here, but EVOS Game 2, I'm expecting them to really step up their stuff.
Oh man, Game 2, all about the counter picking, all about the counter banning. Let's see what are they prepared for here. Maybe they would not, okay, maybe they won't ban the Boxer. They don't fear the Boxer too much.
It really isn't about the Boxer. It's more like what else can they do to strengthen their own position. And I think, taking blue side for them is going to be very beneficial.
I was thinking like maybe if they want to go for the bans here, right? They probably could try to ban out a Link because it's just a little bit difficult for them to control and the rest of the team. Maybe if they have other picks, like maybe they just let Chico go for a Lancelot or even a Hayabusa, maybe they are able to fight and control that fight a little bit better because the roaming potential and the movement and agileness of this Link is a little bit too difficult for them, especially in that kind of drafting.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's hard to say, right?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if they're going to change their draft too drastically for the side of EVOS SG, but I feel like Todak, they've got the recipe down. So far, it's working out for them, and there's no need to change until proven otherwise.
Yeah.
For EVOS SG, taking blue side is only going to be the first step. I think the next thing they have to address is whether or not they can either pinch Moon or give him something that they have a clear counter for.
It's just, oh man, it's just really hard because like every time I think of it, right, like drafting wise and everything, it's just Todak is just constantly taking this initiative, right? Like they have this Cho, they have this Boxer, they have this, even the Xbox as well. They're just like, you know what? we are just going to be setting plays. We're just going to be being very initiative about it, and let's just try to go for it. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is your Q&A for our dear friend JPL, and if you actually guess JPL's most suitable hero here in this current meta, then you will be walking away with such a beautiful prize for yourself.
Yeah, make sure you fill in those forms correctly on the MLBB Facebook page, and you can stand a chance to win some of those sweet skins worth 899 diamonds. Leonard, tell me, where exactly can I find these forms?
Ooh, forms?
Not form. I'm thinking about what the name of it.
The skins,
The
right?
skins, the skins.
And I went to find all these phones. I'm like, what phones? But anyway,
I was
yes.
like, forms. I was like, wait a minute, that's not the right one. Skins, let them know.
All right, the skins you can definitely try to win for yourself here is the Lancelot Floral Knight, followed by the Harley Great Inventor, Knowing Saber Regulator, Hanabi Venom, Nephilia, and of course, last but not least, Grok Venom, Monitor Lizard.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. And where can they find this? How do they participate all of this in this competition to earn these skins?
Yeah, for sure. If you want to check this out and support your favorite team, you can check us out on both our social media tag, Facebook tag and Instagram tag. Our Facebook tag is going to be at MPL-MY, Instagram tag MPL.MySG.official, and you also can find us on Astro Arena and EGG Network. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second draft day between EVOS SG and Team Todak, and like you say, Gideon, they're going to be starting on the blue.
Yep, and I would have expected nothing less from them, but EVOS changing up the draft a little bit, getting rid of that show. Those pick potentials, I mean, Bale was looking good, but without that setup, it doesn't work as nicely.
That's why I'm saying, like, besides like Veil and everything, like we were talking about, like should they target Chiku, target Moon? I just think that in that game number one, it's just more prioritized around where Todak just with all these playmaking heroes, they were able to set things up for them. So EVOS actually taking one step back and one step forward here, banning out the Cho here. They just open things up, just makes things a little bit more easier for them to control for themselves. I thought maybe they could try to opt to take for themselves, but I don't think they're the kind of team to lock down a Cho.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS SG ideally would like to pick up Cho for themselves. JPL is a phenomenal player on that Cho alone. They're banning out the Ling. These are the biggest problems that EVOS was having. We're kind of really struggling with Chiku on that Ling. That mobility definitely giving him that edge. If they play something more traditional, something that EVOS is more familiar with, that is going to help them out.
Oh man, now final ban coming for the team Todak. What do they not want to face? The last round, if I'm not mistaken, they're the one who banned out the Selena here.
I think this time around they're probably going to ban out the Farsa or Chang'e, one or the other. I feel like their pool isn't going to be threatened by it, so they're guessing what else that they can play. And they know the JPL does play the Chang'e. Oh, they get rid of the Roger instead.
So they still want to opt for this Chiku going for, well, like I said, potentially a hyper carry assassin. We have seen. At this point, I'm not gonna like instantly lock down what Chiku can play or want to play, because he can play after witnessing for the last 3 weeks. He has been able to play so many roles here.
Yep, so many indeed. And it looks like they're going to be locking in the Uranus as their first pick coming in from EVOS SG. Replied strongly by Todak with the Yishin Shin as well as the Khalid. Baxia still up in play.
But still, now this is going to be a clear image for the rest of Team EVOS. Like, alright, their hyper carry is going to be this Yishin Shin. I doubt that Team Todak will want to try to go for this 1-2-2. They're still going to be sticking with this 1-3-1. But let's just see as their third picks later on, as EVOS actually is trying to figure out which is their two picks they want to go for. Last game, they also sort of locked in their hyper carry after witnessing and experiencing for what Team Todak was going to pick for themselves. Are they going to go with their mid supports and fighters, or will it be a straight up fighter and hyper carry?
I mean, I do feel that Farsight would be pretty good for their composition. I'm expecting EVOS to play something a little less hard engaging, considering that you do have a Uranus, and want to kind of let Todak make the first moves, because they are playing with Yishin Shin, who gets free information. Wow, they take away the Baxia, and lock in the Chang'e for themselves.
For good reasons too as well, because like not only will they prevent E1 from getting this Baxia, but also to ensure that this Uranus wouldn't be countered out by this Baxia's ultimate. Sure, it is not a direct counter, but it still can be countered depending on the situation and positioning of this Uranus.
I think more importantly, I mean, Baxia's ultimate is a lot more accessible compared to like building up gold to actually buy that necklace of Durance, or even the rapier at that point in time. So, you know, fair enough. Well played to EVOS SG. Let's see if it works out for them.
Now I'm trying to think of it this way, right? So E1, let me try to remember what E1's pull, right? We have seen him playing the Kufra, we have seen him playing the Jaw here, but I don't think they're going to be picking E1's pick just yet. I think E1 still needs a little bit more time. You can even see in the player camps as well, he's still trying to figure out what they want to go for. So they're going to be securing both side laners. Now 2 fighters is already in the pool here. Clear example to show that EVOS SG what Todak want to go for.
Yep, I think Todak. I mean, they've got their offlaners pretty much set in stone here. You're laying out the carry just to kind of limit Potato's hero pool, but I don't think that's going to be matter too much. There's still a lot of hyper carries up on the table.
Oh man, now the thing is, EVOS actually just realized, okay, Team Todak is still lacking a primary engager and also a mage support here. So now the thing is, what does EVOS actually really fear for? Do they want to ban out the Kufra here, or do they just want to prioritize purely on getting rid of all these mage supports? They can't.
Mage supports. I mean,
I can't say Farsa because Boxer is also really great at getting on top of this Farsa.
I think the question is whether or not they can get some like hard CC for the side of Todak. So yeah, getting rid of the Kufra, getting rid of the Atlas, all ideal options. Really pinch down onto E1's hero pool, and more importantly, force them into something that's not too great. For an example, like Agato Kacha, because yeah, it's great, but there's nothing it's really countering.
Yeah. Oh man. Last ban here, Team Todak just trying to limit all kinds of hyper carries here. We already witnessed and experienced the Roger being banned now. Carry as well.
Probably a Jawhead ban, maybe a Ruby ban from previous game.
I'm not sure about the Ruby though, but Ruby is a potential one.
I mean, it is I mean, look at them. They have 2 melees already locked in. Probably if they go for like somebody who is a hard tank, also going to be melee as well, so no reason not to.
Ooh, no.
Lancelot this time, okay, making sure that their hyper carries are not on the table. So, again, look at 3 hyper carries taken off the table straight away from Todak.
Oh man, this is such a difficult game to think on who is going to be taking this one. EVOS SG, final ban here. Mage support here. I don't think they will ban the Farsa because they just know with Boxer on their hands they don't have to worry too much about it.
True.
Maybe they might want to prioritize maybe like a Kagura or maybe not the Veil. I won't say Veil. Veil is very hard in this game, especially with no major amazing setups coming from the side of Team Todak's lineup.
Well, it's either a pure tank or a support mage, one or the other. There's not a lot of other options because if they go for a hyper carry, they're just hurting themselves. Yep, they get rid of the high loss instead. So now they're taking away hard engagers.
Akai is still in the pool though.
True. Akai is still in the pool. I mean, not the best, of course, but definitely something to keep note of.
Okay, I'm trying to think. Okay, engagers for them. That could be really great. Akai, Gado Kacha is not the best for sure, but
I mean, they still have Atlas. Atlas, you know, with the information of Yi Shin can immediately see who's coming in from what flank. He can hop over the wall. Perfect match.
That's true.
Perfect match. Comes in hard. Yep, there we go. Atlas.
No, I didn't want to point out the Atlas because I'm just trying to figure out do they have enough follow-up with this Atlas failings? Because remember, take into account that is a lot of tanks to deal with here.
Fair enough. That's why. I mean, they still have options like they can easily pick up the Farsa if they wanted to here. And I think EVOS SG are kind of predicting they might actually go for this Farsa. If they do, Hayabusa is going to be a great way to kind of get on top of her and force her out of her position.
Same goes for Boxer too. So. Both teams is literally preparing this time we can see EVOS actually just preparing a very clean contingency on what they want to go for. Same goes for Team Todak, but the only difference that Team Todak was prioritizing more on the hyper carry, while EVOS SG was just getting rid of as many playmakers as much as possible here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really tough draft overall. Both teams are drafting very, very strong heroes here.
Oh, Alice. Yeah.
Yo.
No, that is no. I didn't want to bring. Okay, Alice would be great because we're talking about a lot of engagers. And with her ultimate, she's going to be able to sustain in lifesteal as much as possible.
I guess I'm sort of, I'm 50-50 on this. I'm kind of on board, I'm kind of not on board with this. I'm on board because in the most ideal of situations, you're going to get Alice right smack in the middle of the team. You're looking to kind of push off of whoever that mage is, especially that support mage coming in from Todak. They're going to have a rough time because that's going to be the primary target for this Alice as well as Baxia.
I think maybe in this case they went for this Atlas pick because they just have this assumption like, alright, if anyone's gonna be caught by this fatal lanes, they need to be able to survive or at least dish out a lot of damage. So I think that their solution here is that with 2 fighters and just in case a third person gets picked out.
Wow, that's so smart.
Oh,
that's so smart.
That is so good. That is so good.
Wow.
Okay, Gideon, I'm gonna let you have the floor for this one.
Okay, sure. So at least with Kadita, you're gonna have a lot of options in terms of how you're getting in and out of the fights.
Yes.
High burst potential and some great wombo combos with the rest of the team. It works well with the Raging Sandstorm. It works well with the perfect match. With the Fatal Links coming in from Atlas, and with Yi Shin's information being fed to the team, they've got a pretty solid composition that plays to their style.
Oh man, now this is literally a battle between both who's dependent on team fights and the one who's going to be very aggressive. So looks like this time tables has turned a little bit because now EVOS SG, according to their lineup, they will be the one that's going to be very aggressive. They're going to be the one taking the initiative and ensuring that this pre-level 4 is in their favor before Alice and the rest of the team hit that level 4.
Yeah, and I think that this early game is going to mean everything to EVOS at this point in time, because that's going to help them in the mid game where we see the power spike coming out of Todak.
Now coming to the ladies and gentlemen, coming to a beautiful Land of the Dawn with a beautiful graphics from our production team. It is EVOS SG versus Team Todak in game number 2 of this best of 3.
Oh, this game too. Woo. All right, everybody's really just holding their breath to see what the opener is going to be. And it looks like JPL is going to be chilling down here, soloing this lane, while Todak start with a 1-in-4 opener. Very bold indeed. But it looks like they are trying to get some information for this invade on that red buff. If Hayabusa doesn't get this, it's going to be a tough game.
Oh!
Luckily, Retribution always wins.
Oh my god, but like, think of it this way, right? If Moon actually sniped that would be like... that would be so sad.
Yeah.
It's a feels bad situation, seriously, for sure. But I mean, look at this. Now we're seeing a little bit of aggression. 4-man's instantly rotating now. That's going to be forcing and even resetting this blue buff. And that's going to be wasting even more time here.
Yep, and I think that's what Todak wants. They want to waste as much of EVOS' time as they can so they can get to that mid game a lot faster, or at least come out relatively even. It's looking tough. Oh, the Wanderer has been going down for Mezzi still. He's sacrificing quite a bit of lane EXP just to be here and make this happen. Now it's a 3v3, but notice that Soul is in that backline, that blue buff. It looks like Potato was able to get it with no problems whatsoever, but Aeon right in the middle. Soul coming in, that flowing blood, getting a huge stun on all 3 members. But first blood going over to 4 Mezzi here, able to use that tornado to cut through their enemies.
Dude, it was a beautiful rotation, like from both of this team. But most importantly, coming from 4 minutes as well, he realized that the team is lacking of that early game's new. They needed this Kali, they needed the Desert Tornado. And instantly when he rotated, he was so confident, like, alright, my team is going to be dishing out their own damage, but I will be the one that's sealing the deal.
Yeah, I mean, Todak here, they're just utilizing their offlaners very, very well, using their strengths, their early base damage to put a dent into EVOS SG's economy. I mean, they're already up by a little bit, and look at the amount of damage that they're trying to put onto Soul. Aeon is here to support his brother, but still, this is going to be a recurring theme for the side of Todak. They are going to be playing towards topside.
And we're still pushing to the mix as well. We see Chiku constantly farming, trying to steal a lot of jungle here, but it's still going to be holding out the way. He has to back up a little bit, but 4-man's doing his job. He has Quicksand God, but here comes Kadita, and instantly a double kill. Nuke coming out from Moon. I can tell you this, he literally sent both Aeon and Soul to the sea, the moon, and stars.
Oh my god, that was just a perfect bait, but now Potato is in a lot of trouble here. He gets caught out in the middle, but again, with the ultimate active coming in from X-Ray, he just had to stand his ground as the OK Shadow Kill only has a limited number of strikes.
This is so amazing, right? Like, Todak realizes that pre-level 4 isn't that strong. Great rotation coming from 4-man's. But now when they hit level 4, we see the retaliation, the rebellion coming out from Team Todak as they constantly dives in and steal and do a lot more damage. Pokemon, on the other hand, will be able to try to escape because his Uranus comments. He's so annoying about it. Ooh, by the way, quick reaction coming from Chico. Got to be able to secure the blue buff before our dear friend Aeon could even try to make a play.
Todak, they really need to start being more proactive on this map. They've hit their level 4s. They can get quick, easy picks. Oh, Formezi finds his option on Soul, who already used that flowing blood. He's got no options left. Soul quickly using that flowing blood and quickly gets right back to his tower. Whew! That's a lot of distance he covered.
Oh, yeah, indeed. By the way, Turtle's going to be trying to contest here. But remember, E1 still has Fatal Lanes. By the way, going to be in disengage. Perfect match. Ooh, but Turtle's going to be secured away from Team Todak.
Potato, unfortunately, didn't get the right target for his Retribution, and X-Ray doing the exact same thing as Uranus, proxying the wave. He's going to get hit, but he's going to hop over that wall. No issues whatsoever.
No, but the only difference was that the fact that X-Ray got so much information from the side of this team, and they're trying to fight towards this turtle. They're like, you know what? I'm going to go cut the creep wave. I'm going to hold that. By the way, 4-man's with a shadow kill. But look at the quicksand guard and even the raging sandstorm. The rest of the team had to fall back, but Chiku is here. The clean house and the Fatal Lane is going to be catching even Alice here, and Soul will be seeing the Green Reaper himself here. But coming back to this mid lane, actually holding down. Aeon trying to run for his life, but the nuking potential coming out from Moon is absolutely insane.
Yeah, this draft is working out so well for Todak. Now that they've hit their power spike fight. They just have to be continuously aggressive. They're attacking multiple sides of the
man.
map just to stop them from reacting to the initial attempts on top side. They immediately clamp down on mid just to cut off the reinforcement. So no cavalry coming in for the EVOS SG side.
Ooh, man, Team Todak, this is the rebellion. This is the resistance as they go toe-to-toe with EVOS SG. They're not satisfied with game 1. They won this game number 2 as well, but it only comes down to how much more control and dominance they can take for themselves, but it all counts once they break this first tier mid tower.
Yeah, they're going to continue on with the push, but so far it's not looking too good. Look at the EXP discrepancy from Todak side and EVOS, but E1, he's going to take a bit of damage. No support. Kadita is just waiting for the opportunity to see the right target a one-shot.
Ooh, man, just looking at that message, especially coming from the Kadita as well. Like, he already has his Clock of Destiny and his boots. Moon is ready to go at any time.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, Fomesi's just running around. Come on, he doesn't really mind, but X-Ray has to be so careful. He's going to try and bait this out. Moon now shows himself. Pokemon, he knows what's up, and he's still going to try for the kill with the concentration as well. Tao goes for the huge tower dive and walks away scot-free.
I mean, this is Uranus, man. He's just gonna walk in, walk out like a champion. But anyway, here, second turtle. Raging Sensor will be able to connect towards his turtle, but look at JBL. They're prioritizing towards his turtle, but the turtle's gonna be stolen away from EVOS SG, and they're looking for more as our dear friend Formans will able to take one kill away from EVOS SG.
Unfortunately, they weren't able to get another kill onto Chiku. He played that well, using his flicker to stick with his team. He didn't get isolated. He managed to close the distance and pick up Aeon along the way.
Oh man, but anyway, we can see that Pokemon really trying his best to really split towards this lane, but with such a dominant, Moon!
Yeah, Moon, he is going absolutely ham. Now that he's got a pick that he's comfortable with, he's going in hard. E1 as well, taking a large majority of that meteor shower from Izzy, coming back pretty good with the Guardian Quicksand as well. Finally, the Fatal Links comes through, pulling him over. Aeon dies again.
Now with the mid-tier 1 tower falling as well, now we're going to be seeing Team Todak going to be even more aggressive towards all these jungle for the side here of EVOS SG. Pokemon trying to go for the run because so many members of Team Todak is going for the hunt. Mountain Shocker going to be committed, but then again, this is Uranus. With Consecration, there's no way you're going to be catching this guy.
Yeah, Pokemon's just going in and out of the fights. He's very careful to how much damage he takes. Now he has to pull on backwards. Chico is going to be able to pick up his kill, but luckily Pokemon still has his regenerate, is able to pull it off using his Consecration to get that extra regen to survive. Oh man, Chico was a little too pitch perfect there.
Oh man, it would have been pitch perfect too if he got to the kill too.
I mean, he calculated exactly how much damage he needed. He just didn't expect that last bit of health regeneration.
You know, Gideon, let's be honest, it's just Uranus.
It's just Uranus.
It's just Uranus. It's just Uranus. Such a pain in the rear end. But anyway, E1 finds Soul into and going to be punishing him for it. Fatal Lane's going to be preventing him from even teleporting away.
Oh, the flowing blood. He should have done it a little bit earlier. E1 cancels it just in time to catch him off guard. And once again, Formesi up against Pokemon. We all know how this goes, as Pokemon is going to slowly cut him down.
Dude, I mean, that's what I call fishing, you know. E1 is gone for fishing, and he went for fishing for Soul, and he got it. And now with his third turtle, it's also going to go to the hands of Team Todak once again.
This is a tough game. I mean, EVOS is 1-11 against Todak right now, and Todak is just looking on form. They are just cutting down EVOS at every single step of the way.
Oh man, Pokemon just still trying to split push towards his lane, and the thing is, he's so confident he can get out of it. There are times he almost got caught, but he doesn't matter. Consecration going to be popped as well. Foreman's going to be popping the Quicksand Guard to heal up a little bit. Moon, he has a lot of damage. Pokemon realizes and respects it, still keeps quite a distance, but Finley going to be able to catch on Aeon. Aeon tries to run for his life, pops the ultimate, but it doesn't matter. Potato jumps in, backing out with the quad shadow, and E1 still alive, still sustaining, but Sally can be the same for Action, but Chiku, double kill, looking for more, finds JPL towards his middle lane, not able to connect. He's going to be just disengagement and get ready to push towards his bottom lane because his new setup target is currently stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yep, and that's going to be an easy dive coming in from a composition who is designed to dive under turret. Everybody is a great tower diver here. EVOS SG don't really have an answer to this at this point. They're so far behind. They need to kind of stall out this game, get their items, and really play for the late game because they scale very strongly.
Oh man, Team Todak really on top of their game here and full of vigor, seriously. Full of so much vigor and just motivation. Now it all comes down to closing this game.
the stopping, the finishing power. I don't know, because in the previous game, Todak was able to kind of muscle their way into EVOS' base. The question is, does EVOS have enough items to kind of hold them back? I just saw JPL buy the Ice Queen's wand. That might not necessarily be enough to stop Todak at this point.
Definitely for sure. But anyway, Soul's going to be trying to disengage. Literally at this point, we see Soul playing super safe, very passive. He's like, all right, I don't get caught again. But anyway, speaking of being caught here, there's a beautiful fatal link. But with the Core Shadow, Potato will be able to escape, but into the clutches of X-Ray as he instantly will be bursted down very shortly. And with Moon in his hand, both members of EVOS SG will fall, and the potential Lord will be taken away from them.
Yep. Oh boy, looks like Chico's gonna have Lord with no issues whatsoever. It looks like Khalid is gonna respond to Pokemon up onto the bottom side of the map, but for Mezzi having the time, X-Ray having the time of his absolute life down on the bottom side, getting a free push as he rotates. But Pokemon now getting hit here for Mezzi, seemingly dominating Pokemon here, but Pokemon should be able to get this tier 2.
Oh man, like, do you know how long it took Pokemon as well? Like, he was trying so hard. By the way, here comes the full rotation. I'm not talking about 3 men or 2. I'm talking about 4, but the Fatal Links will not be able to collect a Pokemon in time, and he's still escaping. They're going for the fun, but Chiku gonna be flickering in and tell him enough is enough. You will not escape from me anymore.
He got tired of it. I mean, he even expanded the flicker to make sure he secures that kill. That's going to be a huge battle spell, especially for a ranged hyper carry.
Yeah, but then again, if you think about it as well, picking up Pokemon is pretty huge because this time Pokemon cannot split push this bottom lane.
That's true.
Now you have 3 lanes pushing in, and they're hitting this tower like a truck. And Foreman is tanking it, but here comes Soul with the blood over there as well, into the flowing blood, trying to hold on the line as much as possible. But E1 getting ready to jump in, and Chiku just constantly slicing and dicing, getting a beautiful kill on Soul.
Wow. I mean, he chunked everybody. He got a really good flowing blood into a Blood Ode coming in the middle of Todak. They chunked out literally half of that team to 50% of the HP in one combo. So something very notable there if this game drags on.
Yeah, that's pretty much why we see Team Todak constantly trying to look to end things now, or at least just try to get even more inhibitor. 4-Mass almost going to kill on Potato, but I think with a quick Zen Gun, he's going to be able to sustain and hold on the line. E1 has Fatal. He gets a little bit low, connects in on Pokemon, pulls him all the way back. But this is Uranus, so he's quite tanky. And Moon, a little bit out of position, going to be popping his ultimate, trying to escape, and will be able to run away as well.
He makes it away with no problems whatsoever. However, look at the base of EVOS SG. 2 inhibitors down with just the mid one holding up. 12 minutes into the game, Todak are in prime position to win this with their 11k goal lead.
Oh man, Moon, seriously, this game with the Kadita, riding that wave.
Yeah.
Seriously, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, now I have to try, now I need to come up with better lines because Khalid riding that sandstorm, and now here Moon riding his wave. You guys gotta make things a little bit easier for me.
True, but I mean, Moon has been really outdoing himself. We haven't seen him in this kind of form in a very long time, and it's great to watch. However, it's really unfortunate for EVOS SG's side. Pokemon gets locked down by the Raging Sandstorm, but the follow-up is kind of slow on this. It's a 3v4, and they don't want to commit everything.
Oh man, this is a very crucial moment. All that's left is this mid inhibitor. Chiku charging up. The Navy Admiral is telling his teammate, I say go, hit that inhibitor. But beautiful timing with Soul as a form, but he gets on top of Chiku, but Chiku was able to dodge away. He was able to flicker, but sadly would be shut down. The rest of the team on Team Todak are falling like flies. They're trying to sustain. E1 pulls the Fatal Links, but there's no follow-up. There's no damage. The rest of the team are scattered across the wind, and EVOS SG found that opening and that burst of speed again.
Ooh, EVOS finally trying to kick back. At least they finally take back a good fight from them. They've hit their item, their third item, Power Spike, and that's going to be significant. Soul getting that Holy Crystal as well, allowing him to have even more life and magic damage.
Dude, 20 seconds death time. That's a very long time according to this push. Now, our dear friend Formas, he has to hold down as long as possible, but sadly, that's a little bit too much damage.
No
They're
way!
hitting him though.
No
Look,
way!
They're not out yet. They have enough damage. They're hitting the crystal. They're holding it out, and Team Todak, they're not even at home to deal with this, and they will fall to EVOS SG. One fight and all it took for EVOS SG to push it all the way.
Oh no, one bad mistake coming in from Todak costed them the entire game. Oh my goodness, Todak was completely dominating EVOS from early to mid. One bad fight, and you can just see the relief on EVOS SG's face there, just like, oh my god, we actually won that game.
No, I'm just gonna say it right now. that MVP, the one that started all this, is just Soul.
Oh yeah,
I don't care. I'm just gonna say Soul.
you have to give it to the man. He played a great game. He was trying to make plays. He just didn't have the items, and when he did have the items, he popped off.
Dude, like literally, I'm not even kidding. Soul literally flew in with flowing blood, right? Got on top of them, popped the blood odor, and instantly Chiku, although yes, great reaction coming from Chiku, he was able to flicker out and dash out of safety. But Soul was like, no. When I want you, I'll get you for sure. This is Soul we're talking about. If he wants something, he's gonna get it. He even had flicker to the follow and even got the damage too. And now everyone is baffled. I'm baffled. Even LaFell, he's baffled because he's just like, how did things just turn around so quickly?
It was just one bad fight, and that's what an ace can do for a team so late into the game. And that's why I was thinking that Todak, they needed to end this game so much earlier. They just, that one up window that they had to close out the game didn't work out for them. Fine, EVOS played well. However, that second fight just, oh my goodness, right after that.
Right out of the gates of hell as well, seriously. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlights by Yudu, powered by Salcom. As Gideon and I are going to be walking through with you on what happened throughout the early stage of the game towards the very end.
I mean, this game, from the beginning to the end, all Todak here. I mean, Todak, they set up a perfect bait using Formezi here, who was waiting. He was waiting to hit that level 4, so he just needed to buy some time. They didn't realize that Moon was actually already in position to go for this one shot. So baiting it out, everybody to kind of come into that one area. Look at the amount of damage he does, and by the time that ult comes out, huge damage. They're almost guaranteed to kill.
Dude, that's just, oh my god, seriously, the baits and everything, the patience coming from most of this team as well, is just absolutely insane. And the thing is this, right? I think maybe towards the end, the later stage of the game, when how, not to say, I wouldn't say Team Todak dropped the ball. I think they were a little bit too prioritized on hitting that inhibitor, that mid inhibitor, that they just forgot on the fact that there's a potential engagement coming from the side of EVOS SG.
I suppose, but it's one of those things that you just have to be aware of. I mean, you're looking at a double mage composition, both of which are running Mystery Shop as well, so you know for a fact they're going to get their items a little bit faster, and even though Todak put a good amount of oppression onto EVOS SG to slow down that item, that gradual, you know, item build-up, they were playing a great game. Formezi baiting so many of these fights. Chiku was able to follow up with a lot of them as well. The information that they got from his ultimate was enough to kind of set the pace and set the tone of the game. It's just the fact that EVOS SG is a ticking time bomb with a composition like this.
Definitely for sure. Take a time off for sure. By the way, even more towards this highlight too. Look at this middle game, right? Team Todak always getting the advantage, always forcing them back, asserting dominance. And the thing is, they were willing to even commit fatal links for one man because they just know that EVOS SG needs all 5 men to really commit towards each of these fights. Even losing one is just going to be putting it at such a disadvantage. And Soul really trying his best. Same goes for Pokemon. Both of them are just trying to split push the lane, trying to spread Team Todak apart. So at least this way they could try to pick up members one by one. But Team Todak just constantly applying even more aggressions here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where the fight just got really started. You started to see signs of what, you know, Soul was capable to do.
Yes.
5 members, all 5 of them brought below either 50% of their HP as long as they're caught in that blood ode. That is something extremely scary here. And that's when you know 28.1k compared to 38.4k, that is huge. And I don't know about the itemization coming in from Todak, but it's something that they should have considered from the beginning.
And also, I also love the fact that, like, you see this, right? Everyone is low, like, in engagement coming from the side here. They all have flicker, okay, no, except Chico, because Chico had the flicker out immediately, right? The rest of them had the flicker here, but I believe they didn't want to flicker because they have this rough idea that Soul would also have his flicker. Both teams totally respecting it. They decided to just take this fight, although yes, Team Todak did win this one, but they had to fall back in this case here.
Yeah, they did have to fall back, and I don't know. This was just the beginning of something. You know, it was a foreshadowing of what was going to happen later on. Look at the score, 2-17. 11 minutes into the game, Todak is already at 10k gold lead as they broke in both inhibitors, and one bad fight with Soul just absolutely just crushing that backline, flickering to pick off, and one more blood ode to secure that kill. This, it was over. It was over for Todak right there.
It was totally over. And like, I also pointed out that maybe they were prioritizing this mid inhibitor too much because literally you saw where Aeon was. He was literally behind them. Behind Popular, he literally walked past them. It was not like he walked from the fog or walked from the shadows or anything. He walked straight through them, go towards the behind, started popping their ultimate, and knowing the fact that Soul is going to be engaging as well. Maybe they were a little bit too prioritized to break this mid inhibitor, maybe too eager to end the game. Maybe they should just take a step at a time and try to peel off members and try to force them out. It's hard to tell, right?
It's really hard to tell because like a lot of factors could have come into play. I mean, EVOS SG, Seoul is looking for flank angles. Todak, they probably shouldn't have been really that close together. They should let E1 and X-Ray kind of have two separate spots for themselves and Formezi in a completely different angle, just in case something like this does happen and they have an escape plan. Moon, he doesn't really care. He just goes underwater, absolutely fine. Just zips away, no problem. Formezi, disengaged tools, using the Raging Sandstorm. He should have been able to get out of there, no problem whatsoever.
Yes.
It's everybody else who is questionable.
Yeah, it's just really, really sad. And the funny thing about it as well is like they just tanked every burst damage that's literally thrown at them just to get this mid.
I guess they were just really confident in their capabilities here. They lost all three members and Moon as well. He should have been able to get out of there, but Pokemon was able to finally not only get side lane pressure, but able to pick up a kill for himself and slow it down. And Todak, they just needed to defend their base. Had they been able to do just that, this game would have looked so different.
Oh, seriously, just... I really want to see this item in, like, how much damage would they do? They have like a military roar? No, they don't have anything like that of the lights at all. They just fully damaged. They just dedicated it. Like, you know what? We have enough people. It doesn't matter. We're not one man show.
Oh, that's so smart. Two great itemizations coming in from Pokemon and Aeon, taking that Twilight armor to protect themselves from Moon's potential burst damage. Really, really good decision there.
I mean, then again, I believe they experience it firsthand.
For sure, for sure.
They experience it firsthand. You're like, yo, Moon, that hurts. That really, really hurts. Like, guys, like, is there anything we can do with it? Like, get a Twilight. It's like, oh yeah, about the Twilight. Let's just get this Twilight. But then again, like, now I'm very curious. I want to see the itemization on the side here, Team Todak, right? So,
I mean, their tanks, they have MR, they have magic resist to actually protect themselves, but overall, it's just, there's nothing that they could do.
Yeah, dude, it's just not enough.
It really just wasn't enough. It's surprising, is it not? You're looking at Lightning Truncheon, you're looking at the Clock of Destiny, you're looking at Holy Crystal, you're also looking at the Winter Truncheon. It's like, oh yeah, all these things add together. That's a lot of damage, but none of it actually has that much magic penetration to it.
Yeah.
So, kind of interesting how that worked out.
So that's why I really want to point out, like, maybe in this case, because Team Todak, they were a little bit confident about the fact that, like, okay, we have great stuff, which is true. They have the situation to really back up that confidence, right? But, like, because of that kind of situation, they're like, you know, maybe they should have just told about it. Maybe get a little bit of sustain, a little bit more defensive, because they also should have realized that EVOS SG, they're a team that's not a pushover.
Yeah.
They if you give them a little bit more opportunity, they will bite back, and they did. When you don't literally there's a saying, right? You don't corner a wolf because when you corner it too much, it will bite back.
Yep. So let's talk about some of the players coming into this game. Rich Guy gonna go over to Chiku. The carry gonna also go over to Chiku. The Sandbag being Pokemon Honest Uranus and the Forgotten One E1.
That is 70 grand on a marksman. That is a lot. That is a lot. Like that, you normally commonly see this most of the time on a mage. You never see this on a marksman.
Yeah, that's actually kind of nutty there, but well played. I mean, well played to EVOS to get this win, bringing it over to Game 3. So far today has just been absolute bangers of games.
Oh my god, dude! Like, I like how some people is gonna be saying it as well. Like, I'm pretty sure some people in the comment section they're just saying like, "Oh, Todak's gonna take this game because they had such a great lead, they had such a great momentum. Even the score and towers and even net worth was like not in EVOS' favor at all." And like 8-18, and they really brought it back this game here.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, great game overall. The question is how Game 3 is going to go. But before we even get into that, let's look at the MVP of this game. Going over to the man himself, JPL, coming up hard with 20% of the total team's gold earned and 2,260 damage per minute.
You know, interesting enough, like even his itemization, right? It's not just based on amplifying his damage a little bit more, but he's also picking up the necklace endurance because he knows like, okay, we need to tone down that regen. We need to tone that down, keep it in check. He's literally supporting here, and I just love it.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea, a whole idea for a lot of these mages is changing their itemization to make sure that they are giving the best that their team deserves. Like, they have high base damages, you don't necessarily need that extra kick and punch with the Lightning Truncheon necessarily, so first item going for Necklace of Durance was a smart option. The Ice Queen's wand that followed up just set it up so well for Soul to be coming in, because then he's allowed to run around and kind of just gun team members from Todak down.
Oh man, still amazing games. And like JPL, whether he's playing Chang'e, Farsa, Selena, or even Cecilia, he still got it. I am not even kidding, he still got it.
He's still crushing it, for sure.
Now I'm trying to think of this. Game number 3. this is gonna be the first game 3 for today as well.
Yes.
And game 3 now is gonna be, I always see game 3 as like a dedicated phase, right? Where you're just like, all right, like dedicated. Like, we want to ban this troop, we want to ban this lane, and the same goes for the other teams. Like, all right, we ban this, we pick this, that kind of thing. We will not allow this team to take it for themselves. If they want to take it, we'll take it for ourselves here. That kind of situation.
I don't know, because I mean, for the next upcoming draft, after looking after game 2, if I was in Todak's position, I'm looking at this as like, we're winning pretty hard, but like, how many resources do we have to dedicate to get rid of some of these support mages now that Alice has been shown? How are they going to respond? Because I feel like they were winning that game so hard until
Really
that
good.
very one point.
Now this is, oh my god, this game 3, the drafting is gonna be like blowing both our minds for sure. It's a lot of mind games, a lot of decision making coming to the mix. Like
Guaranteed.
We both could like be, and you guys as well, can just be theoretical for the whole day. What they could pick, what they could have gone for, what they should have done. But it's so hard to tell because
it is.
It all comes down to mechanics.
It really does. Yeah, I mean, the mechanics was just really on point for both of these teams. You have to give it to them, like, very minimal mechanical mistakes. What it comes down to is draft and team strategy. And right now, I feel like Todak, with their team strategy and the drafts that they've been pulling off, it's looking good. EVOS here, they got seriously lucky in this game. I hope to see a much better performance up. But this is going to be it. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more MPL Season 6 MY SG action. See you in a bit.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Kaki will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you made my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike. Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Udo app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL Season 6 MYSG, brought to you by these sponsors, our official digital telco partner, Udo, and as well as our official media partner, IGN. All of this brought to you and presented to you by Buildup.
Thank you all so much, and of course, most importantly, thank you all to our viewers as well, who has been sticking around with us since week number 1, and those who just joined us today. Thank you guys, and of course, hope you guys have a really great time. Anyway, Gideon. Sorry, not Gideon first. I need to brief anyone first. So any of you new viewers who just joined the stream, after the break as well, the current score between such an intense BO3 between EVOS SG and Team Todak is currently 1-1. And just wanted a quick update, in that second game was insanely close.
Yeah, it really, really was. And I mean, Todak was really supposed to win that game at the very end of it.
Yes.
Like, they had everything going for them. It was just one bad fight, one silly mistake, and unfortunately, that really turned everything around. Like, who would have expected Alice to deal that much damage to the rest of the team?
I mean, that's because when, like we were thinking about it, is that items, right? That third item as well, because he's just like, you know what, Alice or Soul in this case, you know what, Aeon, you're already behind him. Chang'e or JP is already doing a lot of damage with Meteor Shower.
Yeah.
Now all I have to do is just jump into the mix here. I have Flicker. If Chiku were to get out, I can still catch up to him, and that's exactly what happened. Just really unfortunate Chiku just didn't have much area of options to really run from.
Yeah, and it's a very small mistake to have been made and really lose this out. I mean, 27% might be angry about it. 73 must be just rubbing the sweat off their brows, just like, wow, that was a little too close for comfort.
Oh, I can actually see that meme right now, that guy that just constantly wiping his sweat away. But anyway, that's just how intense and how literally quick that ending for game number 2. Todak had everything. Towers, money, levels, advantages. Just that one situation just quickly turned.
Yeah.
It just happened in the blink of an eye, and out of nowhere, it's just like, oh my god.
And see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Usually, from a 10k goal, from my standpoint, a 10k goal lead is a very difficult lead to squander. And I think a lot of it would have to come down to a couple of things. Number one is just itemization just wasn't there. A couple of their team members definitely were lacking in terms of MR, which they should have bought in. They opted to go for the Queen Wings instead, just getting that raw health rather than actually having the stats to protect them.
I mean, that's pretty much where, like, because you can't really blame them. It's just more like because
that's also true. They literally had a 9k gold lead by the end of that game.
They were so big. They had such an advantage. It's just like, you know what? Why do I need the defenses if I could just end the game now? You know, that kind of thing. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, finally, in game number 3, the drafting phase between both Team Todak and EVOS SG. And this time, Team Todak going to be on the blue side, so they have first pick and first ban. And initially going to be starting off with this Hilda ban.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough game coming in as EVOS SG, after losing to EVOS SG in game 2, Todak, I think they're going to have to stick to their guns in terms of the draft. I think their draft is super, super good overall. EVOS SG, on the other hand, they really have to tighten it up. They can't just be winning like how they've been winning in game 2. They need to be cleaner. They need to be better.
No, I love it that the first 2 bans coming from both of these teams, right? They were very swift about it because, like, after experiencing from game 1 and game number 2, they're just like, you know what, instantly we know who we want to ban, who we do not want to face, and instantly very quick about it. And now, third ban. Now Team Todak is currently thinking a little bit more hard at this time because this is the final ban for this first base phase, and instantly getting rid of the Uranus. Very good one as well. Not because he's such a nuisance, but the way Pokemon playing, constantly split pushing, the amount of healing, the amount of sustain he had in that game was absolutely ridiculous. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if Team Todak would have locked down this Cho.
Yeah, this is the exact same draft that they were looking to go for anyways in game 1. EVOS SG on the other side have kind of lightened things up. They changed it up in the draft by just getting rid of the Ling this time. The Yuzong and Selena definitely was expected. The question is whether EVOS SG is going to get access to Khalid this time or let it through, because the last time they just let it through.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I just love the fact that this time they're like, you know what, since we didn't get to play the Roger, and they didn't get the ban on the Roger, we're going to be able to secure this Roger for themselves, which is a good call as well. Roger is not only great at dealing against other marksmen, but also really great at dealing against assassins. The only difference that Roger, his late game, I wouldn't be saying very strong. It's just his early game potential is absolutely insane. So in this case, I guess it's EVOS actually sort of way of saying, you want to play assassin? I'm ready. You want to fight early game? I'm also ready. So let's go for this.
All right, but then, so what would be Todak's reply here? At this point in time, my guess is also secure their hyper carry and then look to get your pure tank right off the bat, based on you know, their previous drafts and their previous habits.
Still the same. It's still the same. It's gonna be either the Boxer for me. Like whenever I see the second time to pick, it's either gonna be the tanks or the main supports here. And instantly, when it comes to tanks, Boxer or Kufra comes to mind when it comes for E1.
Yep, and now that the Uranus is not on the table, Thamus is going to be a little bit more difficult. Finally, EVOS SG is going to be locking in that Farsa for themselves as they're going to begin the second part of the pick and bans.
Now this is the thing, right? With the Farsa being picked here, now EVOS SG has to start banning out all those really strong initiators or any hero that's able to get a hold of it. And the very prime target is definitely going to be Gatokacha if they so feared it.
I don't know. This is a really tough call to see because Todak is making some really hard reads here. They locked in the Boxia, as well as the Chung, while the only information that they had going for them was the Khalid as well as the Roger. So, to me, my guess is that Todak has really come prepared with against EVOS this time round, especially in this game 3. They've got a much better fixation and much better idea of how to deal with them.
And instantly, Gatokacha is going to be the first ban in this second ban phase because of the fear. Because, like, remember, Boxer not necessarily has to go to the side lane. He still can be played as a tank somewhere in towards his middle. And now Team Todak just realizing, okay, now EVOS actually what they're lacking is initiators, playmakers, frontliners. Akai is great. Alice is still in the pool, but Alice can only get you so far.
Yeah, Alice can only get you so far at this point in time, and I don't know if EVOS wants to go out of their way to go for these other types of offlaners when, you know, the regular standards of the Jawheads and the Thamuses just work out well. Now, I mean, not so much now with the Rubies and the Thamuses, especially with the Boxia in play, but I would expect to see EVOS SG hold up for Jawhead.
Oh yes, oh man, if come on, get it. I wanted to say the Jawhead. Get it.
All right, sorry, man.
But yes, Jawhead would be absolutely insane for them right here and right now. But the thing is, who's still in the pool? We have Kufra, but EVOS SG still prioritizing. All right, we want at least take these frontal fights head on. No escaping, no potential fights to make it passive from you, and instantly getting rid of the Claw. Not to say that he's not nerfed or anything. He got a slight buff, not super buff, but buffed enough to slowly come back towards this league here.
Yep. Oh,
you see, you see all the tanks, all the playmakers.
Boy, this is going to be a really tough one. Now EVOS SG, they've got to figure out what they want here.
They have Rubies, they have Helios.
I mean, those are hard engagers, though. But is it going to be enough? I felt like I felt like they could have left up the Gato just to kind of pick it for themselves. You know, deny it, but still get a tank at the end of the day. But you know, Atlas still on the table. Boom. EVOS SG looks like they're going to go with the Atlas.
Now, interesting enough, like it's going to be a switch in between. But I love this. Like not too sure about the export, but the carry is going to be great. They're already prepared. Like, you know, whatever tanks you pick, whatever heroes, we're gonna run you down. But yes, Jawhead
Jawhead.
or Ruby.
Jawhead. Come on, we all know it's Jawhead.
Could be Ruby.
I don't think it's Ruby at all.
I don't think they're gonna be picking Alice either.
That's true. That's true. Okay, I can guarantee that it's probably not going to be Alice. Well, this is my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Alice. I don't think it's Ruby. Both are very spell vamp required. And Boxia, you're not entirely sure which lane you're going to. So your best bet is getting the Jawhead, because at the end of the day, the Unstoppable Force and Ejector is just a great way to be like, oh, that's the hyper carry. You're going to die.
That is true, but Boxer is gonna be confident going to this mid lane. Now this last fight, it could be no, I won't say damn one. That's stupid. Oh Lord, have mercy on my soul. It's gonna be the Alice.
Yeah, they're gonna opt. They're gonna opt to have just the hyper carry and gonna stick with the off lane Alice again. So,
Dude, I love it. Like we both were just like saying like it could be anyone but Alice. Anyone but Alice.
yeah, but it looks like they still want to try to make this work. If they truly believe it, they're gonna have to pull it off in a nice, clean game, because they can't just pull it out of their back pocket like they did in Game 2.
But think of it this way, right? If we're talking about combination, right? We're talking about Fatal Links into a Blood Ode and a Feather Ash, right? Yeah. I won't take Raging Sensor into account because that skill is more like a meh, you know, sometimes either
It's a hit or miss.
Yeah, the hit or miss, that kind of thing. So I won't bring that to the mid. But that's insane amount of damage with that, not just the mid, but the late game especially.
Agreed. There's going to be some strong wombo combos at level 4 for EVOS SG, and not to mention they have Khalid in their hands, so they technically do have a lane to kind of play through for the earlier stages of the game.
Oh man, but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 between Team Todak and EVOS SG. Who will come on top on this beautiful Land of the Dawn from the graphics from our amazing production?
Yeah, production has done a phenomenal job this season. Can't thank them enough. Now, let's see. Todak versus EVOS SG, Game 3.
Oh man, now 1-3-1 is very classic this time. No 1-4s or anything at all. Sticking straight towards their roots and whatever works. But anyway, Aeon pushing it towards the beginning, trying to harass, playing around with the perfect match. And now as both of the team just trading a couple of skirmishes.
Yeah, they're taking a little bit of trades here. I don't think either side really cares too much. Ooh, but they did manage to get the Khalid to pair up against the Cho. He's completely, I mean, Pokemon is completely zoning him out of the wave. Really good. But Soul has to deal with this X-Borg, which, to be fair, is not too bad.
Ooh, that's a significant amount of damage. Actually, you gotta run. You gotta run.
Oh no! Wow, he didn't bother flickering forward. Okay, that's fine.
I mean, we're talking about like a flicker forward into a potential. Okay, I don't think he went for Shunpo first, right? No way, right?
No way he went for Shunpo first. But yeah, now that he has it here, Moon has to support and he has to recall straight away. If not, he is going to die to Pokemon.
Man, this is so great, so good. Anyway, I'm just really curious as well. Like, we saw a jungle invasion coming from the side here, or Team Todak, but EVOS actually did the same. Oh yeah, they did. They went for a mirror. They went for a mirror matchup as they went for the jungle invasions.
Yeah, they are just following each other's footsteps. I mean, both supports are making sure that they have one dedicated member just to kind of check, just to see like, oh, are they doing the buff now? So we have a better idea of what the timer is going to be.
But I can tell you this: X-Ray not having a time of his life, nor does 4Miss as well towards his bot lane. Oh no, that was close. That was so close. But then again, Moon already has already revealed himself, and so there goes the disengagement coming from Potato.
Yeah, they're just gonna play this slow. I mean, Potato, he doesn't really need to do too much. He doesn't have to like disappear off the face of the earth. He just needs to be sticking around the mid lane and allow this top lane to just get ahead. I mean, look at this right now. There's no way Pokemon is going to be dying here to the rest of the team unless X-Ray makes the difference. But luckily, JPL, he's got some fast eyes. He's already shot the Feather Airstrike back down to X-Ray while the rest of the members are coming through. E1 finally goes down. Kill going over to JPL, but the Sandstorm Guardian on top of that that Revitalize would not be able to save E1, but that Guardians, that Quicksand Guardian apparently does.
Dude, that Quicksand Guard, dude, Pokemon, he tanked it like a champ.
He just ate it.
Dude, like, it looked as if he was taking a shower, bro.
Ooh.
Man.
Ooh.
But anyway, I don't think it's gonna work out for him later when the game starts dragging out, and especially when Moon starts getting a little bit more items on themselves here. By the way, now both of this carry, the reason why we see both of this team playing very passive, playing more the slow game and farming, because both of these hyper carry monster needs to farm. But same goes for here. E1 tries to run, got a little bit of trade-offs here, only loses half HP. But E1, I think E1 is pretty much very satisfied with this. Ooh, beautiful connection coming from Aeon.
Ooh, a bit of a definite technical misplay coming out from Aeon here, going into that Shield of Boxia. and getting knocked up as he flickered right into it. That's a little unfortunate, but now Moon is going to get absolutely destroyed as he gets artillery fire from the Feather Airstrike, yet still being run down by JPL.
Oh man, that's gotta hurt. But then again, E1, like think of it this way, maybe it's that 200 IQ play that we didn't see. Like, you know, A1 flicker into a shield Unity, who knows, right?
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Oh boy, but I mean, it was an attempt and they gotta keep making these attempts, but they are doing pretty well. For Messi is getting relatively close with the last Insanity, not like it's gonna matter. They're still gonna lose that mid-tier 1.
Okay, this is going to be really important, right? Because Aeon is about to have his phalanx out soon, very soon. And they're going to be rotating good towards this top. It's the stun on action. That's going to be a big cut. And now they're going to be slowly bombarding their way to secure this first turtle for the side here of EVOS SG.
EVOS finally coming up, starting off the game with a lead here. Oh no, JPL get absolutely destroyed here by Moon's meteor shower. And now Soul, he's using the blood order to buy some time, but the flowing blood is not going to be able to save him just yet. He gets hit. E1 trying his best to kind of cut off the enemy team, but this is not going to be able to shield you. Unity makes him out with the turquoise poisons. Oh my goodness, that Revitalize actually saved his life.
Dude, that Revitalize was absolutely amazing. And viewers, if you saw what Gideon and I we were doing, we literally turned our bodies sideways because literally we saw Boxia was spinning away to save his life. But what a play, seriously, the way he sustained, he ate so many things. Raging Sandstorm, Fatal Links. Actually, I'm not even sure whether that Raging Sandstorm was actually considered connected or not, because the Fatal Link was sort of like pulling out of it.
That's true. Oh, Pokemon, he's on the run. He gets hit by the third hit of G-Kundo, and the Sandstorm Guardian is gonna be huge. The baits have come out. Aeon doesn't connect. However, Potato got what he needed.
Oh man, that was like, they had to make a choice, and Moon just had to tell him, so you know what, I'm a support. I'm meant to die. I'll die for you. Yeah, take me. Don't take X-Ray anymore. He suffered enough in that early stage of the game. But anyway, Aeon coming in. But then again, Formats with his immortality, we're gonna be seeing a lot more aggression coming from side of him, especially with that reset of that Ferragamo.
Yeah, he's gonna be a little bit bolder with a lot of his moves here. Oh, Pokemon might be in a little bit of trouble. He could put some good damage into E1. However, Aeon baiting it out again. The perfect Fatal Link, the perfect match into Fatal Links, easily baiting 2 into that clutch as Pokemon baited it perfectly.
I told you, man, Aeon, this time is his turn. He's going fishing. And he fished 2 beautiful members.
Oh, those are some big fish to catch here.
Oh, man.
EVOS SG looking much cleaner this time round compared to their previous. I think they really cleaned up their early game this time round in game 3.
And it also suits them as well, especially since Aeon just loves to play very aggressive. By the way, Aeon connects the perfect match, and that's gonna counter the harassment coming from Chiku. But look at him out there for 4 minutes, coming straight for the back line. But Soul still getting locked on Chiku. Chiku still sustaining, still surviving. E1 dropping down the revitalization because he knows he wants to heal up. But the rest of the team, the reinforcement, Raging Sandstorm connects on E1, but that kill will be picked up by Potato.
Oh, Chiku, can they actually go for this dive? Nah, he's already made it out past the brush into the safety of Moon's arms here. But a really good fight overall. X-Ray has been split pushing this entire game. Even though they are going 50-50, they are still playing the map, and Todak is doing a very good job.
Yeah, but hey, check it out. EVOS, no, like I said, EVOS or Aeon with the hands of Atlas or a very fast playmaking hero just sort of suits Aeon way better. We saw him on the hill, we saw him with all the box there. It just suits him. And now, right now, in that prime moment where Aeon is literally needed to dive in and start a fight, I think it works for him too.
Yeah, I think it works really, really well overall. A lot of diversity, pretty much a toolbox kit coming in from the composition of EVOS SG. Todak, a little bit more linear. They know who the engagers are. They know who wants to stay back.
Oh man, Cho, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be a Blade of Despair as well, right?
Yep.
Oh man, that Cho is going to hurt. But for good reason as well. Because as you guys know, Tank Cho can only get you so far. But anyway, E1 gets caught and bombarded away. And with the cause of the Wolf King on Potato, he's going to be ripping him a new one.
Yep, he is absolutely shredding it right now. 2K ahead of their opponents.
Yep.
Slow game overall, but it looks like Aeon, he found the catch onto X-Ray, and that's going to be another free kill, making it a mega kill for Potato. He's going in hard. Soul with the blood ode as well, the flowing blood going right on top of Formezi. Can they secure the kill? Unfortunately, he doesn't, but he comes back with the immortality, and he still has Viraga armor. Potato, he could go in hard, but instead he lets Formezi live. Chiku makes it out.
No, but if I'm not mistaken, JPL stole the blue!
Yep, he did indeed. And I don't think he was even realizing how much damage he put into Chiku there.
Oh my lord. But you know the best part about it? Potato was actually literally 2 levels behind. Although yes, Potato was about to hit level 10, but E1 tries to run but gets bombarded once again. And this is exactly what happened, right? Potato was about to hit level 10. He killed E1, hit level 10, and after picking out X-Ray, he's level 11. Now he's pretty much on the same level with Chiku.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of back and forth for both of these teams. Again, Formezi up against Pokemon this time round. Pokemon trying to break that Firaga armor here. He still has the Empowered Order, and there we go. The Firaga armor is broken. X-Ray flickering out of there to try and run away from Potato with the help of that suppressing fire from the Meteor Shower. That's going to disengage EVOS straight away.
Really well played coming from JPL with the Purifier as well. That way the Drag would have connected and possibly even killed him as well. So really well played in timing. But cannot say the same for the side here in the bottom lane as Pokemon is out to catch them all as the first target will be Formez.
Yeah, Formez shouldn't be there at that point in time. He already was going low. He didn't have his Firaga armor. There was nothing much he could do there.
Ooh, dude, he's hitting that turtle like a truck. Do you saw the amount of crits that's going onto it?
Yeah, I mean, he is one big boy. There's no denial of that. I mean, he already has the Windtalker at this point, and he's about to finish off his endless battle as well. Oh! Good catch onto Moon. However, not enough time has been spent. Aeon now left out to just dry on the patio.
No, this is really great coming from the side Team Todak. They need to punish, especially if Aeon doesn't really connect a beautiful fatal lanes. He has to punish him, minus out as many frontliners as possible, because if you take into account, Aeon is their only sole primary initiator and frontliner. But if it's Soul, Blood only going to be Bob trying to sustain. But here comes Formez with the last attempt. He's going to be forcing JPL to commit his only disengagement. Thankfully enough that Ashray was not nearby, because if he was, he would not let an opportunity pass him.
Yeah, Formezi now going for the Ice Queen's wand as well to get some extra utility and slow on that on those fire missiles. Oh boy, this is
intense.
This is an intense game. So far, that 4K goal lead has not diminished, and EVOS is gradually extending this lead. But we're now coming into that 10-minute mark, the exact same point of time where EVOS was losing super hard in Game 2, and Todak was winning decently in Game 1.
Dude, and the best part about it is that they're not too far behind in objectives. Sure, EVOS actually does manage to steal a couple of blues and reds away from Team Todak, but they're still able to bring it back. 4K goal difference, sure, big, but not very big, not too hard to catch up. Tower-wise, Team Todak is not too far behind. They're only literally one tower short only.
Yeah.
Ooh, X-Ray.
Catch him out?
Oh no.
He is real low. Ooh, the flicker. Oh, but now Potato goes in hard with his own flicker to try and get on top of E1. He wants to get more than this. He wants to be getting on top of everybody with a 20 points on. But Chiku, 1 HP. There's nothing much he can do. JPL is really forcing the enemies back. Moon, he's going to play this dancing game. He's going to jiggle right on through. Some great side steps coming in from Moon.
Oh my lord, man. He's sidestepping that woman all the way to the top, baby. And seriously, well played. That punishment was what Team Todak was waiting for the entire time. Potato could have just let it go. He should have just let it go. It was just one small kill that wouldn't give a major advantage at all. But either way, now coming back to this game, beautiful connection as well. Formez losing his Faragama, but slowing things down. And the best part about it, they're trying to buy time because they're actually trying to take the Lord. And remember, no retribution on either side. They had to try to take this off just purely on damage, but Lord get resetted, and the fight comes back into the mix.
Yep, I mean, they're getting kicked back in, but JPL is trying to get pushed out of position. He finally goes down. Aeon trying to buy some time, but X-Ray has done his work. Potato now in the back line trying to get a finish off Formezi here. Formezi still survives with 1 HP. He's going to slow down Soul if he can get that flowing blood. Yes, and they connect and trade kills. It's going to be a 1-for-4 trade-off here in favor of Todak, who want to end this game strong.
Gideon, I'm just going to say it right now, if Formez didn't die from that one right click from JPL, I'm just going to be like, yo, I need to call Formez. And like, yo, what are you doing?
I mean, at least JPL broke his immortality. That's one good thing that happened.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if he didn't break the immortality? I'm gonna be like, yo, Formez, why are you immortal?
How are you smurfing here? What exactly is going on?
How are you not dead?
What is your workout regimen to last this long? I need to know. Too many questions, not enough answers.
Oh man, definitely for sure. But anyway, now look at the goal difference from a 4K. Now Team Todak not just tying the score in both kills and tower objectives, but they're in the lead by 2k gold net worth.
Yeah, I mean, now they got a Luminous Lord walking down from the bot lane as EVOS here, just trying to clear up these Lord Empowered minions. Oh, Pokemon, he's trying to go for the bait here. The rest of his team knows he still has a quick set guard. He pops it out immediately as JPL is trying to give him cover fire. Pokemon survives with the body blocks. There, such great teamwork coming up from EVOS SG.
Oh my god, but then again, also same goes for X-Ray, who was also able to juke his way to safety and still able to secure a tier 2 tower. Now look at the position coming from the side of Team Todak. They realized what happened in the last game because they clumped up, they stuck. Now they're sort of split pushing. They're sort of splitting themselves out, so at least that way the damage is only going to be concentrated on one member instead of all four. Now Lord hitting towards his bottom inhibitor.
Doesn't look off from Ezzy as well, coming in with the last Insanity pretty hard. E1 now in trouble, you get pulled back by Aeon. All 3 members are dead. That is going to be it as EVOS SG cleanly take this fight out with a single Fatal Links coming in from Aeon and a follow-up by JPL and Soul.
Once again, Team Todak is getting punished. It's literally the same thing from last game, but instead of losing 4 men, they lost 3, and that was a beautiful engagement coming from Aeon. Perfect match, Fatal Link, catching all 3. Amazing, and he didn't even use Flicker.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good counter engage coming in from Aeon. He was ready. He saw Formezi going in hard. He saw E1 really far up, and he was just waiting for the right opportunity to catch Chiku off as well.
Oh man, this is absolutely amazing stuff coming from both of these teams. And the thing is this, I can't even say who's going to be coming back because 1 minute Todak comes back, then EVOS bounce back. They're literally rocking this boat, and I can't tell whether this boat is going to like upside or not. But beautiful Fatal Links catching on towards the E1, but I don't think that's what he wants to go for. Aeon, flicker out, JPL, he barely gets up against his lane pop, but 4 minutes will fall not too long after. Where is Chiku? Chiku is constantly on the hunt towards that back line. He finds Soul, melts Soul, but Moon is going to be the one taking the kill for himself. We're talking about a 1-4-2, and X-Ray getting ready to cut the creep here. No, actually, he's not going to cut the creep. He just wants to escape.
Yep, and here Aeon, he's going to try and catch it, but not in time at all. They didn't dedicate all their members to try and pick up, and now this is going to be a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Todak.
Oh my lord! Get in!
I don't even know what to say at this point. I mean, both of these teams are playing some top-notch MLBB. I mean, yes, there are some technical mishaps mechanically between both of these guys, but this is Game 3. Games 1 and 2 were almost perfect.
Dude, I think I'm like looking at a tennis Wimbledon opening. Like they're just going at it so hard. And
just with a lot less grunting.
Yeah, a lot less grunting. Like ooh, ooh.
That's all I hear when I watch tennis.
I mean, technically, when we saw Aeon pulling up a beautiful 3-man Fatal Link and that ball lane, I'm pretty sure all of them go, I
can imagine him just screaming. It's like, I got him, I got him. And once again, yes, he has. This time, he's got E1 locked in position. Potato and E1 are gone. This is going to be a huge swing into Todak's favor if they continue this fight. But EVOS SG, they back out.
Dude, the trade was so good. And the thing is this, I'm pretty sure Aeon was like, you know, I got it. I fatally, I caught E1. But what happened last Insanity, followed by the Shield Spirit, was enough to even burn Potato out of commission. And that's just not any player. That's not just any hero. That was the hyper carry.
Yep, it's really dangerous position to be in, and Soul getting some good damage here. Oh, they broke his immortality. He can keep on going now with a Blood Ode already active. Formez is trying to get on out of there. He hops over the wall, luckily.
Oh man, that was lucky indeed. Just really hard to tell. But then again, they gotta be really careful because Potato is gonna be coming out soon. They don't have the E1 is currently on the way, and Foreman is not looking to help them. But beautiful timing with the Purify, he's gonna be able to escape. And with the way of the Dragon, they will lock Aeon down. But the thing is this, Lord got reset. Now they have to retake and redo a more damage. But during this reset, Potato has already got enough time to rotate and get ready to the mix it. So pops in, finds Moon, instantly melts it down. Foreman is gonna be joining into the fight with the last Insanity. But it's just too much damage, and Potato, he's positioned towards the back line, but actually finds him, catches it, but he has to disengage. He has to be there to back Chiku up, and instantly Pokemon falls down. 2 members, 1-for-2 once again, and E1 finds Soul to see if he can force any more spells.
Yeah, and now JPL is going to get some good damage to X-Ray here. However, they are just buying as much time as possible to keep them off of this Lord. E1 forced to back off. Moon is dead. They only have 2 or 3 members here to try and take on Lord, but that's it. Soul is right on top of them. He quickly takes his flowing blood back on top of X-Ray. That was so clean.
Dude, they had to fall back. They took too long. They took too long to take this on. They had a fallback, especially with the existence of Aeon with the failing. It will be devastating since they do not have Purify. It will come out of cooldown soon, but it's not going to be soon enough because Aeon, he's never going to let this opportunity go away from him. But if he connects the perfect match, he's not going to use the failings. He needs to get more members. He needs to get Moon or even Chiku. They're taking this long. They had to go for this fight as well. Meteor Shower is going to be committed. Aeon dedicating his life to tank this up with JPL.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble. He's so low. Chiku is already in the back line. That doesn't finish off. Unfortunately, Soul is still alive. And now Potato is on the run. Soul is going to quickly recall as Khalid is going to clear up the rest of the middle. E1, he wants this, but he can't go any further.
Oh my lord, dude. That was such a big rotation coming up from Chiku. He went straight for the back line and hit backstab there where it really hurt. Both losing Aeon and JPL. Now, Team EVOS SG, they know they cannot even try to contest even a 5v3 fight. They have to give this Luminous Lord a go. And with that, Team Todak is going to see it and going to try to close this game. And remember, look on the minimap as well, Gideon. Both towers, both inhibitors, very low.
Oh, that was like a 4-minute Lord contestation overall. It's just so long. And Todak still managing to come up on top here. They need to close out this game. It's dead even. 20-20 on kill score with a 3K goal lead in favor of Todak. But at this point, the gold doesn't matter.
Oh my god, man. Like I'm done with talking about the goal difference anymore because after experiencing the second game and now in this third game, I'm just like, you know, forget it. Goal difference doesn't matter anymore. It literally comes down to mechanics, positioning, and execution coming from both of these teams here and all of these players. Individually, they may not be that strong, but together they are invincible.
Oh, I don't know how invincible they can be for either one of these teams here. Both have definitely shown weakness in one of their games, and right now, Todak has the advantage here. Let's see their finishing power.
Aeon finds Chico, Fatal Link's committed, but sadly there is no follow-up for it. Now Aeon has to follow it. Feather Ash are going to be committed as well, but the Lord, Luminous Lord, already broke through the bottom inhibitor. It's hitting the Crystal. They have to fall back. Last Insanity going to be there as well. Potato has to fall back. They have no more defenses. Crystal trying his best. The Lord ever gets Soul over, but so does the Crystal. It hits. They defend it, but for how long? Because Potato has to reach it, has to fall back. Now all three inhibitors has fall. JPL solo position himself, but Axel flickers out. Potato currently out of position. Last someone is Chico hitting the Crystal. He's trying his best, but Chico will eventually fall. The Crystal solo, the minion. Oh! They take the win. The minions. E1. Everyone was hitting the Crystal. They're throwing jackets. They're throwing papers. The game was won from all kinds of distraction and backdooring.
No way! No way have I seen someone muscle their way in. They didn't even have minions to bring back that extra debuff.
Dude, oh my god!
What a game!
Dude, I'm not even kidding. Like, guys, if you saw it clearly, minions was not there.
Chiku wasn't even doing damage to the freaking Crystal. You could see it barely moving. Oh
my god. Dude, you want to tell us the best part? What? When Chico fell, and I'm like, oh no, E1, you better back off. E1 was like, I'm gonna muzzle it too.
I gotta be part of this. I gotta add my damage inwards. And that was a ridiculous fight. And I think right off the bat, it was impressive that, you know, that EVOS was, even after making that first mistake, Aeon, he comes out, he gets caught out at the worst possible time. There's not a lot of priority targets. He should have used that. He should have used his perfect match to actually get back out in towards his turret and inhibitors to get some protection, because even if he does, there is no follow-up with the amount of aggression coming in from top and bottom.
I think at that point the communication was a little bit messy as well, because we saw a lot hitting bottom, we saw minions hitting top. And then yes, Chico, that was a beautiful catch, by the way, Aeon. It was beautiful.
It was a good catch.
But everyone's priorities was very off at that point because they're being hit by all three sections here. And that was not just any normal Lord, it was a Luminous Lord.
Yep.
So JPL, with the Feather Edge, he had to decide where to commit the damage. Same goes for Potato. We saw both of them hanging behind the mid inhibitor, but they had no idea which lane they want to go to at all.
I think the decision-making overall from both of these teams is really, really good. I think they have very similar ideas of how to play the game and how to actually maneuver in these team fights here. Some innovation coming in from Chiku and E1, both of them. I don't know how this team has kind of adapted to the way EVOS has played, but they definitely got really smart about it, especially with that back flank coming in from Chiku during that Lord contestation. That was a really risky idea, but it paid off big time.
Oh man, like I can tell you this, they never saw it coming.
I mean, I wouldn't have expected it. Like, if I'm seeing a hyper carry that far out of position in the backline, that's shocking.
I saw it at the very last minute on that mini-map as well, because I noticed how come there's a blue ring behind all that red lines, right? But either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlight brought to you by YouTube, powered by Cellcom, for game number 3. Such an amazing and intense game.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS, in this game, it was definitely different from games 1 and 2. EVOS was getting a very, very good lead against Todak, but overall, I think Todak's defense was also up to par, and they were trying their very best to make things happen across the map, but EVOS SG, the Wombo combos during the mid-game was a little too hard to deal with. So Todak had to play a lot slower, wait until the 25 to 31k mark before they can actually start beating back.
Yeah, and also the amazing thing as well, like, we also need to take into account not just all the positioning and mechanics coming from both of the team, but the spell's priority as well, like coming from the team. So that it's like, you know, there's an Atlas, that's a really strong control suit. Let's just pick a Purify for that. Same goes for Moon. Both of them have Purify. They have so confident, even if they get caught, they will be able to disengage. And when they don't have it, their positioning was even more insane. But here, this is a little bit of an overcommitment coming from the side here of Potato. I get it. You wanted to kill on X-Ray. X-Ray was trying to almost got out. He even committed his flicker. His only strongest disengagement spell.
Well, it is his strongest disengagement spell, but I also think that you have to look at everything he had, because he could easily have run up towards JPL's side. But notice that this is not only E1, this is E1 and Formezi.
Yes.
This could mean that JPL might become collateral. Aeon is trying his best to peel them off, but he can only do so much. Personally, I think in this situation that Potato played it perfectly. He went in, he got the kill, he tried to get out. He also was very aware of JPL's position. From there, the Feather Airstrike will reach all the way down to pretty much the turret as well as the brush, so it has a much wider coverage, allowing him for the follow-up kill. So even if he dies, they're almost guaranteed 2 to 3 kills.
And the best part about it is, well, like, while everyone was trying to disengage and trying to go for a positioning here as well, right? That was a beautiful timing coming from Formez as well, because they just want to go dive straight towards his backline. Their main goal was just Potato. They saw Potato was low, he saw Potato no more disengagement or any way to escape. He goes back into the fight, and this is significant amount of damage. And Moon just constantly sidestepping. Now this is the part where, okay, no, this is going to be the early part of the fight where they were trying to engage here. Beautiful Moon gets picked off here. That was pretty big. That was insane. And so able to follow up to get a control on X-Ray. But what exactly happened was that Soul was still a danger at large, and Chico just had no choice but to fall back.
Oh my goodness, Potato. In that fight, I think Potato could have done so much more. He just didn't commit fully, and he was kind of just like sitting and spazzing out in the same place, looking for like the right targets to hit. I think if he dedicated his resources to Chiku on that point of time, I think he would have been able to take him out with no issues whatsoever, considering the amount of damage that he had. He was just waiting for the transformation. But yeah, these fights got really, really messy really, really quickly, especially JPL having to worry about his positioning almost constantly, because E1 can hop over walls to get to him and get into angles that he's not looking at.
Yeah, and that's pretty much why this jungle was very, very messy for them. But anyway, Aeon almost connected the perfect match here. Very close for too close for cover here. But anyway, this is the part where we see like even everyone buying so much time, trying to pick out the best part of the beautiful way of the dragon, instantly getting rid of Aeon. But the thing is, sadly the Lord had to be reset. And let's look at the mini-map. Chiku going a long way, and even Potato was so shocked about it. But Chiku's priorities, right? He was like, you know what? I'm not gonna hit Potato. I'm gonna go for soft one. I'm gonna go priorities, especially JPL. JPL was the biggest hit.
Oh, this is the last fight, isn't it? Yeah. This is where Aeon, he got a decent catch overall, and he ended up baiting up Pokemon into a fight that he cannot win at all. So this is like a really difficult situation, because again, he's trying to go for a 1v1 against Chiku, and Chiku already had Purify at that point of time. So even if Khalid got as much damage as he did, E1 is not gonna let that fly.
Yeah, and the best part about this as well, like I was telling you, where the positioning of Potato and JPL, they had to make a choice on whether they want to clear that top or even contest this spot. They were not ready to even try to contest, even with the follow-up coming from Aeon at all. Pokemon, like you said, forced into a fight here. Purifies all committed. Even the Revitalize was dropped down. There was no way Chico is going to be able to even die or fail with so much healing and so much. He has his own sustain too.
I mean, honestly, Aeon pretty much accidentally baited Pokemon into a situation that he can't win. I mean, the Purify alone is already a reason not to do it. Pokemon dedicates his entire ultimate to try and save Aeon, but inevitably Aeon still dies at the end of the day. Now, looking at the side lanes, it's just completely nothing that they could do. Had this been instead of Pokemon, that this was potentially Soul and Pokemon, that might have been a little bit better.
Definitely way better for sure. Now, coming back from this pause as well, now everyone is just trying to defend this. Now, the Lord everyone was just so precise on trying to get a lot of kills, and it's only one of them, only Soul and a few of them only started dedicated towards his lord. And now look at this, no minions, they're muzzling through, although yes, there is that one minion there, and that just literally gave that opening for E1 to just hit it, you know.
Yeah, I was wondering how E1 was able to finish it off, even because he's got no attack damage at all. So it's like he would barely do anything. But luckily that one minion came into range. So
that melee was just barely at the ring of that range.
MVP minions?
No, Winions.
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 Oh boy, this has been an absolutely phenomenal game coming out for both of these two competitors. These are your top-notch teams, 22 and 22 in terms of kill score. But looking at the items, you can immediately see a significant difference where people are just getting rid of their utility and being, I need to have some raw power.
Oh yes, so much raw power coming from the side here, but of course Aeon is still going to go with the standard. He's the only one who's going to be going for pure tech. Same goes for E1, but E1 then again, he has enough damage coming from himself, from his ultimate and the rest of the Shield Spirit. While Aeon, he has just no choice. His main goal as the Atlas is just to get his cooldown, his ultimate off cooldown as fast as possible. That's pretty much why his free time was like the primary item for him.
Yeah. Oh boy, this game has been an absolute doozy here, but at least we're getting more insight to actually seeing Alice coming into play, and double mage compositions actually not being too bad. It's just that it's really awkward when it comes to the power spike curve. So I don't know, a little bit of fine tuning might be able to kind of like secure the deal on this composition, but so far I feel like it's unfinished.
I guess we could just like both of us can just softly agree that it's situational. It depends as well.
I don't think this is meta changing, but I definitely think that this is a new way to actually a different perspective on what the meta is. You know, they still have their hyper carries. They have two. One with a little bit earlier power spike at level 4 coming in with JPL's Farsa, and then considerably great scaling coming in from Alice, but she takes a lot of time to get to that point.
But I think that's the case where EVOS SG is already expecting a late game. That's pretty much why when they go for these marksmen, they're totally fine. Like, you know what, if it gets to the late game, we can fight. We will scale. That kind of situation.
Yeah.
But this is not the first time we see a double mage lineup. We even saw Camilla being picked up by the previous weeks of the season. But I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is the post-game stress here, and Chiku being the rich guy who has the most gold. The carry is going to be JBL who dish out the most amount of damage. Sandbag's going to be E1 who tanked the most here, and the forgotten one is going to be JPL with the most assists.
Yeah, I mean, so far there's nothing much I can really comment on the draft besides like, hey, Drawhead. If I was following the natural meta, I mean, Drawhead probably would have been switched out for the Alice in most situations. But honestly, looking at this, both of these teams have done a very, very good job with their drafts. Todak sticking more traditional here, and also opting to go for the X-Borg more often than not.
Maybe in this case, like when it comes to the drafting, especially for the last pick for Atlas, like between Atlas or Jawhead, I think at that time they're just trying to figure out, can Jawhead sustain? You know, he can burst, he can lock down on one person, but will it be enough for them? Because like when you slowly get towards the late game, especially since remember it was the first pick in the second pick phase. It was an Atlas being picked in. So now they want to figure out, okay, we have control, we have lockdown, we have initiation, but do we have enough damage to follow up with it? So maybe Jawhead might be a little bit too much, that kind of thing. Maybe they just thought of it.
It's tough to say. I mean, there's many different angles you can take, but the way that I see this composition coming out from EVOS, I absolutely love the idea. I just think that it's a little bit awkward in terms of when the power spikes do hit. Because from Todak's side, you can clearly see when you expect everybody to get strong.
Yes.
Cho and Baxia, they're going to be able to kind of hold off on their own in the early game. X-Borg, naturally very strong. Carry, you need to wait until she has 2 items before she pops off. Chang'e, first item already, she's already going to have damage. So you can see the natural progression of things.
Yeah, that's absolutely same. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, your MVP for game number 3 is going to be Chiku with that carry, who dish out doing a significant 4,148 damage per minute, and of course earning 24% of the total team's gold. KDA of that match was 5, 2, and 11. He only died twice here.
Yeah, I mean, he did a really great job overall. He didn't even bother getting the Demon Hunter sword. He eventually switched it out. He has the Demon Hunter sword on top of the fact that he's got a Thunder Belt as well for that extra oomph. And just to make sure that he has that sustainability, not a lot of people do this, but instead of the Queen's Wings that most people go for, he opted to go for the Athena Shield.
Yeah, man, he just realized that there's a lot of magic damage, and it's also coming from the side here of Team Todak. They realized for game number 2, they will lack. They didn't need HP. They didn't need to feel buff.
Yeah,
they needed that defense. They needed that magic resist. So in this case, opting to go for the anti-nerf shield to block that initial damage, especially coming from the falling bat. That does a lot of damage before Soul comes in with the Blood Ode.
I think the Blood Ode is something that you can't really run from, especially when he was like that big into the game. I think what they really needed to do, especially with the team composition that EVOS had, they had to play around objectives where everyone is kind of naturally clumped together, and if they had an early lead, that would make it even more so, because they would be clumped up in the tower or somewhere behind the crystal, things like that. But overall, Todak has played a phenomenal game. Both of these teams have played so well. I love the ideas that EVOS have actually put up, but I still think, as of right now, Todak still sitting on top.
Yeah, man, just absolutely amazing stuff. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be passing to our amazing godfather, Lafel, who's going to be having an amazing interview with Team Todak. Lafel, take it away, brother.
Mari kita perkenalkan siapa yang kita akan interview hari ini. Dan Ciku, sebelum cakap apa-apa, congratulations menang EVOS tadi.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Okay, so sebelum kita go forward dengan interview ni, soalan pertama yang saya nak tanya ialah minggu lepas Ciku sakit, ambil kat hospital sekejap, and rasanya ramai orang tertanya. So Ciku ada nak cakap apa-apa dekat fans tentang situasi minggu lepas?
Oh, sebenarnya saya ke hospital tu sebab asma and masuk zone critical, and sekarang alhamdulillah dah okey lah.
Wow, masuk zone critical, lepas tu terus main MPL, and game yang you main hari ni bukan game senang. Semua game susah. So kepada semua orang dekat comment section, kepada semua orang peminat Todak, you guys dah tahu sekarang kenapa Ciku masuk pada hospital, and hopefully you punya condition jadi lebih bagus. So soalan kedua, game kedua tadi, you guys kena come back. So I sendiri tak boleh nak proses apa yang terjadi. So Ciku, pada pendapat Ciku, apa yang jadi sampai comeback tu terjadi?
Oh, comeback tu jadi sebab kita orang maybe paksa sangat. And kita orang memang ada habit kalau late game tu macam dah duduk enemy duduk dalam base and suka duduk luar bully-bully, lepas tu mati, lepas tu kena comeback macam tu lah. So kita orang tak tahu benda tu saja ke atau apa, tapi memang selalu dekat rank boleh jadi benda tu lah kalau kita orang.
Jadi sesiapa jumpa Todak kat rank, korang tahu nak buat apa. Tapi macam mana pun, itu adalah game kedua. Sekarang saya nak tanya juga game ketiga. Game ketiga tu pun bukan senang, di mana awal-awal nampak macam Todak dalam keadaan yang dah start kalah sikit top lane, kalah sikit dekat mid lane. Tapi you guys dapat comeback, and still kita orang sebagai analyst, sebagai caster, kita pun tak tahu EVOS akan menang ataupun Todak akan menang. So macam mana perasaan team dalam game ketiga tadi?
Game ketiga kita orang buat macam biasa je, walaupun game kedua kalah easy sangat kalah sebab comeback macam tu kan. Game ketiga kita orang semua fokus sebab kita orang dah cakap lah kalau kalah early game ni kita fokus late game sebab kita punya hero late game lagi strong lah daripada orang kan. So alhamdulillah menang game ketiga. Tapi memang kita orang nak main game late game je sebenarnya.
So I pun dah tak banyak benda nak cakap lagi. I tahu confirm korang semua pun penat. Kita orang dekat sini tengok korang main pun penat. So, ada apa-apa tak yang Ciku nak cakap dekat fans Ciku, fans Todak, and maybe Ciku punya family member sekali? Hello? Oh, terus tak? So, saya sebagai wakil Ciku, saya nak cakap terima kasih kepada semua orang yang support Todak. Kita orang dekat sini kita train siang, malam, pagi, tengah hari, semalam, hari esok. Semua hari kita train dan saya dah sihat sekarang. And kita kalau sesiapa nak beli kerusi Todak, nak beli baju Todak, boleh tanya dekat page Todak. So, casters English, Malay, I akan campak you guys. So please, take it away.
Thanks, LaFell. But
Thanks so much, man.
I mean, that was a great interview. At least it gives us some insight on what, Ciku and his team was kind of thinking about. And towards the end, Ciku just forsake the LaFell there. I don't know why. What can I say? But yeah, overall, this has been a really great game. Both teams really going in hard. And as you heard from Ciku from himself in a little bit of translation on some of the questions, that during Game 3, the mentality of the team was to play for that late game, and that's exactly what they did.
Which is really, it also works with EVOS as well, right? Because from the current with the current lineup which they have, especially locking in the Atlas in the first pick in the second pick phase, I'm really sort of reassured. Like, all right, if you can't close the mid game, they're gonna go towards this late game. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly bring out the standings to see currently where is our current team. So still Team Todak is going to be taking a beautiful win for themselves, so they are going to be taking that beautiful top spot here with a total of 8 points.
Yeah.
8 points, man. That's a lot of points, man. And EVOS
So many.
And EVOS SG is still going to be at the same spot with 4, but very similar to Resurgence right now.
This is pretty nuts. I mean, Todak might be able to end this season with a perfect run, and not a lot of people have come out of this league with a perfect run. Somebody eventually slips up and drops the ball, and that's when one game goes down. But followed up after Todak is going to be Red Reborn in second place with 4 points, followed up by Resurgence at 4, and EVOS at 4 points as well. All tied up, the only difference being their match wins and losses. In according to order, it's going to be Geek Fam, Divinity Esports, Team SMG, Orange Lord Esports, Team Boskur, and Forsaken.
And also, don't forget, now it's very similar, but it might just change for Resurgence because our game number 3, our last BO3 of the day, is going to be against Team Resurgence and the bottom of the ladder, Team Forsaken. Both battle of the nations here.
Yeah, this is
Civil War.
Yeah, essentially it is going to be Civil War here. But you know, I feel like a lot of people are really just watching Forsaken and seeing whether or not this team is going to be able to make it into the playoffs. And I think that's going to be the big question for all of us here, especially during week 4.
It's also a big question for all of us casters as well, because until today, even though, yes, despite it being week number 4, we still haven't finalized or concluded or even categorized where does Divinity and where does Forsaken really stand in this season. Like, there are times where early part of the week, very shaky. But slowly, as it comes down towards week number 3, we see improvement. But is it going to be ending right there or not? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the schedule for today. So the first game we had today was between Team SG versus Red Reborn, where Team SG take a beautiful and hard win with 2-0 here. Second games, you guys experienced it firsthand, the intensity between both of these teams. This grudge match back from Season 4. Team Todak versus EVOS SG, and Team Todak taking a win 2-1. And the last BO3 of the day, like I just mentioned as well during the standings, was Resurgence versus Forsaken.
I mean, based on patterns and in sequences, everybody on the left side looks to be winning here. So RSG, I mean, predictions?
Yeah. And also to add a little bit more proof to support your fact as well, that SG and Todak actually had the lowest audience prediction percentage.
That is also a very good point. But then I would expect that in the RSG versus Forsaken, that Forsaken clearly is going to be like landslided with the amount of RSG votes there's going to be, right?
We need Lafel.
We got to call him the big cunts.
We need Lafel and Kuto to really decide this out for us. We need, at the same time, Gideon and I, we need this long Chinese beard so we can just slowly brush it. It's like, maybe we need them right now.
Maybe we need wisdom. But yeah, I mean, so far this day has been an absolute, I'm already exhausted after watching those first 2 best of 3s, because those were really fire games. If you switch one of that footage out with finals footage, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
You can't tell it at all. And let's be honest, I think all of us casters here today, not just on the BM3 and Lafel for the analysis, can agree that today is by far one of the best games we've seen throughout the week. Although I called it last week, but this week, nothing beats this at all. For now.
For now?
For now. There's still 2 more weeks.
That's true. Okay, so the last 2 weeks are going to be the most intense. So you were right. Week 4 has been really intense for a lot of these teams, and I can't wait to see what's up next for RSG and Forsaken and the day after that.
Oh my god, a lot of intensity, and this is going to be between juniors and seniors here. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick short break here. Get your popcorn, get your water, stay hydrated, don't forget to drink water, and me and Gideon will see you right after the break.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree. The higher legendary. Ally legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no destiny will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oi! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
And welcome back, folks, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. Now, I'm Leonard, also known as Yodeli. Joining me once again is going to be Gideon, also Fade to Fire Wave. If you want to find his Facebook social media tag, that's going to be all him. Find him, love him, text him. He's single and available, by the way. Go for it.
So you want to hook up? You want to hook up, Leonard?
Oh yes, I want to hook up, but with YouTube, because if you guys know, if you sign up for YouTube right now, you get a free 5 GB data, and also just want to for all of you MLBB players, for any of your MLBB add-on, especially 20 GB, you get it only for 1 ringgit. What amount of value from that?
So much value, but no, we can't forget. No, it's not just our official media partner. It's our official digital telco partner, but our official media partner as well, IGN. The entire day has been presented to you by Munto. But let's look at today's schedule once again. It's been a banger of a day. SMG versus Red Reborn. Please watch that match. Todak versus EVOS. We just came off of a very hot series, and even then, I'm still feeling like I'm out of breath looking at that game time and time again. But finally, today's last best of 3, RSG versus Forsaken.
Yes, very intensive games we have seen and experienced. Like, I thought maybe I was in an actual LAN event because that's just how intense it was. I couldn't leave, I couldn't like literally look away from the screen. That's just how intense and how epic each moment of that fight.
Yeah, it was just so, I mean, there's so many details there that like any simple mistake could lose you the game. And we saw from a Todak versus EVOS game 2 that Todak really dropped the ball in game 2. In game 3, EVOS was just trying to fight back every single time, even though they had an early game lead. So, tough calls.
Yeah, man, and let me tell you something, that game now too, they got hit hard. They got punished really hard when they dropped that ball, man.
I don't know. RSG versus Forsaken here, based on the way that the games have been going so far, I don't know. Like, I'm leaning obviously towards my gut, which is like RSG probably, like the rest of the audience, but just the consistency of this day, it's like you never know. So many upsets. But let's look at the standings one more time, just in case if you guys don't know what these guys are playing for.
Top of the list, we're going to be seeing Todak, who is still solidifying that top 1 position, but with even more points since they took that beautiful win 2-1 against EVOS SG with a whopping 8 points, followed by Red Reborn and RSG and EVOS SG. Both of these top 4 members here below the top 1 position with similar points of 4. But that's definitely going to be changing as Resurgence go toe-to-toe with Forsaken, and should they close it out by 2-0, going down furthermore in 5th place, we have Gig Fam here with 0 points, right back at the starting line. They went up, they went down, they had a great roller coaster ride, but they're currently back towards the starting line. Diverting Esports, on the other hand, still not very consistent in the positioning. Constantly going out, going back to 0 points, constantly going back to -2, still bouncing back and forth. Team SMG, they managed to claw way up a little bit, but same goes to Team Bosco and Original World Esports. Forsaken is currently at the bottom of the ladder in this week number 4, and they have to make things happen if they really want to secure themselves in top 8.
I will say that Forsaken has a little bit of leeway because they haven't played all of their games just yet. They've only played 3 best of 3 so far. So technically it's like, all right, they still have plenty of time to actually catch up to the rest of the group. So even if they do kind of drop the ball today, that means week 5 just becomes that much more important. So today is all about to try and get as many extra points as you can.
Yes. Week number 4, more points. Week number 5, going to be quite intense. And the thing is, it's so intense already. Like, week 4, day number 2, like, sure, day number 1 was like, okay, it was intense, but it was sort of still mellow compared to what we were just watching today.
Very much so.
I can't even imagine tomorrow, or in week number 5, or even in the last week. Planets will be exploding.
Exactly. It's really hard. Honestly, it was really hard to predict. I was thinking of like, you know what? Maybe I should come up with like power rankings based on what we've seen so far. But like, this is really definitely, in my mind, it has shaken up like the tier list amongst all of these teams.
Well, you can color your hair purple and then.
No. You have to make me. You have to convince me to make a dumb bet to do that.
I mean, technically, I have my ways.
Oh, that's fair. Fair enough. Fair enough. But let's talk about both of these teams and go really into detail about the ins and outs of them. So let's have a look at their video before we go any further. Let's take a look.
Okay, so I'll definitely say foes lah. If you are playing with your foes, right, definitely both teams will play their best.
Foes lah. Any Singapore team that's competing with us will not be considered as friends lah.
Sometimes we do meet Resurgence in ranked matches. There are times that we win them lah. For us, we wouldn't prepare any into so detailed about them. So basically, we will just play our usual games and then just take them as any other opponents.
I actually met some of them in ranked games before. I think Dara is quite a strong player. He performs better than the other players, I feel.
I think in competitive scene, there's no such thing as we come and try something in tournament lah. No matter how new a team is, we should never look down on them lah.
Honestly, I don't really care. I mean, it's just I'll just take them as any other opponents and just do my own stuff lah. Against Resurgence, I'll predict or guess is probably a 2-1 lah, 2 on our side.
I will predict a 2-1 from our side winning lah.
RG versus Forsaken, our expectation will only be 2-0, nothing less.
Even though you guys are a new team to MPL, but we won't let our guard down and we'll win you 2-0.
I hope you take more photos with your trophy because you'll be gone.
You know, right after watching that, I'm now curious who's gonna be taking more photos after this.
Ooh, this is gonna be rough. Let's get into
rough.
it as this best of 3 is about to start up. We've got Resurgence on our left and Forsaken on our right. These two competitors going head to head with our previous season 5 champions. It's gonna be KZP, Sana, Sync, LY4, Jason, and Fossa representing RSG.
Absolutely amazing. By the way, loving the hair sing. Still really great matches with mine too. But anyway, their gameplay has always been great. Sure, week number 1 was a little bit shaky because they were trying some things out, but they managed to bring it back. By the way, coming towards the right side here, we have Team Forsaken, starting with OPS, Dara, Gorpiang, Q, Evil C, and Ambroscus. We haven't seen Ambroscus play any time at all inside this roster, but the rest of the team here has been really stepping out. You will see coming in Q sometimes coming with that faster play, but mostly play Dara has been a side laner to be reckoned with for sure. And even you saw in the intro video, LY4 respects that.
Yeah, and it's already notable, and not to mention, you know, I want to see what Forsaken is going to be able to bring. They're coming in with the right mentality. We all saw it in that video. They're coming in, they're just like any other opponents. Hopefully, that's going to keep that mental strong. But let's look at the stats and really start comparing some of these players here. Starting off with Resurgence, a very versatile team composition that plays around LY4. Naturally, they all fall down into their same roles. However, let's keep an eye on Sana because his performance is going to be very vital for the team.
Yes, this is absolutely insane. And the thing is, this, like we saw from last week, like Forza sort of subbing in towards the replacing LY4. He still was able to not just break the team synergy, but still work with it. But the thing is this, all the time we have seen Resurgence, we always assume they're going to be playing a simple lineup, which is just play around LY4, play this farming style. Week number 1, they try to switch things around to try to figure out and testing, which is totally understandable. Yep. But week 1 and week 2 is always reconnaissance and testing. But then after that, LY4 started adapting. He realized that I can't just keep farming. I need to also react to a situation where we need to try to force a fight to get that early game or mid-game advantage. So it's really well played coming to how well that Resurgence is currently adapting inside Season 6.
Yeah, they're just getting more and more accustomed to what the meta is requiring, is calling for them, and they are just meeting the requirements at every single step of the way. So again, it's about those offlaners because the core of the team is strong, but what about the side laners? But let's look over to Forsaken. These guys, they haven't been playing too many games, so their stats aren't going to look super inflated, but overall, a very versatile team.
Very versatile team indeed. And the thing is, it's like we have seen time and time again, although their performance for some of the players is a little bit inconsistent. There are times where they are spiking, there are some games where they are not, but Dara by far has always been the only safe laner and only player inside the entire team of Team Forsaken who has been very consistent. Even if it's a losing game or a winning game, he's still able to maintain the performance and also help to deliver the team a more better situation.
I mean, Dara, yes, consistency is going to be key, and that's why he stands out a little bit more. But what about the rest of his team? Where do they stand amongst the rest of the pack? I mean, what I'm looking for is where is the potential ceiling. Correct. If the ceiling is super, super high, then I always have a hope for a team to get better. But if they show the fact that their ceiling is low, that really doesn't help their case considering that they are at the bottom of the standings.
That's pretty much why I was a little bit worried in the intro video where they just say that we won't worry about what, we'll just play at our own best and everything. Like sometimes your best may not be enough, even though sure, even though it was amazing you got into the regular season, which is definitely not easy to achieve.
Yeah.
But if you want to get to the playoff, sometimes being your best is not going to be good enough. You have to be better. You have to break that wall which you sort of put on yourself where it's literally highlighted my best.
Yeah, at this point I'm giving Forsaken a huge benefit of the doubt until I'm proven otherwise, but if they really want to show their statement, if they take a game off of RSG or even win the series against RSG, that's going to be a huge statement to the rest of the league.
Yes, and it's also like sort of like gives us a good idea of where they're actually standing, because all of us casters, we still have no idea where does Forsaken or WWE really stand. They have always been dancing around the middle part of the standing. Their gameplay and playstyle mechanics has always been very meh, very 50-50. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not. But this time in the standing it's a little bit more obvious because Forsaken didn't really get to play many games. Now coming into the mix here, this is their this is like their fourth debut here, and with such a strong team like Resurgence, now we sort of can get a rough idea on how well they are sort of prepared and how well is their mechanical play.
Yeah. Overall, I just feel like a lot of these teams just aren't polished enough. You know, we haven't seen the final form of any of these teams. But let's look at the stats between both of them. Resurgence, clearly very inflated stats overall, getting a lot of first bloods, getting a lot of turtles, and as well as average team damage every minute is just going to be some of the highest in the league so far.
They're really amazing as well. Like, if we were to compare like any similarity, we could say that both of these teams here is very aggressive when it comes to the first blood. 58% on both sides. Although, yes, Forsaken Resurgence has played more games against Forsaken, but this is still stats based on everything we have seen here. But even though first blood is being happening, Resurgence is still very objective about it, getting this tower. 67% of first turret rate. 67, that's like not a very small number. That's insanely huge here.
Yeah, this is a really big number in comparison to, Forsaken's 29%. But I think given the benefit of the doubt, the early stages of the game, that first blood stat is super close together. And look at the average kill participation in most of these fights. I mean, these guys are looking to play as a team, as a unit. So there is still hope for Forsaken to really pull this back. Unfortunately, in terms of unique heroes picked, despite the fact that they've been playing, 7 games compared to 12 games, 22 unique heroes picked, that's still pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot as well, but that just shows that they're still fiddling around, because like we can both say, they didn't get to play a lot of games. So pretty much we only see the heroes which they are more comfortable with. There are times we see them slowly stepping out, trying new heroes that sort of fits with the meta or a certain composition. But when that happens, we see it shaky. But the next game, they got better. They got more simple. And that just tells us, okay, they practice a little bit. At the same time, they're researching what are the heroes being picked in this season. Why are they being picked in this season? Why does it fit this kind of composition? Forsaken is learning, but is it fast enough?
I don't know. That's a really difficult question to answer, because we need your best now.
Yes.
You need to start earning those points if you want to stay in this league.
Yeah.
Yet being in that bottom 2 spot is not a safe position to be in. Considering how stiff the competition is, it could go either way.
Yeah, man, even like other teams, Team Bosco and Team SMG, who was at the bottom, and so does Team Orange, they stepped up, and now they're elevated in the ranking where now Forsaken, you guys, are at the bottom.
Yeah.
This is a very big thing. It's not something small anymore. You're no longer in the middle. You're being pushed down.
Well, let's hold off on their opinions about SMG and Orange. We don't know about their consistency, but today they did step up, which is a good step forward.
Right.
Let's see if Forsaken can actually match that.
Definitely for sure. But anyway, oh man, my expectation for this game, Resurgence and Diggy.
Oh, that's going to be a tough one here, but let's compare some of the statistics between these two players. It's going to be Sana and Ops here from both sides. It's going to be a fighter and support role switch up here, and not going to be the same things, but overall you can see in their stats, Sana very clearly doing a very good job at his total KDA. OPS, on the other hand, still doing pretty relatively well. I mean, 27 assists to the 25 deaths and 14 kills. I would have expected to have more assists, but it looks like he likes that gold a little much.
No, that's it, because the thing is this, even though his main role is support, he has been switching in between the offlaner and the support role by himself as well.
That's a good point.
We saw him playing Galukacha. We also saw him sometimes playing the Kufa as well. So they're trying things out, and I think that's great. But now this is week number 4. There is no time for testing things anymore. They have to step up. They had to make a play, because especially for the defending champions, Resurgence here, they are not gonna give you an opportunity or even an opening.
Yeah,
No way.
For sure. We heard it in the video. They only want a 2-0. I mean,
Yes.
Forsaken are definitely giving themselves the benefit of the doubt of actually going for the 2-1 there. Let's start with, can they get that first game though?
Ooh, I believe that still depends on the drafting, and most importantly, what is LY4 going to be playing? Like, it always comes down to that. If we see him playing the Yisushi, then we're going to be seeing a little bit more slow-paced game and they will try to close that towards the mid game. But they play something like a Roger, you're going to be seeing a lot of aggression in that early game.
It's just naturally, what your hyper carry is actually good at. What are the pro points before you get to the cons?
Yes.
So overall, I think in this particular matchup, what are you expecting coming in from our SG side's draft as well as Forsaken's draft?
I believe if Resurgence realizes that Forsaken is going to be playing a hyper carry marksman, especially especially a specific marksman, then we might potentially see a Diggy, because KGP, when he played the Diggy, he wasn't a slow Diggy, he was a very objective and a very aggressive Diggy. By the way, this is the map prediction for the lineup between both of these teams, 1-3-1 with their playing composition.
Yep, we're going to be starting out with Sync, KZP, LY4, Jason, and Sana as the first lineup coming in with their potential 1-3-1 composition, followed up by Dara, Q, OPS, Gorpiang, and Evil C.
Now, the thing is, like, all these map predictions just pretty much to decide like where they're potentially going to be going according to, based on their match history throughout this entire season. So I say it's about right, but there were times where Forsaken they tried to, how to say, adapt. Sometimes according to their drafting, they adapted to certain metas. They didn't really go for a 1-3-1. They could have, but they decided not to. Sometimes we see them going a 1-2-2, something even a 1-4. A little bit of confidence there, but sure, they are trying things out in the early stage of the game. But now, I'm excited to see in here, week 4, day number 2, what is the finalized decision? We already saw Team SG already finalized on what kind that works with them. Now let's see whether Forsaken has finally found the footing they are very comfortable with here.
Yeah, and the same can be said about RSG as well. They were trying out different styles, different roles. Well, not really different styles, but more of different positions, because Jason is a Swiss Army knife. He can basically fill any of those holes, and that's when he starts switching up with Sync in that off-lane section. And that's when it's kind of like a hit or a miss sometimes for Jason, and I think the consistency is what I'm mainly worried about. Because when Jason is popping off, he is popping off hard. When he's doing bad, he's doing really, really bad.
Yeah, but like if I were to remind myself what Jason was doing with the side lane, Galo Gacha with an execute, ooh man, he was so strong.
Yeah, it's looking good, but let's look at the audience predict. Oh my goodness, I can't even see what the actual one for Forsaken is, but it's 92% to 8%. Oh, today has been a lot of upsets, so I don't know. It could go bad, it could go good. It's one of those things where you're just like hoping, please be right audience, or please don't be right audience, depending on which side.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I'm not gonna say it's Lafel's thing anymore, because it's totally not Lafel's thing. It's
totally the audience at
this
this point.
It's totally the audience at this point. Lafel is like totally cured from this. This is all audience fault here. So, but either way, I'm still gonna stand. I still gonna stand at the fact that since majority of the teams that's winning today is on the left side, I'm assuming Resurgence is going to be winning since they're on the left side.
Well, that's what I can hope too. Based on the way that I see it, I haven't seen enough of Forsaken proving themselves to actually say that they have enough skill to beat RSG. And until they do show me that, right now I have to be leaning towards RSG.
Resurgence, just a lot of history behind their back and a lot of achievement. Team synergy, most importantly here, comparing between both Forsaken and Resurgence, is team synergy. How long have they been playing with each other, and in what kind of tournaments and what kind of environment have they been training with? Forsaken, there's not to say new. We have heard their name before in previous seasons, but they never made it to top 10. They never made it to the regular season. For Resurgence, on the other hand, defending champions, top 3s, major seasons as well. They were always there, and you never miss them out.
But also don't forget that Forsaken, this team, their Singaporean qualifiers was really, really heavy with some big names in that bracket alone. So I mean, Forsaken definitely have something that's working for them. The question is, can they find their mojo coming into this professional league against people who are staying in day and night, figuring out what is the best way to play this game?
Definitely for sure. But anyway, Resurgence is going to open things up with banning out 2 marksmen, hyper carry marksmen out of the league here, Roger and Yisushi, both marksmen that can be played on by LY4 and even on the side here of Team Forsaken. Team Forsaken I look at them, they're very, from the play again, they are a little bit lost as well, because they're just realizing a lot of marksmen are being banned out of this mix here.
Yeah.
What is going on?
And not to mention, these are two notable ones that LY4 always go to at the end of the day. So I don't know, this might be a bit of a statement for RSG to Forsaken in the draft alone. If I was in Forsaken shoes, I would definitely be questioning, interesting, 2 marksman bans? All right, fair enough. Let's see how far we're going to go.
And you think that's the best part as well? Maybe this is also Resurgence moment where they're also going to be declaring to the rest of the team as well, like, I don't just play the marksman, I can possibly play other one as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he suddenly bring out an assassin here, or maybe fighter like what Chico did. But then again, the fighter hyper carry was a very special and conditional situation at that time when Chico had to make that choice. By the way, Resurgence, getting rid of marksman.
Is that Fenrir on the left?
Yes, that's Fenrir.
I was just trying to put it together. It's like, he looks recognizable.
It's not just you. Like, Terrence also asked me the last week. I was like, is that Fenrir? Or Forza?
Just randomly?
Yeah, just randomly. I'm like, maybe.
But yes, Forsaken do continue the ban. It's very standard. They get rid of the Atlas, they get rid of the Yuzong. Resurgence now getting rid of the Hilda as well.
Another thing is this, right? Hilda, like, nothing, I wouldn't say there's anything to point out for Forsaken because these are like very common and priority bans. Resurgence on the other hand is more special. There's a lot of things in mind, like why did he ban this? Hilda, totally understandable. They're going to be going for, trying to go for an early pace game. And remember, Selena is still in the pool.
Yeah, Selena is still in the pool here, and Forsaken have to make 2 more seconds until they have to make a decision here. Do they lock it in? And they finally lock in the Khalid. So, again, 2 S-tier side laners are going to be taken off, and we know that for a fact that both Jason and Sing can actually go for the Selena, but instead they're putting their priority on the offlaners here. There's no Yuzong, there's also no Khalid, so Uranus is going to be taking that spot.
No, but what even better was that Resurgence didn't really, they wanted to pick the Selena, but then they realized that even if they didn't pick it, Forsaken they realize that Forsaken, their players are not skilled enough or not have enough knowledge to really pull off a really great Selena. So they're pretty
We don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know that.
We don't know that.
But Resurgence is making this assumption. That's pretty much why they instantly, when they were hovering over Selena, they realized that Uranus, they can play Uranus.
I mean, that's a fair point, or other than the fact that Uranus is, way, unless they prioritize Uranus over the Selena, that's probably another reason that they could be going for here, but the last 5 seconds, they need to make a decision on what they want. It's going to be the Baxia to deal with the Uranus, as well as a Balmon, another brick wall.
This is really great as well. Like, this sort of prepared, like sort of mentally prepared as well. Like, okay, if there is a potentially like an assassin coming towards this game here, they have a strong front line to really deal with this here. Now Resurgence, noticing there's a Boxer and a Balmon, do they still want to opt for the Selena, or do they want to get this Farsa?
I mean, Selena still is going to be a prominent pick here, because again, it just takes one abyssal arrow in full combo to actually get off. But instead, they actually want to go for the Chang'e, which would tell me that Sync is most likely going into the off lane, and Jason is more likely to be picking up the support mage.
Yeah, I mean, by far, Jason, his main role is the main support towards his team, but we also see him swapping in between the off laner and side laner. But yes, with the Chang'e, Jason is going to be out on this challenge here with the carry. And I love the fact, like, because 2 BP frontliners instantly picked here, this is like a very clear pick for Resurgence here. Very clear. Tank Shredders carry #1.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that, LY4 is very accustomed to. Before even like, before when the meta was just about, oh, let's get Claude or carry. Even when Claude was on the table, he would still pick the carry, and arguably he would still even go for a Yi Shin sometimes.
Yeah, that was the last 2 seasons, but for Yi Shin, that was all the way in the early stages of his career, man.
Oh boy, yeah. But no, the meta has definitely changed here. The final pick is going to be Kagura coming in for the first pick phase as we move on into the second ban phase.
Kagura, I say it was pretty much okay. They're just pretty much like having a rough day. Like, all right, we have this engagement. We have also magic nukes as well. And Kagura, let's be honest, very mobile, going back and forth with that umbrella open and umbrella flee. Now this second ban phase here, Forsaken realizing on the side of Resurgence, they still need a side laner. They still need a dedicated initiator as well, who will be a threat towards their backline here. Getting rid of the Kufra, totally fine, totally respected. But I'm not a big fan of this Kufra ban.
I mean, it's giving me signals like, but banning the Kufra out now is kind of telling me that they're going to be leaning towards a Ling or maybe a Hayabusa, or yeah, an assassin type hyper carry. And Resurgence, on the other hand, they have to deliberate. Like, can they deal with it? Is this going to be okay if we give them Ling?
The thing is, even if they give the Ling, I'm pretty sure they will be able to follow up with this jawhead for themselves if they really want to try to opt for it. But coming out, final ban here. looking it towards hyper carries. Does Resurgence prioritize their hyper carries or not? But instantly getting rid of the Hayabusa, that's going to be allowing to give a little bit more space. And remember, Hayabusa is really not only great at getting solo kills, but also great at split pushing those lanes.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the composition of all. They ban out the Diggy at the very end there just to make sure that RSG are literally running out of options to actually go for.
You know, funny enough, like, I'm not sure whether the Diggy will still work with this kind of lineup since there's the Chang'e with Jason already. But, you know, you can't say anything about it. It's KZP. He can make anything work at this point.
Yeah, I'm not entirely too... I guess they wanted to get rid of the Harad just in case, because the Kufra does kind of indicate two things. Either you're trying to get rid of a Dashi Assassin, or you're trying to get rid of a Dashi Mage. And in this case, Harad fits the build as well, but I don't know if that's going to be the right call.
A lot of reason why Kufra being banned out. So it's like we both can't really dictate on what is the idea going to go for until we see what is this first pick.
Yeah.
So first pick coming for the second and the second pick. Ooh, I love it. Getting the Jawhead not only prevents Resurgence from taking it from themselves, but also they will be able to get a hold of this carry. They get a hold of LY. If I remember, because Jawhead, even though yes, he is great at targeting a single target, but that's a lot of damage. Remember that.
Yeah, and I mean, if he is able to put enough pressure onto LY4, LY4 might have to go out of his way just to get a Winds of Nature specifically to survive from an all-in from Jawhead.
See, now that's the thing, right? Because Jawhead was already taken away from Resurgence, Resurgence literally falls back to other options. Was great at dealing against Assassin and other potential beefy fighters. Ruby, Cho, Hilda. I mean, Hilda got banned out, but Ruby and Cho is still in the pool, and it works for them. You got Initiator, you got a Controller, and now I want to see whether is this going to be a KZP Cho or not.
Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. What really baffles me is why Cho was left out in the open for so long, and the opener coming in for Forsaken was Balmond as well as a Baxia. Does this mean that if they lock in the Balmond, do they not have better options? Personally, I don't think so. There was definitely a lot better options. The Jawhead could have been picked earlier. The Cho could have been put in that position. A Thalmos might have been able to fill up that position as well. My guess, it could be just a limitation of the hero pool, but I might just be overthinking this.
No, you're not overthinking this. I also believe this is correct as well. Like when they first picking this, especially like when they not only were they limited in this hero pool, they noticed this Uranus, and their only fallback was just like, alright, how do we fight around this Uranus? How do we fight around this potential engaging heroes? They went for Balmond and the Bucks had to really deal with it. So their only sole solution was just to go against this Uranus. But Lancelot, I believe Resurgence already sort of anticipated that a potential assassin will be coming out here, and they're pretty, let's be honest, with their lineup, they are very prepared for it.
Yeah, I don't know. This could go any ways here. There's a lot of factors in coming in here. Even the Ruby also makes me question it coming in from RSG's side. I mean, yes, it deals decently into Jawhead, but can it make the impact that we're looking for?
I believe the way they're going to be playing this Ruby as well is not just controlling towards the middle of the fights, it's more like the potential of being able to catch as an initiator as well. Remember, Flicker with Armor Fender is a very, very annoying skill to deal with. It's very similar to Divine Judgment and Flicker. But it literally comes down to mechanics and how this player is going to be playing. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first game of the last BO3 of the night. Is going to be between both of these Singaporean teams, Resurgence and Forsaken, on the beautiful field of the Land of the Dawn.
Let's get right into it with both of these teams as we see their openings on either side. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful 1-3-1 from both of these teams here, and it's going to be a quick start as well. The harassing has already begun.
Yeah, a beautiful morning for bloodshed and death, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Land of the Dawn. By Singh.
How is he already at 50% of his HP?
I mean, let's be honest, man. Let's be honest.
Is it gonna matter? Maybe. We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, they're contesting for mid priority and eventually to Little Wanderer here.
Ooh, anyways, still gonna be a couple of skirmishes happening for both the team here, but here comes a Little Wanderer contention. This is it's been a while since we see a contention for a Little Wanderer here, but KZP getting a little bit over aggressive here, but then again, he will be able to fall back, but he will see rotation with the Lancelot. Instantly was able to draw first blood here, but Singh a little bit overextended at Thorn Rose. He has to fall back, but Singh goes down. Everyone is rotating. We're talking about a full 5-man mid here against Resurgence from the side here of Forsaken.
Wow, I didn't expect it to actually go like that, but now Forsaken is going to be starting off with a 3-buff start, and that's going to be huge here as their team is going to quickly rotate back in, start doing the buff. They even have Q as well as Dara to clear up the mid lane as they rotate, take the Litho Wander, and run down to the bot side of the map.
And the best part about it as well is that they can't really invade at that moment either, because Jason was the only one alive, and he can't really clear that blue buff by himself really fast enough either. So now, potentially we are losing all 3 buffs, a Little Wanderer, their own blue, and even taking the raid for themselves is really a great start for the side. Forsaken, especially picking up 2 kills. Goal lead is just 500, but this is a really great start that Forsaken is really trying to look for here.
Yeah, good start so far, starting off 2-0. Literally 2 minutes into this game. So Forsaken are taking the steps necessary, but the question is, how do they set up their proactive plays? Because now that they have a lead, where do they go from here?
Still, the thing is this, right? Even though they have a lead, the big question is how long can they maintain it or increase this momentum they really set for themselves? Because if they decide to drop the ball, like, oh, you know, like if they started being a little bit relaxed, like, you know, we got this early tempo, maybe we can fall back, then they are going to regret it, because Resurgence is they are very quick to bounce back into such a momentum.
Yep, KZP is really out of position here with the rest of the team, but Forsaken, they don't have enough members to ensure that KZP dies, so they're just gonna allow him roam into the jungle. There's nothing else to take anyways.
Anyway, here comes Gorpia rolling right into the mix, into the face of the Uranus on Sync. Although Thorn's gonna be committed, but quite an amount of damage. But remember, this is a Uranus with ultimate concentration. But no, but he threw OBS. He threw his own teammate away, and Sync still buzzing and he got the kill. He got the kill on Evil C. What an amazing! This is a 1v3. He got ganked, he got gunned on, and he still got out from it.
Singh still got some moves. I thought he was guaranteed to die with no problems whatsoever. I mean, obviously the ejector didn't go too well, but you know, at least Singh was running towards the wrong base, and they could have easily cleared it off, and then their hyper carrier would be super far ahead. But now it's kind of evened out.
You know, this was like another Parasite moment here, man. When all literally throw his teammate back.
People have bad days. People have some bad days.
It's one of those days, right? It's just one of those days.
It's just one of those days. Oh boy, but now Forsaken are looking to try and contest this, but they're realizing they don't have the mana or the health from Q to actually make this work out. So they're going to clear their jungle as Resurgence look to kind of secure this top side of the map.
Anyway, Jason coming in to see if we can try to steal away the red buff. Ooh, we're very close, but thankfully Evil C, with his own retribution, he's going to be able to secure his own red buff away.
The game is going pretty slow, but Resurgence were able to take a torrent off of Forsaken here. I mean, Balmon can't really do too much in the Ruby matchup, so it's definitely understandable that they won't be able to hold it by themselves. But it looks like KCP finding a way of the dragon onto Gorpiak here. He is going to be completely shredded. He has no means of getting out, but unfortunately, they don't have enough damage to finish him off, and they secured that initial kill onto KZP. But Singh is there to kind of pick up the pace for the team.
Oh, beautiful rotation coming from Singh. Seriously, I don't know whether communication was so smooth or just Singh can just read minds or see the future, because he literally, that timing of that rotation was absolutely insane to ensure that not only will Resurgence will sort of lose a member, but they will be able to get a beautiful trade-off.
Oh, this is really smart. Resurgence actually, in the process of that mid-fight, they actually did a lane swap. So now Ruby's on the top side of the map with Uranus down in the bottom, because we know for a fact Uranus can't really deal with OPS right now, but eventually he will.
And also at the same time, you can definitely tell Singh. Ooh, beautiful catch coming from the side of KGB. That's to the back. He will see uses the Thorn to try to mitigate, but sadly just too much damage coming from the side of the team. They waited for, but the meteor shower is going to be stealing the tunnel away from Forsaken. They got the tunnel, but they had to sacrifice 2 members for it, but not for long. Evil C gets ever so low, juking back and forth, but beautiful stun coming in from Q, holding it out and allowing Evil C to get out alive.
Oh, I mean, this is looking really good for Forsaken right now. Resurgence are taking so many big risks, thinking that they can get away with the simple stuff. I mean, KCP, what was he thinking? He was going in with all 3 of his Jikunos, even expanded the Shrimpo. He didn't wait for the 3 thrown rows to come out, or even the perfect execution. He thought he could get into position, flicker right on top of him, and Forsaken saw it coming.
Still holding the line, Singing. Here got the rotation coming from Gorpia, runs right into the face of KZP. KZP had to use Shrimpo and Jikuno just to try to disengage, and Gorpia even popping the ultimate.
I mean, just look at the way they're playing. Like, Forsaken are making some really good moves. Yes. When they are rotating together, they're making sure that, you know, whoever is on the further side rotates the mid just in case.
Now even Dara going to be trying to reinforce the bottom lane. But most importantly, the next time will be coming on in exactly 1 minute here. And now the rest of the team is just trying to find an opening for themselves to get that advantage.
Yep, they're going to be clearing up the waves real quick here. But again, Resurgence not too far behind Forsaken. But on the top side, once again, Sync has been killed. And that's the beauty of Jawhead. You don't need to win the lane. You just need to set up the gank for the lane.
And the best part about it is like, ooh, beautiful I'm a fighter coming in from our dear friend Sana. But then again, he tries to run. Dara tries to dare to survive, but gets picked up instead.
It looks like they sent a lot of resources down there just to ensure that Dara dies, but they do lose another objective in the process here. Oh boy, I mean, look at the score. It's currently 3-7, and also 3 objectives to 1 in favor, everything in favor of Forsaken.
But thankfully enough that Resurgence is able to tie things out with the objectives here. So currently, although yes, Forsaken is still in the lead of towers here with 3, but Resurgence is not too far behind with 2. Goal-wise, it's pretty much just a very slimmer or less than 1,000 goal lead.
Yep, they have to play. I mean, they have to play the way they are. I mean, Resurgence are making the mistakes, more telegraphed mistakes, and sorry, not even mistakes, but just very simple moves. And Forsaken, they are just showing that yes, we can handle these basic moves. You're gonna have to do better than that.
Ooh, anyway, KCP get caught once again by the shield unity. He has to fall back a little bit. Gorpan getting ready to roll in once it gets off cooldown. EVOS SG is going to be starting out this turtle, followed by the side here of Dara. The rest of the team is slowly converging. We can even see Singh, while splitting that lane, he's going to be getting to rotate here, but I don't, yeah, like you said, they're going to give out this turtle.
Yeah, they're not even going to bother actually going for it. They can see the side lanes being pushed in. It's too risky to actually take this fight. Plus, they are looking to get items to really scale LY4. And Jason also, he's going for Mystery Shop as well. So he's going to hit that item spike faster. He just needs to wait for the gold.
Ooh, anyway, beautiful toss and ejector coming in from OPS. And even little counter, but then again, the flicker coming out from Singh. He will be able to escape. But EVOS SG comes in with double bust, even with the turtle. Dora was going to be coming in. But Singh actually juked it out of it. But then again, Phantom Puncture will be able to do quite a amount of damage. But Singh is just dancing with death.
And some people find that fun. Some people find that fun. That's just infuriating to watch. But KCP now at lethal life here as Q. He's got to be careful. He doesn't have a lot of mana to kind of work with here, but does he steal the rep up? Yes, he does. And now they drop down the Revitalize, and Dara as well as OPS and EVOS SG have rotated on and have caught them off a position. Resurgence are on the run, and Forsaken are playing on the strong side of the map as they look to try and cut them off. The Meteor Shower is coming down. Dara taking a lot of damage. EVOS SG unable to clean this up, and L14 has turned this around, looking for the lowest members and cutting them down one by one. He wants that extra red buff, and Q is just running away, but no way can he make this out. Forsaken fumble up the cleanup.
Amazing play as well, but then again, OPS, he's getting ready for his Unstoppable Force. It's off cooldown. He's getting ready to re-engage the minute his team coming. But look at Singh, he's doing so much work at that bottom lane, just constantly split pushing and forcing their members to back out towards his base here. And he's still going on very strong.
Strong indeed. I mean, like in terms of the objective gameplay, Resurgence, Sync has been doing a lot of work in terms of that split pushing. He's got that Ionic Edge is strong. He's able to kind of take care of himself. As long as Jawhead isn't there, he has nothing to be afraid of.
Nothing to be afraid of at all. But then again, this is the last tier 2 tower that's going to be standing for the side here of Team Forsaken. They know that they want to give it away very easily at all. They have to try to start a fight, especially Gorpia. We constantly see him trying to see a very big opening before diving to the mix here, because he is their sole initiator or primary one. But fronts into the face of Singh. Singh pops out the Ionic Edge to try to zone him out. But bottom lane, KCP going to be coming into the way of the Dragon, but not fully towards this Dara, because this is a tanker. Disengagement falling back because they know they have no more control and no more ultimate. They have to chill a bit.
They are taking it slow. EVOS SG is now in trouble, but Alpsar gets pulled back all the way back to the enemy team. At Sync, he's going to be going down the way of the trading 1-for-1 here. Both teams refusing to back down.
Refusing to back down at all. 1-for-1. Now going to be pushing towards this tier 2 tower. But remember, KCP is still alive. He has way of the dragon this time. He's getting ready to die. But look at the meteor shout, constantly melting at the very last second before he ended too. He actually burnt. He literally just showered Q away to existence.
Yeah, and now Resurgence taking full control. This is where they shine. Resurgence is really good at controlling this mid game, and once they have a little bit of a lead and play for late, mid to late is where Resurgence shines.
They definitely shine so bright here, shining bright like a diamond for sure. But now look at this. Singh is currently back up. He's going to be still committing towards the split push, because this is Uranus. It's what Uranus normally do. Be a nuisance, split push, be such a guy that never dies, endless healing. But now, coming to the rest of the game, right? We see KGP. Now I slowly realize like why Resurgence is so aggressive towards this early games is because they're just so confident that KGP can try to make a play, but it has not been working out.
Yep, it really hasn't, Gorpiang. KZP is playing with fire here. He is walking up, getting as much information and understanding the boundaries of the map and where his opponents from Forsaken are. Dara is right in the brush. He walks out, he sees KZP, but Sync is there to back him up as well as LY4 as they look to invade their buff.
Really great control coming from the side here of Resurgence. They're constantly asserting dominance, especially since the Lord is currently pushing towards this top lane. They want to make sure they get this tier 2 tower for themselves because they know that Forsaken has to commit at least 1 or 2 members to really holding them out. By the way, here comes KCP with the way going to be locking down Dara, holding him down for as long as possible. He commits the flicker, even the Cycle Seed to try to do a little bit more damage and disengage. But here comes Sana with I'm offended. He pulls Gorpiang all the way back and into the meteor showers. But here comes OPS with the ejector. But the tiny shurikens flying from LY4 will seal his fate. And when that goes, the top inhibitor and the mid one as well.
Oh no, now that Gorpiang is down, they don't exactly have a strong way to engage this without trading 1-for-1 ops. He's just holding on, but the endless battles happen, but they have to take this 50-50 before anything else. OPS is now in trouble. He flickers out of the way to try and pull, but the I'm Offended pulling in 2 members coming in. Dara as well as Evil C both go down, and Resurgence looking to finish off this game in style.
In style indeed, with a lot of stars and moons as well as they slowly push into the mix. And once again, our dear friend Kara will fall. They hit the crystal. Gorpiang trying his best to hold on the line as much as possible, but LY4 doesn't matter. He wants his first game over and done with.
Yep. Ooh, what a spicy game coming out of Resurgence here with a quick finish of Forsaken once they got into their comfort zone of the mid to the late game here. However, I must commend Forsaken because they do show a lot of good habits, and more importantly, not only do they show good habits, but they also show a decent skill ceiling here. Because number one, their cleanup, okay, fine, that can be forgiven. It's a really tight position to come out from. However, the fundamentals of the game is there. Rotations are on point coming in from Forsaken. I think they can really, really use that to their advantage. I don't think, the one thing I think they're lacking in is being proactive in their play.
Correct.
They didn't cripple the economy. They weren't able to get too many objectives. They were just kind of like allowed to get the objectives.
I mean, that's why we were talking about in the early stage of the game, right? When Forsaken had that lead of 2-0 and a couple of objectives for themselves, like why, like whether they are going to drop this ball or not, and that's pretty much what they did. They pretty much just got a little bit, okay, they didn't really drop the ball. It's more like they got a little relaxed.
They got too comfortable.
Yeah, too comfortable. They started falling back a bit, and what happens is when you get comfortable and fall back to farm, so will the enemy. LY4 wasn't being pressured at all. He just went back to farming, went back to what he do best, just farm. And by the time the mid game started happening, they started making the plays for themselves. And right now, with this amazing highlight brought to you by YouTube Powered by Salka, we can actually explain to why in this early stage of the game where Forsaken started having the advantage. And that's mainly because they were so confident that KZP will be able to control with this Jikudo and follow us with it. They are trying to look for a fight. That's even why you can see a rotation coming in by Sync.
I mean, I'm looking at this. I mean, let's get into the mind of KZP here.
Okay.
It goes into 3 people: Gorpiang, Ku, and Evil C. So Gorpiang is playing Baxia. Ku is playing Kagura with Execute, by the way. And Evil C is playing Lancelot. So first of all, at level 1, you're going against 2 level 2s and 1 level 1. What in the world was KZP thinking here? Like, how does he expect to get out of this? And he was expecting to get out with the flicker. However, if you think about it, had Q been just a little bit faster with his Execute, he would have instantly killed KZP right off the bat, and it would have been a 3v3 that they would win because of their 2 level 2s compared to level 2, level 1, level 1.
Yes, and also you can also look at the minimap as well that Ruby, or in this case Sana, he didn't bother to rotate at all. He was just going straight to the jungle. He's just going to go for the farm. Whereas Dara was just like, you know what, since a big fight is going to be happening, I'm going to rotate, and instantly he came in right on cue, right on time, and was able to secure a great amount of kills for the Savvy. And KSB, once again, sadly, even though such a beautiful engagement, in even a pullback from I'm Offender from Sana, they still don't have enough damage to really pull things off. But thankfully with the rotation, like, I don't know whether our dear friend Sync could foresee the future, but he was able to go in and know with the timing of that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, this was also another great example that KZP comes in and his moves were super telegraphed. He tries to go for the Way of the Dragon, three Throne Rose, comes on through, completely negates that ultimate, and what can KZP do?
No, absolutely nothing. He really can't. But the thing is this is the part where Forsaken started being a little bit too relaxed already. Like the thing is this, right? You just witnessed like 2 of your members being showered heavily with the meteor shower, right? And the thing is, our dear friend still dives in the mix. Q still is diving right into the mix with very little mana, right into the face of LY4, who is very healthy, has a lot of damage, still has Flick and all of his skills. I'm pretty sure he already popped his ult, but that's pretty much why we're seeing him getting all his kills on EVOS SG.
I mean, I like the play that Forsaken was trying to go for here. Like, it's like, oh yeah, we actually won the fight. We took out Sana, and now we can actually clean up the rest. However, I do think that their choice of where they fought was a little bit weird, because now they're making this decision at the worst point possible. This is a choke point where Chang'e really, really shines, and nobody's on top of Jason at this point in time. So you really either have to go all in or look to disengage from this fight, because I think Forsaken, after killing Sana here, they probably could have gotten one more. Unfortunately, Lancelot dies in the process, so the rest of the team needs to make a decision. Okay, can we make this work or not? Because you can see Ops as well. He's completely out of that fight. He doesn't want any part of it.
Yeah.
Baxia as well. He should have been there to be able to block that ultimate, but instead, where is he? He's towards the mid lane. So Forsaken need to make those quick micro decisions before it even happens, because this is just a very tough thing to watch, because they were winning the fight. They should have won this fight, but unfortunately, one missed ability cost them so much more.
Now even the rest of the fight, right, we can totally see that Resurgence trying to pull back. Oh, by the way, that was a beautiful I'm offended.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was pulled all the way to back then. But then again, really sad that Singh had to fall there because he went a little bit too far behind for the team to really fall out with this. But look at this meteor shower. The amount of damage just coming from Jason, but the beautiful save coming from OBS, but sadly the tiny little shuriken was the one that sealed his fate here. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate indeed. But like these last few fights, what could Forsaken have done better? Because they basically lost the map, lost their economy, and even though they had a higher kill score, and yes, kills give you money, but at the end of the day, if you aren't taking those kills and pushing that advantage, this is definitely a bit of a rookie mistake, especially for Forsaken coming in early into the league.
No, but what's really amazing is that the fact that Sana playing this Ruby, right? He constantly, although yes, there are some occasions where we see him using his ultimate to engage or initiate.
Yeah.
But most of the time, whenever he sees a meteor shower happening, right, he always helps to ensure that meteor shower is actually doing full amount of damage. How many times, especially in the highlight, how many times have we seen many of them actually manage to get out of the range of the meteor shower, but gets pulled right back in?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, both Sync and Sana have a very clear idea of what they need to do. They need to make sure that Jason lands his abilities, and if they can ease that process, it's just going to make him even stronger in the game. Look at his ending items. He's basically almost at full build. He has 3 of his core items, four items in total here, building up to that last utility.
Yeah, just absolutely insane. Although yes, Q was still able, like, looking at Q as well, he has also quite an amount of magic news for himself as well. Coming with the Cloud Destiny and the Lightning Tron just for a little bit more security and defense for himself here. But what I'm really concerned is that the fact that, just look at the fact that Gorpian, right, he is, I wouldn't say he's like under farm or under items, right, but Anti-Curious and Dominance Eyes is definitely not going to be enough for him, and constantly we always see him as the follow-up initiator, which is very funny to me.
I think he was hoping that this game was going to go longer, because I would assume that he went for the Anti-Curious first before the Dominance Eyes, or if he went for the Dominance Eyes first, then I guess he was really trying to make sure that LY4 isn't going to be as effective from throughout the mid-game of the stretch, you know? Because, I mean, look at LY4's build. He's going for the sustainability.
Yes.
He's going for the sustainability. He's not going to go for the Golden Staff, and he does this every single time. So it takes a very long period of time for LY4 to get to that, you know, really strong spot.
Yeah, but the thing is that he's so confident with the rest of the teammate, in his teammate and in himself, that he will be able to pull it off even if the game starts dragging towards this late game. So what I really want to see in this game number 2 for sure, although yes, Resurgence, they did win this game number 1, I just wish in game number 2 that Resurgence slowly tone it down. It's great to believe in your teammate on what kind of plays they can actually try to play, especially KCP with the choke. But sometimes you gotta tone it down and just be like, you know what, don't be so over-aggressive. You know?
I mean, this is definitely not Resurgence's cleanest of games for sure, but it definitely does show some of the good points that Forsaken does have. I do think they need to work on that mid-game for sure, because again, they could have taken their lead and they could have punished Resurgence a lot harder.
Yep, definitely for sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the post-game strats here. So Rich Guy is going to be LY4. The carry is going to be Jason, who did the most amount of damage. Sandbag, the one who tanked the most, is going to be Dara. And the one who has the most assists is going to be Sana.
Yep. I mean, let's look at the draft one more time
Yeah,
here,
sure.
because like, looking at the things that were banned out, Forsaken, yes, whatever they banned out absolutely makes sense. I don't have any arguments with that. It's just the picks that I don't exactly necessarily agree with. RSG on the other side, right? Looking at their bans, okay, it totally makes sense. Their picks, on the other hand, starting off with the Uranus, leaving out the Selena on purpose. We know for a fact that RSG plays Selena. Forsaken, on the other hand, they had options. Why not?
The thing is, just like I said, it's not about why not. It's more like Resurgence is just so confident. I mean, yeah, sure, this is a long stretch assumption.
Okay, yeah.
But Resurgence just had this idea that Forsaken may not have any player in their team that could properly play Selena, because Selena is a very special kind of hero to play on, and it really depends on great mechanical and also great decision on really playing the Selena. So they are willing to let it go and to see what kind of lineup they're going for. And instead seeing the Baxia and the Balmon being first pick, they totally find like, okay, we don't have to pick Selena, we can pick someone else. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is your MVP. It is gonna be Jason on this amazing Chang'e plays.
I'm telling you, he's got some good days and bad days. This just so happened to be a really good day for him and his teammates. It's 22% of the total team damage gold earned, of the total team's gold earned, 22%, and 4,616 damage per minute.
Oh my god, that is a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Tons of damage.
Flex tape not gonna save you this time.
Definitely for sure. But seriously, Jason in this game playing the Chang'e literally rained all over their parade with that mini shower. Insane amount of damage. Look at the amount of itemization as well, right? Getting the Divine Glaive, glowing wand, Ice Queen wand as well, and even the Holy Crystal. This guy is loaded.
He's stacked. He's definitely stacked.
He's super stacked.
Oh boy. But talking about, potentially talking about the next upcoming game for here, what do you want to see from either one of these teams?
No, the thing is just like I always say, game number one is testing the water. Like to going for a certain lineup. Of course, there will be some counter bans and some counter picks here.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
But in game number two, it's literally where players are dedicated to banning, not directed banning just yet. They just ban because that, okay, he's unusual to deal with. So what I want to see here, definitely for sure, Forsaken, I wouldn't be surprised if they stay on the red side, they will ban out this Chang'e for sure.
Most probably, yeah.
Most probably for sure, because it's a little bit too much for them to deal with, especially coming from Jason. Although that just leaves a lot more options for other hero pools and a lot more mages for them. Because remember, Resurgence has a huge amount of hero pool.
Yeah.
Insanely huge. So Forsaken is probably still going to be in the dilemma of, regardless of who they ban, Resurgence is still able to answer for it. So,
well, true. I guess they just have to kind of stick to their own style, like they were trying to say in the video. What I'm hoping for Forsaken to do in this upcoming game is to have playmakers. I want to see playmakers because I want to see the mechanical skill of these players. Because so far, we've seen, yes, they've got some good fundamentals, some good rotations overall. However, coming into that mid game, I think that's going to be their weak. So far, based on what I've seen, that was their weakest point. They really should be pushing their advantages, really should be hurting the economy, and I think that was the very big point for them.
Because like we both said, they just got a little bit too comfortable with this, or maybe the idea of the line composition they actually went for with all their picks is not only is their comfort picks, but more like they made the assumption where we're going to be prioritizing on counter initiation. That kind of thing, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah. I definitely understand with the counter initiation idea. However, it didn't come out too well this game. So hopefully for next game they kind of clear up those ends and then look to kind of play a little bit better. RSG, I expect the early game to be so much better than this. I think KZP kind of sort of trolled for the first 2 minutes and I was like, okay guys, I kind of messed up. Don't worry. I'm gonna come back into this. And then he finally got some pretty good kicks.
I mean, come on, it's KZP. He will always love to mess around a little bit. Come on, every time, like, even if they lose the game, he's still smiling and laughing.
He still messages me about the dragon clawed skin.
Really?
Yeah, he's just like, so when are you gonna give me the skin? I was just like, this guy.
Did you say that you will give him a skin?
No, I didn't say it. But it's just an ongoing joke between us. But even so, it still does show the performance level in this, especially when they're telling you, oh, we're not looking to look below, but the way you're playing is telling me otherwise.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping right into the drafting right now. It could be potentially the last game, but we shall see whether Forsaken is willing to step up in this second drafting.
I really hope that they do step up, especially when it comes to when it comes to it down to the wire here. But Resurgence, I think they're going to be sticking to their guns. They're on blue side once again. Forsaken on red.
Still holding down the line as well. So Resurgence still gonna go with the same bans for themselves here, instantly with the Roger. Whether he want to ban out the Yusufin is gonna be very interesting. But I guess it still comes down to what is LY4's mood at this point. If he wants to play the Yusufin, then I definitely think he's gonna be leaving it up for open for an option for himself.
I think they have plenty of options here. I just think that Forsaken right now, the fact that they decided, I mean, Claude was on the table. They could have picked up the Claude, but instead they were more comfortable actually going for the Lancelot. And arguably Ling was still there as well. So it's like you had options to go for. Why not take them?
Comfort picks and probably low hero pulls. But anyway,
well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Hopefully this kind of gives us a better idea.
True, very true. Like I said, testing water. But anyway, game number 2, Forsaken falls out with their first ban, instantly getting rid of the Farsa. But that's only fine because with Farsa gone and out of the mixture, they're pretty much fine like getting rid of the Yi Sun-shin too.
Yep, Yi Sun-shin, again, still, I expect these bans to be exactly the same coming in from Resurgence. Forsaken, if they want to really change things up, my guess is that they probably want to be able to pick Cho for themselves, get Cho for themselves, look to leave up Yuzong on purpose until the very last pick.
That is true, but the thing is, if I
sorry, not pick, ban, my bad, ban.
Yeah. if I was Forsaken right now, right, I would still ban the Yutong, but I also want to ban out this Uranus. It was a little bit too.
Yeah, difficult. Uranus needs to go.
Yeah, it's too difficult for Forsaken right now to really deal with Sing's Uranus right now. Ooh, but anyway, like I said, it's still gonna ban out the Changa.
That's fine. That's fine. It just means that Resurgence is gonna result to something else. Farsa is still on the table.
Farsa's banned.
Oh yeah, Farsa is banned out. So that means Selena is on the table. Valir is still on the table. Plenty of options for from both sides.
You know, interesting enough, like after you told me like they may not ban the Changa, may not pick the Changa for this ban for the second game, and I started thinking, I was like, yeah, that is true. That's probably like other more priorities, but. Going from player base, I guess they just really don't like the Changa.
Yeah, Changa is a very annoying hero overall. Has some decent wave clear, some good range to harass their opponents, and I think that's a very prominent thing. Khalid is going to get banned out this time. Forsaken, what is your option?
Oh.
Don't let that Yuzong through.
Oh my god, if he lets him through, I'm going to see Sana. Sana or Sing, either one.
Yeah, one of them is going to be popping off this game.
Oh my lord, but oh please. But then again, Atlas will still win the pool though.
True.
Sorry,
again,
all
tanks.
All tanks.
but honestly, all tanks. I don't think tanks is going to be a big issue for either one of these teams. It's really going to come down to the mage supports as well as those offlaners.
Oh my god, come on, ladies and gentlemen, bring it in. All task maybe being played, or maybe Yutong, either one. Or worst part, both is in the pool.
Oh, they ban out Selena, leaving open
Yutong.
RSG is gonna. Jason's loving this. He is loving this.
No, dude, look at KCP. He's in the. Oh, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The Black Dragon is here. Jason is shaking hand with Fenrir.
I'm guessing that Fenrir is drafting. So well played. Well played. I mean. This is going to be a rough game. No matter what, it's a lose-lose situation. The moment you're already going for all 3 of those mage hero picks, something has to go through. That's just the nature of the game.
Oh, dude, just look at Dara. He's despairing.
I mean, they really have to think, because now how do you play around this Yuzong? There's only a select few ways that you can actually deal with him, because that Black Dragon form is very disruptive in a team.
Yes, and of course, just to remind you guys, Yuzong is not immortal. Ooh, okay. So this is their answer, right? They're like, you know, fine, go for the Yuzong. We'll be the ones setting out the plays. We'll be the playmakers here, and we'll also split push at the same time. But the thing is this, well, it's gonna be a Uranus versus a Yuzong in that side lane.
Maybe, possibly. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh,
I mean,
Freya.
I don't want to hold my breath just yet. They could go. Yeah, they probably want to take out the Kagura at some point in time, just so that they have harass, and not to mention an easy way to kind of get out of Yuzong's Black Dragon form.
Ooh, anyway, great pick. If LF are gonna go for carry, he is really great with it, and it's really great as well, because that is a lot of shields and a lot of buffiness to really melt through. Yes, could be
Kagura or their hyper carry.
Could be a Kagura. Could be a hyper carry. Could even be other main supports, or maybe they want to solidify their fighters here.
I don't know. I feel like Kagura right off the bat, they didn't do that bad last game with their Kagura, so why not go for it again? The question is whether or not they are contemplating, should I pick my hyper carry now? And if they do, what hyper carry should it be? Because Ling is still wide open.
Yes, and the thing is this, right? I believe they're still holding on to this and not really locking out this Kagura just yet, because they realize they have an Atlas. They want to try to go for this team fight competition when just nuke a lot. Lowy is a really great example. Farsa too, but sadly Farsight is banned out. Who else is a really great mage support that's allowed to nuke? Now, Veil is also really great, but there's not really great setups coming from the side of Forsaken. But speaking of setting things up, now we have a setup and playmaker coming from the side here of Forsaken with this Cho.
Okay. I'm down for this. I am down to see Forsaken actually try and perform on Cho. This is going to be really good. Now, coming into the second ban phase here, that's where it's going to get really dicey because both teams are lacking in different areas.
Okay, so the thing is, if Forsaken wants to ban out any mage supports coming from the side of Resurgence, they need to ban out a lot of mage supports and not only great at disengaging the fight, a lot of... I mean,
gotta make sure that we get rid of it, you know, just so we don't have to think about it.
But technically, if you think about it, Diggy is great. Like, don't think of it as a feeding Diggy. Think of it as overall. He is really great. Time Journey, cancel out with the Dragon, cancel out Fatal Links, a lot of control spells, reverse time and control, and a lot of early game damage and aggression. So I guess to say, not because of the fear of the feeding Diggy, just more like it sort of fits and Resurgence needs a mage support.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things about Diggy that I don't necessarily like, other than the fact that I really wish he had higher movement speed, because he is so slow when he's on the ground.
That is true. That is so true. But anyway, now Resurgence trying to figure out what kind of mage supports and also Hyper Cavity want to ban out. That could be a huge hard time to deal with for Resurgence members. So getting rid of the hurry, any mobility, because they really just want to get on top and just go for a few contest fight. So Cecilio is really great.
All mage support bans.
Valir is still in the pool.
Yeah, Valir is still in the pool, and I think that might actually be much better compared to a lot of these others because of his pushing power and able to keep both Cho as well as Atlas away at the same time.
If they don't like the Valir, there is still the Lowy as well.
Agreed. I don't necessarily... I would prefer the Valir over the Lowy, only because, like, at least Valir has some CC. Lowy is like, alright, I have to land 2 abilities, but by then, you're already on top of me.
Yes, exactly. No, the thing is, I just mentioned the Lowy because I'm just trying to picture on Resurgence on what kind of damage they want to bring to the next year. But ooh, they banned the Valir for themselves. So they have something, they have an idea for themselves here. They do not want the Valir for them. But then again, I guess...
The Lowy for yourself.
Yeah, that's true. But I guess they banned the Valir because they also realized that Forsaken could have just taken it for themselves since this is the first pick. So Resurgence just had to give it away.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see Forsaken actually go for the Loyi as well. That definitely suits their team composition and the style of play that they are going for. Fast rotations, team fight oriented, and your hyper carry literally could be anyone at this point.
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, first pick in the second pick phase. I think... Oh, mage support. I don't think they will play a Veil. I never see them play the Veil before.
Would Veil actually be good though? I don't know. I feel like Veil is... I think Veil wouldn't be too bad, but I don't think there's enough... Actually, no. Veil could fit. Veil could definitely fit in that comp.
No, the thing is, I recommend Veil for the side for a second because they have a lot of setups. The only problem is I was just lacking the confidence on whether they can play it or not.
Well, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they should be able to play it, and now it's going to be the Angela as well as the Hilda. They are making sure that they still have options on the table, and this one is really dedicated to LY4 style. He is not going to die.
Dude, it's not just LY4. Sana, anyone who gets behind Aurora Stand or gets caught by the Fatalings will never die. And look at it, 3 Purifies.
It's tough.
4 Purifies.
They're making sure they don't die here. I mean...
Lowy, okay, they're hovering, but ooh, no, Veil.
Honestly, if Forsaken goes for Cyclops here, it's understandable.
True.
Like, I can't even blame them. Yeah, this game's done. This game is done.
It's done, ladies and gentlemen. Faramis, last locket. A lot of throws choking here at this point here. Oh my god, man. Why?
I don't agree with it, but I need some time to think about this because Faramis, there are plus points, but everyone makes that same simple mistake of like his ult is really good. We want a team fight in one area, but the moment you see the ult, you kind of just walk away.
Yes, exactly. Oh my lord! And the best part, 4 Purifiers. There's an Angela who had the hard guard. None of them was ever going to die. And remember, Hilda. I believe this is going to be a KZP Hilda as well. So this guy is going to be in your face.
Yeah. Very much in your face.
Half the time, and he will never die in this other game. That buff is going to make sure he's going to sustain for so long. And if you want to catch him, that's a Purify on himself, so he will never be caught either.
So let's see how this game is going to go as Resurgence is going up against Forsaken in their second bout of today in this best of 3. But We're going to have to put a pause on that first. It looks like we have a little bit of technical issues with that game, so hopefully that's not going to mess things up too much. And thankfully, it's not like in the middle of the game where it's like, we got to start this all over again.
True.
That has been by far the worst one.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. Like, that'll be so terrible if something like that happened. Can you imagine if we're doing play-by-play and an epic fights about the clans and suddenly like, boop.
No, I just feel bad for the players because that's when competitive integrity is kind of like shaken. It's like, but we were winning.
Don't forget the mentality. It hits so hard.
True.
Very hard.
Very true indeed.
But anyway, I sort of thank for this sort of like this small delay as well. Because this allows us to talk a little bit on this line composition because we are pretty much just like winging it because it's like on a timer. But now so we got a step back before the game actually starts. What do you think of this? Will Forsaken be taking the initiative? Will they be aggressive with this lineup here, or will they just be playing very safe like what they were doing in the last game?
I mean, based on what I've seen so far, I think Resurgence, at this point in time, I definitely think they could change it up if they wanted to. It's not like we haven't seen them do it before. The question is whether Forsaken is going to be able to fix their mistakes on the fly. Because number one, even though the rotations are good, there are certain situations where I have noticed over rotations allowing Sync to actually get that split push.
Yes.
So that's number one problem that they got to fix. Second problem is going to be mid-game from game. This is all based off of game one. Mid-game, huge problem. Huge problem.
A lot.
So now that they're going to have playmakers like Cho, they're also going to have Lo Yi as well. Those two I'm going to be keeping a very deep eye on because their team... sorry, not Lo Yi, the Faramis. Because their team composition for Forsaken right now is very oriented around selecting exactly where you want to fight and keeping the fight there and making sure that they can combo off correctly because that's all they got. Their pick potential not too high except for the Cho, but they really want to fight as a team.
But that is the thing, you know, it's going to be so hard right now because we're not talking about like 1 or 2 purifies. We're talking about like 4
purifies, right?
4 purifies and a hard god on top of that. Let's be honest. And Angela can jump into the fight or even stay out of the fight. And regardless of where she is, she's going to ensure someone never dies. And the thing is Faramis, let's be honest, we both can agree, Faramis, the minute he pops his ultimate, they're just going to walk away.
Yeah, that's true, but also note that Faramis' first item is probably going to be Necklace of Durance.
That is true. But also...
He's got decent AoE.
That's true, but also think about it this way, if Faramis did pop his ultimate, there is also possibly a high chance that Resurgence won't fight because they're just so confident that they can just take this fight and just fight on top of it. No, I can see, I already can picture KTP smiling, right? He was like, hey guys are going in. He's like, you sure? Yeah, you got Black Dragon, right? Let's go in.
Oi, that's true, that's true. I can imagine it. I can imagine it in my head how the comms are going to go between the two members of Team Resurgence for sure. But yeah.
And then
man.
And LY4 is just going to be super chill. It's like, yeah, alright, let's go. I got my ultimate.
That adds up. That really does add up. It's like, oh yeah, that makes sense for the team. Oh boy.
But yes, all these theories, we can throw it as many times. Like seriously guys, comment down in the comment section below on what you think or who's going to be taking this win with this kind of composition. But most importantly, you can find us on all our social media tags on the forum. We got Facebook and Instagram. For our Facebook, it's going to be at MPL-MY Instagram tag is going to be at MPL-MySG.official. And you also can find us on Astro Arena and EGG Network.
Why do you say MY as my and SG and not SIG?
That is true.
Calling you on the inconsistencies.
Maybe it's...
Is it just like a habit?
No, maybe it's that Singaporean pride, you know? Like,
you have to say it SG. Oh, my SG.
Hey, no, sorry. Sorry, not my SG. Our SG.
Sorry, did I see Carl's marks back here? Oh, right, no, didn't see it. Don't worry about it. All right. Enough with the trolling here. Enough with the trolling. Let's come back into this particular game here because I want to talk a little bit about the composition that our SG have come up with so far. Is this a meta? Is this the composition good enough, you know, in comparison to the rest? If let's say they weren't playing Forsaken, would this hold up against the meta?
The thing is this, right? Every time we see a composition coming out from Resurgence, it has always been playing around not just, of course, not only their comfort picks or anything, but it also sort of fits their personality. Because if they're like, all right, you have a Yutong, you're gonna be engaging. I also need to pick an engaging hero. What's my favorite engaging hero? Hilda. Cho, let's go, Jawhead, let's go for it, that kind of thing. So they're still, yes, the competition does sort of try, they try to pick the hero to try to fit the composition, but I always see they always try to fit more of their personality. If someone is already picking a hard engaging, then they try to follow up with it. Like for example, Yutong got picked, right? First pick, right? Instantly, they start going for this drafting. All right, we'll still pick the carry to try to counter the Uranus, but the rest of the side laners, the rest of the mid support, try to picture out on the point where like we'll amplify you. We will not just fight alongside you, we'll amplify you with the rest of our line composition because it just fits you and our personality. And I just love that one thing about for Resurgence.
I totally agree with you here. But more importantly for me is the fact that I'm really hoping that Sana got his hands on that Yuzong here.
Oh,
Yep, Sana did get it. Because Sana, most of the time, he does his job very, very well and very, very silently as well. Not a lot of people see how much impact he has in this game. So now that he has like a potential carry hero, carry offlaner like Yuzong, I can't wait for him to shine.
Oh my god, I'm really picturing like a maniac picked up coming from the side of Sana. Seriously, he's literally gonna be saying he's gonna be here, he's gonna be there. Dia akan di sini, dia akan di sana. He's gonna be all over the place.
Yeah, oh boy. But already you can see that the early aggression has come out. Both sides have harassed each other. You can see Jason, he's trying his best to make sure he's harassing his enemies along the line. KZP going in pretty hard here to try and push them off of this blue buff. This is a very bold move. Q is now in trouble. KZP is going in hard on that Hilda, and they do steal away that blue buff, pushing Forsaken back.
Yo! And by the way, beautiful rotation, and they're stealing the red!
It's a 4-buff start.
Dude, they are stealing everything. Resurgence is like, you see they even dropping emotes. Jason is saying like, you know what, boys? KZP is saying your jungle is my jungle, it's our jungle, and KZP is still going at it.
Yeah, and they already have first blood here with their Balmond. Singh was able to kill their silent ops. He shouldn't be dying like this, but once again, Bruno is going to be hit on top of KZP. Oh boy, this is not a good start for Forsaken.
Oh, it's not a good start at all. Now look at them being zoned out. Jason constantly dropping emotes, and the thing is, that love wave is so annoying and slow to deal with. And don't forget, he still has puppet on the string. He's gonna be able to root down Gopiang, and look at the amount of damage. Boom, baby! There is another stack for KZP. 2 stacks in less than 2 minutes in the game, folks.
No, this is a rough game for Forsaken so far. A lot of mechanical mistakes being made
here.
He doesn't even care. He already have the hard gun, but he doesn't have the stats to survive.
He's alive!
No, Love Taps is still coming through. He finally gets that shield back. Ooh, Sync. Luckily, he dove with the rest of the team.
Oh my lord, KZP, you're a god!
Oh, he's still making it. He's still making it through. But Forsaken, they aren't out of the waters just yet. Here, looking down back on the bot lane, Sana is going head to head against Dara right now. And Sana, he was able to get his passive off, but he's got to be so careful as LY4 is there to finally back him up. Ooh. This is playing with fire.
I mean, what do you mean on fire, dude? They are on fire, and they're about to set the whole forest on fire as well. Land on the Dawn, we're going to be seeing it on the headline as well. Land on the Dawn is constantly scorching because Resurgence is constantly burning out their enemies. And speaking of burning out, Puppet on the string, he's going to be able to connect and root him down. OPS is down for the count as LY4 was able to pick up a beautiful kill for himself.
Yeah, this is just a tough game. I mean, it's already 5-0 at 3 minutes into the game. I mean, Resurgence is making the statement that yes, we can still play our early game well, and Forsaken, on the other hand, are making some very, very rookie mistakes. Like, I didn't expect them to be making that.
Oh, EVOS SG.
No. Sana is gonna be. There's too many solo kills to even keep track of at this point of time. And Forsaken, they really need to start communicating on what they need to do to play from behind.
Ooh, anyway, Jason going to be trying to zone them out. Q, on the other hand, going to be called once again. KZP trying to look for a kill for himself. Did a lot of damage, but will have to fall back. But Singh, on the other hand, comes in with the dunk with the lethal counter. There's your Barbarian King on the Belmont.
This is, this can only go so far. This can only go so far. But look, at least Ops is getting a good push up at the top lane.
Gideon, you say it can only go so far. I think it can go even further. By the way, KZP currently 4 stacks. I'm just saying, 4 stacks in exactly 4 minutes inside the game here. I'm not surprised if he gets 6 stacks by the time of the 5th minute marker. By the way, Sana on the other hand, split pushing the bot lane. Even they were able to secure a tunnel for themselves. But then again, Gorpiang has fatal links. He's ready to start a fight. But are they really confident to take it or not?
Yep, they have to kind of just play from behind here. Their entire jungle has been farmed up. Resurgence hasn't even gone over to their own jungle to take their buff. So technically, they're on a 2-buff start. And KZP, he's putting in the work, making sure that this entire section of the jungle is gone. They're going to continue off the fight. Sana trying to get into that backline to get onto Q. Q, but Q makes it on out of there in that Wraith form as Dara is trying to make a run out of there with that Uranus. He wants to pick up Sana. He's so close, but Puppet on the brink. He flickers on over, and finally they slay Sana in the process.
But then again, KZP, a lot of damage. We're talking about 6 stacks here, and instantly Dara gets ever so low. But can I say the same for Q here, as Q will eventually fall.
Hello? What? What? Wait, how is he allowed to walk out of there? How is Dara allowed to walk away with 1 HP?
I mean, it's more like a decision, right? They're like, all right, Uranus or Q, the one who can run and the one who can, the one that could run and heal endlessly and the other who couldn't. So, you know, it's more like a choice coming from the side of KZP.
I suppose. Like, I think KZP was trying to communicate to LY4 as like, hey, you got 2 free kills here. Make sure you kill Dara. And it's too late.
But anyway, beautiful pushing coming off to the side here of LY4, second tier 2 tower, and this is 5 minutes in the game here, and Resurgence, 4 towers, 7k gold lead, and 9 kills, and KZP, 6 stacks.
6 stacks already.
He's gonna pop somebody, baby.
He's an absolute big boy, but now KZP is on the run. Even though with his 6 stacks, the rest of the team has to be, he can't 1v5, that's for sure.
Oh no, OPS, here comes the dunk. Ooh, but doesn't matter because the curse helmet will burn him away, folks.
This is alright.
It's a very big oof game. A very big oof.
It's too big of an oof. This is unacceptable at this point.
Oof.
This level is...
Oh no!
It is not Forsaken's day. It really isn't.
Oh no, it's definitely...
I've seen their previous games. They play better than this. They really are having a hard time here.
Oh no, Papa's on the string. Scorpion gets locked down. Sana just in the beginning with the Dragon Tail and with the leader counter. Instantly going to be doing so much more damage. Although they weren't able to get any kills from the cell, but they still... they literally achieve objective tier number 2.
Yep, this... Oh, no. This
no.
The engagement.
Oh,
the
no.
engagement coming in from Gopian. Can he actually connect it?
No.
He was so close. He was actually close that time, so I can give him that. Respect for the attempt.
Respect, yes. Respect. But sadly, respect can only get you so far because Sana's going to be jumping towards the back line with the Black Dragon. Disrupted Q. He can't run. Dragon Tail, but suddenly Angela will be able to secure his fate. But Q comes back because there's the farm is ultimate. But it doesn't matter. He's still barely sustaining. But eventually, he will disappear. But Dara, on the other hand, gets chased all the way outside of his base. They were not going to let him go.
They really weren't. And now they're trying to speed up, get this turtle on the locks. They're 11k ahead, 7 minutes into the game. This is not looking like a winnable position for Forsaken.
I mean, I don't even want to talk about winning, but I want to see whether Forsaken is able to get out of this without having nightmares.
Ooh, I know I'm going to have significant PTSD because the performance that we're getting here coming out, not the best. Definitely not the best we've seen.
Dude, like, I'm telling you right now, Forsaken is so scared. Like, even in the early stage of the game, when KZP just asserted so much dominance, and this was like 3 minutes into the game, and they didn't want to go to the jungle at all. Oh my god, KZP is full stacks, I'm just saying, man.
He's gonna one-shot somebody. He's gonna if he can one-shot Dara, I'd be so surprised.
No, I mean Dara, oh my god, yeah, actually you're talking about Dara. I thought you were talking about Q, but you talk about Dara, I'm like, that's just Uranus.
Yeah, exactly. If
What?
he can one-shot him, that's gonna be like, oh my god, oh, here we go. Oh, he can't one-shot him. He can 50% him, but he can't one-shot him just yet. But the fight still continues. Scorpion is still in trouble. There's nothing much he can do. Even the farmers, he's already popped that ultimate and they're coming back to life, but it still isn't enough. Nobody can really deal with Sana, and he can't seem to get on out of there. Now Jason is stuck all by himself. He needs the help of his team. He's stuck right in the middle waiting for the minion wave to go through. It's a 1-for-2 trade.
You know that's a funny thing, right? Although for them it's like amazing because they managed to shut down Sana here, but they lost the minion inhibitor. They are so far behind. We're talking about like a 12k goal difference here at this point. 12k. I'm not getting the math wrong. 12k for a second has not taken a single tower. This is the perfect game here.
Yeah, coming out. I mean, it could have been the perfect game if you know. Sana didn't die twice.
But then again, it is Yutong. He's going to be diving in the back line regardless.
Fair enough, fair enough. I can give enough respect for that. But right now, Forsaken, they really need to buckle up because this performance is not going to fly in the MPL. But I can accept one game that makes total sense, but KZP, can they actually push him all off? Ooh, Gorpiangi was very, very close to connecting that.
Dude, I love the fact that literally 4-man dive on KZP, but he's still so chill about it.
Yeah, I mean, he is an absolute beast, as long as he's in.
He's sustaining.
He's sustaining right through, but KZP is dropping onto Evil C, and now Yutong is caught right into the middle, chunking them out. KZP still survives with the power of the Hearth Guard. Jason is right on the dot with that Hearth Guard.
Ooh, but anyway, C still comes to the mix and was able to pick up a beautiful kill on Dara. Q tries back, win his raid for trying to slow them down, but eventually he will fall. And now the rest of the members trying to defend this. Thankfully, there is no minion, but Sana was a little bit more committed. Flick, but Selling was not able to get out. Harga is committed. He's going to be able to sustain. But the rest of the members, they are so scared to try to follow it. And Gorpiao holding on the line, trying to tank this as much as possible. And they want to try to clear out this minion wave. Queen Wing picked up on Sing, tries to slow down as possible. And they will even take this bottom inhibitor.
Yep, they've gotten all the inhibitors 9 minutes into the game. They just need to close it out. But Sana gets pulled back into the team. The Black Dragon farm to pull himself out of there. Sing is still in the middle, going crazy with the whirlwind as everybody else is just looking for any kind of damage. They go. Finally, Sing gets kicked under the crystal. They might be able to pick him up. And yes, there's a huge shutdown goal as Forsaken finally finds some momentum in this game to turn this around.
Dude, that was such a big shotdown goal because instantly EVOS SG was able to pick up Holy Crystal and Berserker Fury.
Yeah, right?
Instantly. They're like, yo, man, saying you 6 kills and 4 assists, you better die. And they got it, and instantly money flowed in. They read what they sold there.
Yeah, they really did. But now it's time for the end game here as Resurgence looking to take this Lord. And they don't even care about Luminous Lord at this point. As long as they have Lord, they have a great opportunity to just end it right off the bat.
I'm just going to be saying, oh my god, he just won, like KZP, 1v4. He one-shot kill and still going to be looking for even more. He finds EVOS SG. EVOS SG gets a little bit low. Fatalist is coming as well, but KZP still surviving thanks to the hard game. But here comes Sona, Black Dragon running right into the mix here, and Dragon Tail killing spree with a double kill on top of the teams here. They are not going to let anyone escape from now. And KZP, like I said, he lives in the bushes. Hilda lives in the bushes. Still going to be looking for more. Jason collects the power of the street. That's going to be the end of Gorpiang as LY Fall melts him down. Minions are here. They're hitting the crits again. Ladies and gentlemen, Resurgence taking game number 2 with such ease and comfort.
Yep, they come off of this with a really clean win here. RSG 2-0 Forsaken to slot themselves very close to that top spot.
Well, dude, just look at Jason. He's smiling, he's laughing, and especially when Yutong got first pick, he started like high-fiving Fenrir. Everyone is like, yeah, boy, that's a Sana. This is going to be the Sana's game right here. And Sana played a mad Yutong. Mad. It's been a while, trust me guys. It's been so long since we saw a good Yutong game.
Yeah.
So long.
This has just been, honestly, it's just really disappointing to see Forsaken at this stage because I know for a fact this isn't their best.
Yeah.
Game 1, I definitely think they kind of played mediocre a little bit. They could have been a lot better, but they still showed some strong fundamentals there. Maybe a little bit of overcommitment overall, but that game 2, absolutely unacceptable. I've seen their previous games. Even when they're losing, they at least have some finesse.
No, the thing is this, right? So I'm just a little bit worried, especially in the second game as well, is you will notice the one thing that's very common for me. I'm not sure about you, but for me, I notice them very sloppy, very hesitant, very low, literally lack of confidence in everything they do here. Especially after getting that first blood and then follow up with the rest of the skill and the dominance that's been asserted by Resurgence, they started falling behind, playing too passive, playing too safe. They didn't even bother, they didn't even dare to stick to go towards the jungle. They just stick towards that lane.
That's the thing. That's why I definitely think that this game, in their heads, they definitely beat themselves at their own game. And honestly, looking at just the way that it was played, I mean, Resurgence really took advantage of that. They were very bold with the way they move. Gorpiang knew for a fact, okay, I can't kill him. He had to back off. But when it came down to these invades, they should have known. They should have stuck to the basic fundamentals of the game. Play for information, look to take the buff. You know for a fact that your team side isn't as strong, so why would you go for the blue buff when you could go for the red buff first, where it's a lot easier to defend in comparison to blue, and then look to vertical.
Yeah, I guess that's a point that just the presence that's already created and the fear as well, they're just too prioritized on the fact that like, oh, KZP is not blue, let's just constantly focus on KZP, and that just gave a little bit of a breathing space for both Sing and even LY4 to go steal that red side on the top for the top end in the early stage of the game. But anyway, Dara, really unfortunate, he took the wrong path and literally ran all the way from the base.
This really wasn't Forsaken's day.
I mean, it's one of those days, but this is just one of those worst days you could ever experience.
This is the rock bottom of games. This is like, you can't do worse than this. You really can't. And I mean, yes, you are going up against a really good team. However, it's not like you're getting smurfed on. There's a difference between getting absolutely outplayed and, you know, losing to your own because of your own style of play and the way that they are are making their moves. The rotations in Game 1 was good. Game 2, what happened there? None of their members actually were looking to rotate, and when they did, it was way too late. All of a sudden, this changes it up. Their draft, extremely limited, and I think that's where their biggest downfall came down. Their hero pool, and I think Fenrir did a really good job forcing the draft to be in this way, because I'm guessing he's got a lot of information on Forsaken and their members.
Yeah, definitely for sure. The thing is this, when it comes to the drafting, it's not about knowing whether your teammate can play what hero. It's always very important to know what your enemy, what your opponent can replay. Research works both ways, in team and mechanics, but also in opposing teams. But either way, this game, right? The one thing we can definitely point out for sure, like besides the amazing drafting coming from the side here of Fenrir and the amazing mechanics coming from the team here, but most importantly, it's just the quick decision coming out from the side of Resurgence. Like seriously, when KZP was zoning on towards that early game, LY4 took that advantage. Instead of sticking with KZP, he's like, you know what? You want to secure this bottom side blue, I'm going to be taking that red. After that, they pretty much just keep switching around, split pushing, getting one, forcing fight. The amount of presence that Jason and KCP was making full advantage of this early game, they were able to create such a presence until the point where Forsaken had to commit all the men. And when that happens, Resurgence was a Sana, and even LY4 was able to handle in their other side lanes. But most importantly, I'm just not a really big fan of this farm this week. They were hovering over the low E. Just not sure why they didn't just take it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know exactly what the team is going through right now. If they're going through some hard times, yeah, fair enough. What I do not accept as an excuse is confidence. Oh, I just wasn't confident to do it. I don't believe that at all. You gotta make it work on that day itself, because when you're on that playoff stage, that single mistake could lose you your spot.
And also at the same time, you can see all the other pro teams, Resurgence, EVOS, even in the face of defeat or even the jaws of defeat, we still see them never hesitating. They never lack. They never lower their self-esteem or anything at all. They're still confident. They're like, you know what? There's always another fight. And instantly, a very clear example was between Todak and EVOS in that second BO3 of today. That second game when EVOS was having their back against the wall, they never gave up. They still withstood it. They still maintained it. And then finally, when the one fight that was really crucial for them, they turned things around.
It's just disappointing to see, because you've casted their games as well. Even when they are losing, they still have a good amount of decency. You know, their ceiling is high.
I had quite. The thing is this, when I was seeing Forsaken line, I'm seriously guys, I'm not really lying when I say that I'm really hoping to finalize on where the Divinity and Forsaken stand, is because on good measures, not on bad, I have hopes for them. They were improving from the previous early weeks of the season, and now seeing this such game, I'm just really heartbroken.
Hopefully this isn't the plateau.
Yes,
okay?
this is not the plateau.
I definitely think that this is one of their worst days for sure, but they have so much more to show, and I really hope that we do get to see more of Forsaken and what they can bring to the MPL this time around. But let's go into the stats here. Coming in from the rich guy, it's going to be LY4. Of course, the carry going to be Jason, Sandbag being KZP, and the forgotten one being Jason again.
18 assists, and that's like totally understandable. It's Angela, he got global presence with the hard guard, and even, sorry, not really global presence, it's more like the race is instantly huge with the hard guard, and most importantly, Papa on string with the amount of root and control, and also fully realizing, I just love the fact that Jason just fully understands the fact that the rest of the team of Forsaken, they don't really have, sure, Cho is very mobile, but doesn't say the same for the rest of the team. Is once he's in position, they can't really get away too much, especially if you see Jason, he didn't engage with KZP. He followed up right after KZP re-engaged. That's literally forced Forsaken in a position where they have no other mobility skills or hero spot to escape, and this just allows Jason to constantly control them.
Yeah, I think there's just a bit of a lack of preparation as well. Knowing that, oh, I'm gonna go over to my blue, I'm gonna go over to my blue buff, and I'm gonna be giving it over to Bruno for sure. It's like, yeah, this is looking like it's a good idea. Other than the fact that you probably should have gone to the red side, and other than the fact that a lot of their members, right, weren't exactly that strong at level 1. I mean, yes, Farmus is like decently strong, but it's nothing compared to Bruno and Cho. Yeah, it all makes sense. They add up together, but when you compare it to a Hilda, when you're comparing it to an Angela, a Yuzong, and Yuzong as well, when they all decided to invade, something messed up for Forsaken, because they should have been coming up on top. They had the early game composition.
Oh my god, actually, let's be honest, if the game actually dragged a little bit more longer, I think Yuzong would have just out-damaged Angela in this case.
Oh my god.
He's almost there, dude. He was like 10k short too. Oh my god, absolutely crazy. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be bringing up the MVP for today, and it's going to be once again Jason, who is playing the Angela. And I fully agree with this as well. He does a damage with 3,807 over per minute, and even had a 70% total amount of team goal. But that's the goal gain for him doesn't really matter. What really mattered was his positioning.
Yeah,
His engagement.
His positioning was really, really good overall. I mean, the timing of the ults, he's got some great communication with his team. When they need it, he's already on top of it. And overall, played a really strong game.
Yep, just excelente, seriously.
Excelente.
Really?
Could it get better than this, though? And do you think Angela is going to be the meta?
Oh, no, that's a very good question. We saw Angela like a couple of times inside this season, but the most often was actually yesterday and today as well with this Angela. But the thing is, I always see Angela as a kind of hero where it depends. Sure, I wouldn't say really meta, it's only meta with a certain lineup, a certain composition, like if there's a Yutong. Very hard engaging hero, or even a Hilda as well, or if your entire team lineup light right now, like what Resurgence is going for, a lot of hard engagement, then nothing beats Angela.
I would agree that she is situational, but also because Esmeralda is still a thing. Right now, this week, it's still banned out. So, once it comes back into play, I don't think you're going to see too many Angelas unless the draft is perfectly set up for it.
That is very true. But also, you must take into account as well, like even if Angela, okay, we're thinking of it from a winning point of view, but even for losing, Angela is going to be really hard because it's 2 and 1. By the way, anything you want to say before we pass to Lafell?
Well, not really much, but let's go straight over to the winners of this and look at that interview.
Resurgence. Hello, LI4. How are you, man?
Hi. Feeling great, man. Just won 2-0.
Yeah, that looked very, very good. So I'm gonna go straight with the question, right? So number one, how does it make you feel that, if my calculation is correct, Resurgence is the most banned team when it comes to Diggy? Every single time when people are playing against you guys, the Diggy has been banned. How does that make you feel?
I think it's something that we should be very proud of, because the one game that people let us play Digi, we actually managed to abuse it and had a great victory over it. I think that's the reason why all the teams are starting to ban Digi against us. And yeah.
Yeah, again, I still remember that Digi game and it was so disgusting, I feel the dirt even till now. So, yeah. Anyways, second question I want to give to you is that all of Jason's heroes, not Jason's heroes, sorry, support heroes were banned. Since you were in the room with him, how happy did that make him feel?
He was being very arrogant and proud about it. So please next time don't ban his heroes anymore. Please don't ban Jason's heroes anymore.
Do you have anything to say about not banning Yuzong as well?
Yeah, actually we were quite surprised about the Rizong ban, because many teams are usually banning Rizong and not giving it as a first pick. So yeah, was pretty surprised.
Yeah, you're not the only one surprised. Most of us here as well. But as usual, the power of 3, I need to ask you a final question. Right now in the league, who do you think is the strongest team in the league? Yeah.
I think definitely Todak is still the strongest team, especially they just put on a very great show against EVOS just now, and they have a very strong record with the highest amount of wins and lowest amount of losses, I think. So yeah, definitely Todak.
Yep, Todak is looking pretty strong. Agree with you. I have to close it off with a serious question. If not, Muntong will ask me a lot of questions. Anyways, now I'm going to give the floor to you. Is there anything that you want to say to all the Resurgence fans and any personal fans of yours?
Thanks everyone who's been there supporting us. Do continue to support us. We love you guys. So yeah.
All right, thank you, LY4. All of you Resurgence fans, you guys have heard it here first. LY4 loves you all very, very equally in a very professional way, not that kind of way. Resurgence, they've been doing good, but they played the Digi, so, you know, but thank you very much, LY4. So, that was the interview between me and Team Resurgence. Very, very insightful interview. So, sekarang kita dah boleh cakap bahasa Melayu balik. I tak gerti sangat cakap English, tapi sebab Singaporean so I kena. But either way, I can see the English casters already like, what? Anyway, speaking of English casters, English, Malay, guys, please take it away. I'm hungry, I want to eat. So guys, bye-bye.
Oh, thank you so much, Lafell, but ooh, LY4. Leave it to the Singaporeans when it comes down to trash talking.
Yeah, they really got it, man. I mean, holy, when that question came up, it's like, oh, hey, so what's up with game 2? What's with all the bans to Jason's heroes? It's like, yep, he was real aggro now. Ooh.
Oh man, I mean, definitely for sure, like the amount of how angry he was, especially on the fact where he saw Yuta was being let out. He was like, I'm pretty sure like it looked like he was happy on the players' cam when we saw during the draft.
Okay, to be fair, it could go both ways, you know? It could go both ways. It could be like, oh yes, I'm so good that they have to ban it all, or it's like, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck. Wait until I smurf.
Oh, but anyway, here it is. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Since we had a little bit of a stalemate between Resurgence, Red Reborn, and EVOS SG, who had very similar points. But after today, after this game, Resurgence finally elevated because of a beautiful 2-0. They were able to earn 2 points for themselves, getting them all the way to second place here. It's 2 points away from Team Todak. It's a dream not too far behind for Resurgence to really capture for themselves. LY4 did say that Todak is very strong right now, but knowing LY4 and the rest of Resurgence, I don't think they're happy with second place.
Yeah, I definitely don't think so, and especially with that stain on their match win list. I mean, it's like 5-1. It's like and they're looking at Todak. It's like, all right, we need to even the playing field here. We can't be the only ones with a single botch in their record.
Oh my lord, yeah, that is true. So until the day we see Todak versus Resurgence, and I think that day is going to be coming very, very soon. Very excited for that. But anyway, sadly, Team Red Reborn will be demoted. Going down to third place, still the same score against EVOS SG tomorrow, and the rest. And sorry, not just tomorrow. For the remaining of the week here, this standings, ladies and gentlemen, is not finalized.
Yep.
Not
Still
finalized.
have
at all.
one more day. We still have one more day this week to actually go and see some more action here, and this could easily change. I mean, that top 4 spot again. Sorry, the top 4. In a category of their own right now. And then Geek Fam is still trying to catch up, where I can't wait to actually see some of their games as well. And the same goes with Divinity. Hopefully Forsaken really start buckling up. We're going to see better days from here on out, because this week has to be the worst day for Forsaken. Hopefully tomorrow it's going to be even better.
Oh man, this is, I don't think just for Forsaken, like anyone who just watches it, it's just like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, the same can be said for like so many teams, like EVOS SG, like, oh man, that was a tough game. Red Reborn, man, that was a tough game.
Dude, that was so rough, like unbelievably rough for them. Like I'm not even kidding. If I ever was like, if I was in Forsaken and I'm playing that, I would just close my phone and just like, you know, that's enough of MLBB for today.
I mean, after that EVOS Game 2 game, it's just like all Todak fans be like, oof, I've seen enough for today, man. I'll just wait for the results.
Yeah, man, that was just absolutely intense. Like, it's intense in its own way. Second BO3 was very intense amount of great gameplays. The third BO3 of today, that second game was intense in its own way. It has its own level.
It has its own level. For sure, but like, I don't know. A lot of these teams are stepping up, and we're seeing the level of MPL, just that bar being raised every single time. Before this, maybe if this was like Season 1 or 2, if Forsaken had a performance like this, it's like, you know, that's fine. But now we're at this level where everybody is looking out to win it. We're not talking about teams like, we just want to do mediocre. No, every team is eligible to taking that top spot.
Yes, everyone wants the top spot, or most importantly, there are just some teams, yes, the top 4 teams or top 4 players on the team here definitely want to secure themselves in that top spot.
A lot of potential though in the bottom teams.
Yeah, bottom teams definitely want to scurry themselves all the way to the top of the ladder, but there are also just some teams that are just playing a little bit more safe. I'm pretty sure Divinity and the rest of the team still are just happy to get into that playoffs. One step at a time, baby steps. Baby steps.
They're gonna get, if they have that kind of mentality, they're gonna get chewed up by a lot of these teams. Team SMG has buckled up, and you can very visibly see them. Before that, they were looking terrible, and now it's like so much cleaner. But let's look at tomorrow's schedule. We've got RSG versus EVOS SG, followed up by Divinity versus Orange Lorv Esports, and finally, it's gonna be Geek Fam versus Forsaken.
Yo, dude, that of all the first game, okay, it's not gonna be the last game to end the week, but the first game to start on that final day.
I mean, that's not the only thing that they have for that first day. Do you realize that RSG is holding a flash sale? You can head over to their online shop right now at rsg.gg/store and get a 20 SGD discount off of the Resurgence team jersey. Now priced at 35 SGD instead of the usual 55 SGD. And the sale will only last from now until midnight on Sunday. So don't miss this limited time offer from 3 p.m. 19th of Sunday to 12 p.m. to 20th September. So if you guys want to be are an RSG fan, you want to get a jersey, this is how you're going to be doing it.
Yeah, but I just want to remind you again, 20th September, it's tomorrow, folks, so you better get it while you can. And remember, I believe they have not many stocks left, so all you big major fans out there who really loves maybe KZP and the rest of the team, or maybe a certain amount of player, Get that shirt for yourself and that jersey.
Yeah.
By the way, that game tomorrow, it's gonna be so intense.
I can't wait. I can't wait. You got any final words before we close out today?
Oh my god, final words. Well, I'm gonna say kudos to all the teams who really played well today. I hope you guys enjoyed the pink hair.
Because it's not coming back.
Yeah, it's not coming back. Comment down in the comment section below if you want Gideon to have a purple hair.
Hell no. But it's been a great week. My name's Getting Cute. This is YOLO Lee. This is the MPL-MY SG Season 6. And thank you to everybody who actually watched this show. It's been great. Good night.
Itulah pertama kali kita orang rasa kekalahan yang berat lah.
I think that's too hard to achieve, and you might even have to move out of Singapore.
Saya rasa down sebab kalau satu hari nanti saya bersara, saya mungkin
I mimpi jenis yang macam tak cukup lah. Setakat champion sekali tak cukup. I nak lagi. Saya akan terus usaha lah untuk capai champion.
Only by winning a competition you can feel that satisfaction and honor.